Chapter 501. White-Clothed Person, Psychic Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chen Yi stared at her mother Jiangfeng in disbelief. She could not understand why Jiangfeng would ask her to do such a thing. However, the white cloth was covering her mother's face. Chen Yi was unable to see her mother's expression. "Are you out of your mind? How could you ask her to do that?" yelled Zhao Yulin. Even an advanced magician would be burned to ashes when moving closer to the fiery sorceress. Chen Yi would simply walk to her death. The fact that the sneak attack had worked the first time did not mean the fiery sorceress, who was on alert this time, would spare Chen Yi's life. "Just believe me," said Jiangfeng confidently. But Chen Yi hesitated. For a second, she couldn't think. "Chen Yi, listen to me. Do it quick, we can only freeze her for a short time. Do you seriously want to see everyone here killed by this fire demon beast? Just do what I say, and you'll be fine. Kill her, and there won't be any more casualties. The fire calamity fruit will also replenish my health, your father's status will also rise," Jiangfeng said, with a hint of excitement. Chen Yi bit her lips. She believed that her mother would not lie to her. An icy spike appeared in her hand. The spike was similar to a spear, but both ends were sharp. One could only hold the spike with both hands somewhere in the middle. The icy flicker from the sharp edges implied that the weapon contained a deadly poison. "Walk forward, don't worry, you'll be fine. Walk up to her, and stab her in the heart," urged Jiangfeng. Chen Yi seemed to be very obedient when it came to listening to her mother. She actually held the icy equipment and walked toward the fiery sorceress, who was frozen in ice. The fiery sorceress was like a statue, completely stationary in her position. The ice was transparent, so she could see Chen Yi walking toward her. The girl was less than 100 meters from her. The dark flame was able to destroy everything within 100 meters. Normally, if Chen Yi took a few more steps forward, the domain of dark flame would burn her into ashes. "You weren't like this before." Zhao Yulin turned his head and glanced at Jiangfeng, who was wrapped in white cloth. "A person will always change," said Jiangfeng. "But what if the dark flame actually burns Chen Yi to death?" said Zhao Yulin with a deep voice. "It won't. You're that confident. I won't play around with your daughter's life." "She's your daughter too," reminded Zhao Yulin. The fiery sorceress was frozen. The ocean of flames that was spreading widely was finally under control. Mo Fan and his group were finding a way out of the place, yet they realized that only the area where Zhao Yulin, Jiangfeng, Shiguo, and the others were standing was free of fire. They were trying to cross the place when they saw Chen Yi walking toward the fiery sorceress. "Brother, why?" "Wait," the half-conscious Xinxia suddenly uttered softly. "What is it?" asked Mo Fan with a confused look. "Stop, Chen Yi, stop her." Xinxia seemed to be extremely weak. The overwhelming mental pressure had left her in a half-dreaming state. She still could not regain full consciousness, and was still mumbling her words. Xinxia's voice was very blurred. She seemed to be saying something else, yet the group could not figure out what she was saying. Mo Fan could roughly make some sense of it. Xinxia was asking him to stop Chen Yi when she saw what Chen Yi was trying to do in her current half-conscious state. "Look after her." Mo Fan placed Xinxia down and hurried over to Chen Yi. It seemed like Xinxia was trying to tell the group something extremely important. However, she just could not wake up. It was like she had fallen into someone's dream. The fact that she was trying so hard easily implied how important it was. "Chen Yi, don't go over, you will be burned to death." Mo Fan yelled at Chen Yi from 100 meters away. Chen Yi halted in her steps. She turned around and looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan had spent some time with the fiery sorceress. He knew that the fiery sorceress had two kinds of flames. Chen Yi had managed to harm the fiery sorceress as she was being careless, but it did not necessarily mean the fiery sorceress would simply let Chen Yi do it again. The girl was about to get herself killed. "Don't listen to him. Just do as you're told, and you'll be fine." Are you seriously not listening to me? Jiangtu let out a sharp scream when she saw Chen Yi hesitating. Jiangtu turned toward Mo Fan and snapped, "Mind your own business." Mo Fan had no intention of involving himself with others' business, but the fiery sorceress did save his life. He could not simply stand there and watch this happen. It was most likely that Jiangtu had found a way to make Chen Yi immune to the fiery sorceress Dark Flame. It was hard to tell how long Jiangtu had been planning this, from the ambush, to the transfer, and the defensive formation, and the final killing blow to be executed by Chen Yi. It felt like she had arranged it all. Chen Yi ended up listening to her mother. She stepped into the fiery sorceress domain. It took her great effort to take the step, as it was no different than stepping into the jaws of death. However, she desperately wanted to help her mother escape the sea of agony. She had already suffered for over 10 years. If the fiery sorceress was willing to give up on the fire calamity fruit, she would not hurt the creature. Zhao Yulin and Shiguo felt their hearts skipping a beat. Chen Yi had stepped into the fiery sorceress domain, and there was a chance she would be burned into ashes in the next second. However, it did not happen. Chen Yi was still alive. She was able to step into the fiery sorceress domain perfectly unharmed. Chen Yi opened her eyes and glanced at her body in disbelief. "Go, she's breaking out from the ice," yelled Jiangtu. Chen Yi was overjoyed. As she thought, her mother would not lie to her. Although she could not tell what the reason was, she would worry about it after killing the fiery sorceress. Chen Yi clenched the breaking profaner tightly. The distance of 100 meters did not take long to cross. She quickened her pace, and made sure the sharp tip of the breaking profaner was aimed at the fiery sorceress' heart. Mo Fan stared at the scene with astonishment not far away. Chen Yi was able to step into the fiery sorceress' strongest domain. Does her body really have some unique resistance? No, that's not right. Chen Yi was not immune to the dark flame. Chen Yi, stop now. Mo Fan came to an understanding in the shortest time. He burst out screaming at Chen Yi, Enough with that. Jiangtu screamed from the attic. Under the white cloth, her eyes emitted an eerie glow. It felt like her eyes were able to penetrate one's body, deep into the soul, which would tremble slightly under the gaze. Psychic element. Chen Yi's mother was a psychic magician, too. Mo Fan tried to stop Chen Yi, yet when the psychic spell struck him, he lost control of his body, and was not able to make any noise. What are you waiting for? Kill her! Jiangtu screamed wildly. After casting the mind control on Mo Fan, she proceeded to cast a powerful psychic spell on Chen Yi. Chapter 502. The Truth Behind the Fire. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chen Yi had arrived before the fiery sorceress. She looked into the fiery sorceress' eyes, and recalled the sneak attack she had executed at the top of the hill. The attack was extremely successful. The fiery sorceress was completely unaware of the attack, but what confused Chen Yi the most was that the fiery sorceress did not faint instantly when she was attacked. She had more than enough time to burn her into ashes before falling unconscious. But she didn't. Jiangtu did not give Chen Yi a chance to think. As the mind control spell was cast, Chen Yi's hesitant look was replaced with an enraged expression and bloodshot, murderous eyes. The breaking profaner thrust forward at full force, as Chen Yi raised it with both hands and stabbed at the fiery sorceress' heart. The ice shattered, the front tip of the breaking profaner poking into the fiery sorceress' body like a long spear. Apart from penetrating through her skin, there was also the sound of some metal clanking. It was the grim steel spike. The spike that Chen Yi had stuck into the fiery sorceress' back had not been removed yet, and was still inside the fiery sorceress' body. However, when the breaking profaner penetrated her body, it also knocked the grim steel spike out, resulting in the clank of metal. The fiery sorceress raised her head and let out a painful screech. The ice surrounding her was shattered into pieces, scattering in all directions and cutting Chen Yi's skin. The enraged calamity fire surged in all directions like an infuriated beast, instantly producing an ocean of flame, evaporating everything within its reach. Chen Yi abruptly regained control of her mind. She was dumbfounded when she saw the flames rolling toward her. The fiery sorceress had broken free from the ice cage, which meant she had nowhere to escape to. Her body might be immune to the dark flame, yet it would never be able to protect her against the calamity fire. The ocean of flame was more than enough to burn her into a pile of bones. As the fire swept in Chen Yi's direction, she closed her eyes hopelessly. However, after a long time, she still did not feel the heat. She opened her eyes and discovered her surroundings were covered in flames, but not the tiniest fire could be seen in her area. There was a weird space in the midst of the ocean of flames. The fiery sorceress was standing right in front of her. Just a simple thought, and the fiery sorceress could easily burn her into ashes. However, Chen Yi could only see the fiery sorceress holding the breaking profaner with one hand, and controlling the enraged calamity fire with the other, driving them away from her. Chen Yi was stunned. She could not believe what she was seeing. The ocean of flames was burning fiercely, even the clouds in the sky were set aflame, yet not a single flame had spread to her spot. Why is this the case? Why is this happening? Psychic element, why do you possess the psychic element? Screamed Zhao Yulin up in the attic. Jiangtu had long become an advanced magician, and could be considered a genius, but after the fire calamity, her cultivation had never improved due to the fire poison she was suffering from over the years. Zhao Yulin clearly remembered Jiangtu's primary element was fire, while her secondary elements were earth and space. There was no way Jiangtu could possess the power of the psychic element. You idiots, that B******ch is not Jiangtu, snapped Mo Fan furiously as he regained control of himself. The person in white cloth stood there, her eyes emitting a vicious glow, like the evil Scorpion Demonis. TL note, Scorpion Demonis is one of the villains in Journey to the West. She did not speak, but uttered a burst of sinister laughter, looking at the fiery sorceress who had been impaled by the spike. Mo Fan's figure was burning in rage. He finally understood what Xinxia was trying to tell everyone when he saw Chen Yi walking toward the fiery sorceress domain. If she isn't, then whose? Chen Yi was lost in thought, standing in the midst of the flames. Yes, when the person in the white cloth cast the psychic spell on her, she knew the woman was not her mother. She was extremely familiar with her mother, and clearly remembered the element she had awakened. Her mother had never awakened the psychic element. Primary element was fire, and secondary elements were earth and space. The fiery sorceress seemed to have the power of the space element, too. Chen Yi's mind buzzed as if it had just exploded. Why was she asked to attack the fiery sorceress? Why did the fiery sorceress only grab Xinxia away when she could easily avenge herself? Why? Chen Yi, are you blind? Didn't you see that it was her withdrawing her domain of dark flame all along? You idiot, you dumbass girl, if she really wanted to kill you, she could easily burn 10,000 of you into ashes. Mo Fan burst out cursing furiously. If Chen Yi was smarter, if she were more observant, she would have discovered that the fiery sorceress was controlling the dark flame. The person in white bandages knew that Chen Yi was the only person that could kill the fiery sorceress, as the fiery sorceress was the true Jiangtu, Chen Yi's mother. As Chen Yi's mother, why would she harm her own daughter? The fiery sorceress was friendly toward humans. It was because she used to be a human. She was extremely powerful, yet she was injured by Chen Yi. It was because no one knew that she had totally lost her mind when she saw Chen Yi. She was panicking as she felt like hugging her daughter who had grown up, yet when she saw her hands and body burning in flames, she could only turn around in disappointment. At that instant, the grim steel spike stabbed her in the back. Her heart did not break, yet the pain was 1,000 times stronger than her heart breaking. How is this possible? How is this possible? Everything she told me was fake. Chen Yi was on the verge of losing her mind. She looked at the fiery sorceress, whose eyes showed no hint of hostility or anger. The fiery sorceress was watching Chen Yi, yet she could not speak, even though she had so much to say. She was devoured by the flames of the fire calamity fruit, and had managed to survive after a fiery figure fed her a fire calamity fruit. It was indeed your mother's story, yet only half of it was told. Xinxia approached them with Nanyu support. Her voice rang in everyone's ears. The first thing that the fiery sorceress did was take Xinxia away, as she tried to tell everyone the truth. However, the evil woman in the white cloth did not give her the chance. She immediately asked the people to attack her. After Xinxia was connected with the fiery sorceress, she immediately learned the truth, yet she was placed under a curse, the Nightmare Curse. The curse was cast by the person in white cloth to stop Xinxia from regaining consciousness so she could not reveal the truth. Her cultivation greatly surpassed what everyone expected, hence it was difficult to learn her true nature until Mo Fan came to stop her and forced her to expose her psychic element. Chapter 503. The Unvarying Heart. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The woman wrapped in white cloth simply stood there. If her face was not covered, one would see an extremely ugly face, her facial features completely twisted from her grin. She did not stop Xinxia. She uttered a burst of cold laughter and spoke with a disdainful tone. My curse should have killed you. It seems like your soul is rather unique. Considering how the situation was now, the person in white cloth no longer cared if Xinxia was revealing the truth to everyone, as she had already won by eliminating the fiery sorceress, Jiangtu. No one else could stop her from claiming possession of the fire calamity fruit. She was devoured by the flames of the fire calamity. The fire calamity fruit can't actually help her fully recover, thus she could only forfeit her flesh and attach her soul to a new life, living in her current form as we all are seeing. Xinxia's voice was soft, yet she had used the psychic spell to make sure that everyone could hear her. Who is she, then? Zhao Yulin had already distanced himself from the person in white cloth. He pointed at the woman and said, how did she know everything about Jiangtu? Zhao Yulin was not an idiot. It went without saying that he had verified her identity. The person in white cloth knew everything that had happened between him and his wife, even the little secrets that Zhao Yulin had never told anyone before. Psychic element, she has the psychic element and the curse element. Instead of Xinxia, Nanyu, who was holding her, spoke out. The female commander Nanyu was staring at the person in white cloth and said coldly, she's the demoness whom the military has listed as wanted even today, the disgrace of the Dongfang military. The demoness uttered a burst of sharp laughter. She was very surprised that someone actually knew her real identity. It had been more than 10 years since someone had called her that. So someone still remembers me. I guess all my effort of trying to stay alive in this completely burned body has been worthwhile. She's a traitor of the Dongfang military whom we have listed as wanted for over 10 years. We thought she was dead, but it turned out that she has been living in a different identity. Nanyu had come all the way to Shanghai because she had found something that belonged to the demoness under the starry tree. However, she was not confident about it, but as it was related to the death of her most respected military instructor, hence she had decided to come and search for clues. As a matter of fact, she did not expect this to happen. She was not suspicious toward the person in white cloth's identity, and she never thought that the real Jiangtu was actually the fiery sorceress. Obviously, the demoness who was adept with the psychic element and the curse element had learned everything about the fiery sorceress, including her memories, allowing her to live in Zhao family using the disguise of Jiangtu. It would be fine if the woman had simply disguised herself as Jiangtu and spent the rest of her life in peace. However, she had been planning all the things that had happened today, just so she could get a new life with the fire calamity fruit. When the fire calamity occurred, her plan was put into operation. She knew Jiangtu had turned into the fiery sorceress, and was protecting the fire calamity fruit. Meanwhile, she knew that Jiangtu absolutely missed her daughter, hence she had purposely brainwashed Chen Yi so the girl was determined to acquire the fire calamity fruit. As a matter of fact, if Chen Yi did not follow Mo Fan and the others to the Burning Valley, she would have personally brought her there for her plan to work, as the only weakness that the fiery sorceress had was Chen Yi. Therefore, she had been waiting for many years, her plan being to let the daughter kill her own mother. Everyone who had now learned the truth shivered in fear. The cold penetrated their bones, to the extent that they were all having goosebumps. She saved your life when you were burned by the fire calamity, and tried all she could to sustain your life. Yet, you still set her up with such a vicious method. Your heart is that of a deadly snake or scorpion. No, you're an actual snake or scorpion, who did not have any compassion. Xinxia held her body that was placed under a curse a moment ago together, and swore at her furiously, trembling in anger. Being ungrateful was already a beastly act, yet the demoness had forced fiery sorceress daughter to stab her in the heart, twice. When everyone was experiencing great sorrow, the woman was laughing instead. Her sharp laughter was possibly the worst sound ever in this world. Even the person who was responsible for the stabs was suffering greatly. The fiery sorceress had withdrawn the dark flame when Chen Yi stepped into her domain. She was not willing to harm her daughter, even if it would cost her her life. Even when the breaking profane pierced through her heart, thus making her lose control of the calamity fire and it burst out from her body, she still used her hand to create a safe area, not allowing any flames to burn Chen Yi's skin. Everything that happened was not enough to earn the tiniest compassion from the demoness. If she had the slightest kindness, none of this would have happened. As such, Xinxia had scolded her right. The woman did not have the heart of snakes and scorpions, but she was one of them instead, which was hundreds or thousands of times sparier than the demon beasts. An astonishing ocean of flames, with space in the middle that was perfectly safe. Chen Yi did recall something when she was very young. During a heavy rain, she was hiding in her mother's hug. Her mother did not let a single drop of the icy rain fall on her child. She had never forgotten the warmth of her mother, thus she always wanted to do something for her mother who had suffered greatly. However, things were not as she thought. She had killed her with her own hands instead. Toward the end of her mother's life, her mother was still protecting her just as usual, not allowing her to receive any kind of injury. Inside the space where there were no burning flames, Chen Yi knelt on her knees. Her great sorrow had turned into tremendous anger toward the demoness. She's still the same, she never changed. Zhao Yulin seemed to have lost his mind, and was mumbling the same sentence over and over again. A moment later, Zhao Yulin had told that to the person in white cloth, saying that she had changed. She had told him that every human would change eventually, which gave Zhao Yulin great relief, as he too admitted that he had changed too. However, he felt extremely shameful, with an urge to tear his ridiculous flesh to pieces. The Jiangtu whom he was familiar with had never changed. She had sacrificed herself for him to live. And now, she was doing the same thing again. She had suffered the torture of the burns, which forced her to forfeit her flesh. She had been living under an ancient tree alone for 10 years. No matter how strong her power was now, her soul had never been contaminated. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yulin looked at himself, he was no different than the demon beasts. When the demoness urged Chen Yi to kill the fiery sorceress, if he had tried to stop her, he would have actually prevented this great disaster from taking place. He was completely blinded by personal interest. Fire calamity fruit, the fire calamity fruit might still be able to save her life. Zhao Yulin screamed as a thought crossed his mind. Chapter 504. Team up against the enemy. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The fire calamity fruit. Since the fire calamity fruit had saved her life before, it meant that the fire calamity fruit did have some revitalizing effect. It was possible to sustain her life if they were able to retrieve the fire calamity fruit before she died. Zhao Yulin had brought the group who was deep in sorrow and anger back to reality. That's right, there's still the fire calamity fruit. Since they knew who their real enemy was now, they still stood a chance if they were able to take down the demoness together. Zhao Yulin, do you really think I'm not prepared for this now that I'm willing to expose my true identity? Said the demoness in the attic with an eerie giggle. You bitch. Zhao Yulin was about to make his move when he suddenly felt like his body was being held by something enormous. Not only was he unable to move, his mind was under the pressure of some evil presence. Demon torture. Enjoy your time repenting, try and think of how you should apologize to the mother and daughter in hell. The demoness laughed sinisterly once again. Zhao Yulin looked extremely terrified. He looked around him and saw an enormous ghastly figure standing behind him. The ghastly demon was standing tall and straight, pitch black like an evil spirit. It bent over and grabbed Zhao Yulin with its hands, closing tight. Zhao Yulin could not feel any pain from his body, yet he felt like his soul was being clenched tightly, making him scream in agony. "I won't let you have your way either," yelled Shagua furiously, planning to take down the demoness himself. "Old man, I have a treat for you too." The demoness was fully prepared. As Shagua and Zhao Yulin were busy handling the fiery sorceress, the demoness had already cast lots of curse spells on them. Shagua was the most difficult to deal with among them, thus it went without saying that the demoness had prepared a huge gift for him. Mind control. The demoness' eyes flickered as she controlled the magicians who had lost consciousness. The magicians were completely exhausted both mentally and physically, hence they had no resistance against the advanced psychic spell. The 8 magicians rose to their feet like zombies, before pouncing at Shagua. These 8 magicians who were being controlled were fairly outstanding in terms of strength. Even though Shagua had half his foot into the super level, it was fairly troublesome for him to fight them all at once. "You're forcing them to overdraft their energy to cast spells, damn you," yelled Shagua. The magicians had spent all their energy on the demon sealing ice formation. They were now expending their life forces as the demoness forced them to cast spells in their current state. Which is why you should be very careful when fighting against them. They will die easily if you hurt them, and even if you don't, they will still die of fatigue. The demoness figure rippled with her laughter. Most of the experts in the villa were either crippled or exhausted from the fight against the fiery sorceress. Zhao Yulin and Shagua, who were all that was left, were set up by the demoness, and were in a pinch before they could make a move against her. The demoness' greatest threat was the fiery sorceress. Since Chen Yi had eliminated the fiery sorceress for her, she could easily handle the rest. The demoness never stopped laughing. She was very satisfied with how her plan worked out, as all her problems had been settled. The only thing left was to wait for the fire calamity fruit to ripen and eat it with one bite. Speaking of which, the fire calamity fruit should be ripening any time now. Jiangtu was granted such an overwhelming power after eating the fire calamity fruit. Would she become an unstoppable demon after eating the fire calamity fruit, too? Thunderbolt, Yaksha. The demoness was figuring how she would enjoy the fire calamity fruit when a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, forking into 5 arcs and lunging at her like a claw. The attic was shattered into pieces by the lightning strike. 5 scorch pits stood out on the building. If the demoness had not reacted in time and established a defense, she would have been disintegrated by the lightning too. The demoness jumped out from the attic that was now a pile of debris and landed on the ground. She glared at the person who had attacked her. "Kid, you're tired of living," the demoness screamed, totally sounding like a ghost. The real threats were all eliminated. The demoness thought she could simply enjoy the outcome, yet a little intermediate magician dared to challenge her? She had never treated a minor character like him seriously. "What do I have to say to a burned monster like you? Hurry up and die, so you can reincarnate as an animal with smoother skin." Fiery fist! Mo Fan's fists ignited as he threw punches at the demoness furiously. The demoness immediately dodged aside. When she turned around and realized that the kid was being serious, she burst into a disdainful laugh. "I'm too lazy to kill you, yet you're stupid enough to come asking for your death." Wind disc, sky snare. Before the demoness could finish, a gust of tornado appeared and swept across the flames. It loomed over the area where the demoness was standing and raised strong walls of wind. Unfortunately, before the walls were established, the demoness let out a piercing cry. A force originating from her soul struck where Zhong Xiaohu was standing, suppressing Zhong Xiaohu's mind forcibly, stopping him from controlling the wind. The strange wave of energy was not single targeting. It was able to spread to the nearby targets like a chain of lighting. As a result, Zhao Manyang and Nanyu, who were both casting spells, were struck by the force, preventing them from being able to focus, let alone drawing their star patterns. Spirit Wall. Xinxia's voice rose. Her soft hair drifted despite the absence of wind. Her eyes were closed, while her arms were fully extended. An invisible spirit wall appeared in front of the group rapidly. The soul impact cast by the Demonis was nullified when it collided with the spirit wall. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaohu had regained control of his wind spell. The sky snare continued to contract. The drawings of star patterns of the others were no longer disturbed, and were completing at a fast pace. "Nice one, Xinxia," cried Zhong Xiaohu and Zhao Manyang simultaneously. Mo Fan turned around and saw the pale-faced Xinxia with her eyes open and a faint smile on her face. "I'll handle the disturbance from her psychic element," said Xinxia. Nodded Mo Fan heavily. Without a certain degree of protection, it was impossible to cast any useful spell against a magician who had both the psychic and curse elements. She needs to focus on controlling the demon torture and the 8 advanced magicians. She won't be able to use her psychic element and curse element on us. We can defeat her if we work together, Xinxia told the group. Chapter 505. Psychic Element vs Psychic Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Demonis was agitated. She had set up a plan to kill the incredibly powerful fiery sorceress, while both Zhao Yulin and Shiguo were unable to break free from her control. She initially thought the rest of the weaklings would run for their lives. To her surprise, they had teamed up against her instead. "Who do you think you are?" screamed the Demonis. The cloth on her face was ripped apart as the force she exerted was too strong. The white cloth fell to the ground, revealing a face that had changed beyond recognition. Her scorched facial features were eerily melted together. It was the face of a monster. However, regardless of how ugly, disgusting, and miserable she had become, no one would show her any compassion, as inside the disgusting body lay an even more corrupt heart that was fully rotten. Her third element was earth. Watch out for her eyes. Nanyu reminded them immediately. The Demonis used to be an infamous criminal around Dunhuang region. Many magicians had died at her hands, including the military instructor whom Nanyu respected the most, so she already knew the Demonis elements. The Demonis was already diverting her attention to handle 2 sides. She was using her curse element to control Zhao Yulin, and her psychic element to control the 8 magicians to handle Shiguo. The only element left was the earth element. The earth element did not have many destructive spells. The basic spell was earth element, the intermediate spell was rock barrier. One was used for movement, while the other was for defense. However, the advanced spell Petrify was an absolutely terrifying killing spell. The only ones left that were still able to battle were the young intermediate magicians. Petrify was extremely deadly to them. Once they were turned into statues, they would not be able to preserve their lives. As Nanyu predicted, the Demonis jumped onto the burning debris in another direction. The brown star patterns were forming a 3-dimensional structure surrounding the Demonis. As each of the stars and their orbits began to emit a tremendous glow, the Demonis eyes had turned into the terrifying eyes of Medusa. Eyes of Medusa, able to turn anyone staring into them into lifeless statues. The Demonis Petrify was fired in an arc. The group could see a layer of grey-white shadow spreading in their direction rapidly. Both the wooden debris on the ground and the water sprinkling out from the fountain was completely turned into stone, including the water drops. The force of Petrify spread rapidly, aiming to turn Mo Fan, Xinxia, and Zhao Manyang into lifeless statues. The grey-white shadow was less than 100 meters away. "Stand behind me!" Zhao Manyang stepped in front of Mo Fan and Xinxia. A golden glow burst out freely. Zhao Manyang adept controlled the light to form a barrier in front of him. The golden barrier stood in front of the group. As the shadow of Petrify made contact with the barrier, the glowing transparent wall shuddered vigorously, its light dimming. Although the force of Petrify was showing some sign of slowing down, the light protection, rampart was not enough to resist the advanced spell. It was on the verge of collapsing. Zhao Manyang knew the light protection, rampart alone was unable to finish the job. He immediately summoned his precious shield equipment. As soon as the light wall disappeared, the shield equipment replaced it. The arc-shaped energy had already extinguished the fire in their surroundings. The debris scattering across the ground was dyed grey-white. Their spot was the only place unaffected. Departing nether shield. Mo Fan immediately summoned his shield equipment when he saw Zhao Manyang in a pinch. The two shields barely stopped the Petrify from advancing forward. However, the two valuable shields had also turned into solid rocks. The slightest force would shatter them into pieces. Water barrier, circulation. Zhao Manyang cast a defensive water spell, trying to stop the claw of the Petrify from extending any further. His forehead was covered in sweat, clearly showing the great effort he was putting in to hold his ground. Rock barrier. Zhong Xiaohu set up his defense too, knowing that they were still in danger. Ice lock. Ice lock. At the same time, the voices of a man and a woman appeared from the other side. A few thick ice chains lunged in their direction to protect them, clanking noisily to protect them. You guys, Zhao Manyang glanced at Mu Shou and Mu tingled with joy when he saw the ice chains. Mu Shou was proud and arrogant. He and Zhao Manyang were descendants of their respective renowned families, and were not fond of one another. Despite that, the doings of the Demonis raised their hackles. They could not stand it any longer. You guys have no chance against an advanced magician, but it will be a different story with our help, said Mu Shou with a cold harumph. Shit, will you die if you stop acting so cocky? Your ice element is effective against her earth element, do it quick, cursed Zhao Manyang. The defense of the earth element was able to resist most of the destructive spells, including the imperious lightning element, yet it was fairly ineffective against the penetrating frost of ice element spells, as the frost would freeze the rocks, too. The brother and sister of Mu clan cast ice spread simultaneously. Both of them had ice seeds, thus when the frost descended upon the place and produced a crackling noise, the power of the Petrify clearly diminished. The Demonis face shuddered when she saw that even the two kids from the Mu clan were challenging her. Very well, I'll dip the fire calamity fruit in your blood before eating it. The Demonis voice was screechy, and due to her psychic element, it felt like a ghost was screaming right into their ears. The young magicians immediately covered their ears when they heard the cry. However, the cry was not just a normal sound, but a curse implanted in their souls. Even the deaf could not stop themselves from hearing the scream. It's fear, bear with me for a second, reminded Xinxia when she realized that the Demonis had cast another psychic spell on the group. Without the threat from psychic element, Xinxia was able to draw her star patterns with ease. As the 7 stars aligned together, the channeling of her psychic spell was completed. Spirit Ripple, Pacify. The basic psychic spell, Spirit Ripple. The ripple with calming effect slowly filled the disturbed hearts of the group. They were unable to focus to cast the spells due to the ghastly cries in their hearts, but the soothing ripple was like a sacred melody, cleansing the demons in their hearts, including the strange fear they were experiencing. You dare mess it up, you little bitch, screamed the Demonis when she saw that her psychic spell was nullified by Xinxia once again, her eyes full of hatred. Chapter 506. Mind Control. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The reason why she was not treating the intermediate magician seriously was because her psychic element was more than enough to stop them from casting a single spell. To her surprise, the girl with impaired movement kept on nullifying her psychic attacks. She could easily deal with the psychic magician who was a level lower than her if she were able to cast mind control. Unfortunately, she was using the spell to control the magicians, thus she could no longer use the advanced spell mind control. Meanwhile, the basic and intermediate spells would most likely be nullified by the annoying little bitch. Healing Spirit. As the Demonis was figuring out a way to deal with Xinxia, the girl drew a star pattern, emitting a glow with a mix of milky white and faint green which transformed into a colorful butterfly spirit. The glowing butterfly spirit slowly flew toward the fiery sorceress. The unique little creature was hunting wounds like pollen. It soon landed on the stab wound on the fiery sorceress' heart. Just hang in there for a little longer. Xinxia knew her healing spirit was unable to revitalize the fiery sorceress, but it could slow down the pace of the fiery sorceress' life force being drained away. The fiery sorceress was floating in mid-air, her body stiff. Her burning face seemed to wear a poignant smile, trying to express her gratitude to Xinxia. Healing Spirit. Xinxia did not waste any time. As soon as she completed the healing element star pattern, she proceeded to cast the same intermediate spell again. The same glow intertwined on her hand. With a soft push, the healing spirit flew toward Shiguo, who was in the midst of a tough battle. Shiguo was already injured after the battle against the fiery sorceress. The healing serums he brought were not effective to treat his wounds, yet he was forced to fight against his own men. He was worn out from the battle as he was holding himself back from killing his men. To his surprise, the girl with the psychic element turned out to be a healer, too. From the way she was able to summon 2 healing spirits, the healing element must be her primary element. Shiguo was desperately in need of the healing spirit. His burns were extremely painful, to the extent that his channeling of spells was almost interrupted at times. The ice lock he was supposed to cast easily became inaccurate due to his injuries. With the healing spirit mending his wounds and providing him with some relief, it would be easier for him to deal with his men who were being controlled. "Bitch, I should have cast a death curse on you, just so you wouldn't be able to wake up for the rest of your life," screamed the demoness. Not only did Xinxia's healing spirit sustain the fiery sorceress' life, it had also lifted some pressure from Shiguo's shoulders. Both the fiery sorceress or Shiguo could pose a huge threat to the demoness. She had come up with a cautious plan to eliminate all her threats, and all she had to do now was to wipe out the rest of the weaklings. Yet, she never thought a girl who could not even walk would trip her so hard. The demoness was utterly furious. She was forced to dodge the spells thrown at her by Zhongxiaohu, Nanyu, the brother and sister of the Mu clan, and Mo Fan. However, their numbers had given them an edge. The destructive energies from the Wind Disc, Fiery Fist, Ice Lock, Lightning Strike, and Ice Spread kept on coming. Even with her Earth Element's defense, she was unable to protect herself from all of the destructive spells. The demoness did not have an Earth Seed, so her rock barrier was not very outstanding. After a few waves of the intermediate spells, the demoness had no choice but to summon her shield equipment. While evading the attacks, the demoness purposely glanced at Zhao Yulin, who was suffocating from the grip of the demon. She initially planned to take Zhao Yulin's life, but under the circumstances, it would be difficult for her to wipe out the young magicians without freeing up her curse element. Sinister Spider Trap. The demoness spared Zhao Yulin's life. She withdrew the pitch-black demon. Dark red strings appeared on her palm, as tiny as a spider's silk. Following a wave, an eerie crimson flicker appeared above Mo Fan. A ghost-like spider suddenly crawled out from the gap in the air. The spider was less than 10 meters away from Mo Fan's head. It was extending its sharp and long claws, looming over Mo Fan's figure. The spider's claws were synchronized with the demoness actions. As the demoness pulled the strings rapidly, the crimson-red silk surrounded Mo Fan's figure and wrapped around him and his soul. The life-devouring silk was able to drain its target's life force away and devour the target soul, and would eventually kill the target. In a few moments, Mo Fan would end up just like Wang Xiaojun, who had fallen into permanent sleep. Mo Fan was astounded. He was totally unaware that the demoness had set up the spider silk around him. The intermediate spell of the curse element, Sinister Spider Trap, was like a trap spell. Although it seemed like it was able to attack its prey out of nowhere, it needed to be set up beforehand, and wait for the prey to walk into it. Mo Fan never saw the demoness setting up the death trap. He felt a chill go down his spine. The demoness was so adept at using the curse element that he was completely unaware of it. "Brother Mo Fan, don't panic," Xinxia's voice entered Mo Fan's heart. Mo Fan clearly knew how dangerous the Sinister Spider Trap. He could feel the energy of his soul being drained away as he was trying to break free from the spell. However, when Mo Fan heard Xinxia's voice, he realized that he was overly nervous. The psychic element was able to nullify the curse element. Once Xinxia constructed a spirit wall between him and the spider silk, it would stop his life and soul from being drained away. As Xinxia drew the star pattern once again, the demoness wore an eerie grin as if everything were going according to her plan. Mind control. The eyes of the demoness suddenly flickered. The terrifying will was implanted inside Mo Fan's eyes, trying to control his mind with brute force. Mo Fan could feel his body twitching. he could hear a sound inside his ears telling him that the demoness was right beside him. Mo Fan turned around and saw the demoness standing beside him without him knowing. She was drawing some dangerous star pattern. "Watch out, her mind control has switched targets," yelled Shagua, who had been lured a certain distance away. Xinxia, who was focusing on drawing her star pattern, did not expect the demoness was actually targeting her, even though the trap was focusing on Mo Fan. Chapter 507. Possess, Demon King. Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Xinxia was casting Spirit Wall to stop the spider from penetrating Mo Fan's soul, yet the demoness had abused her fast casting speed to control Mo Fan's mind as he was trapped by the spider, intending to kill Xinxia, who was posing the greatest threat to her. Xinxia's Spirit Wall was able to defend her from the curse and psychic element, yet it was useless against Mo Fan's fire and lightning elements. It did not matter if she were stopping or continuing the channeling, she would die either way. "Xinxia, watch out!" screamed Zhao Manyang and Zhong Xiaohu. They did not expect the demoness to control Mo Fan to hurt Xinxia. It was too late for them to react in time to protect Xinxia with defensive spells. Mo Fan was too quick at casting the basic spell Fire Burst. A fireball was simply ignited in his right hand as soon as he flipped it. Mo Fan's basic spell was shockingly powerful. Xinxia would not able to survive it at such a close distance. The group felt a chill down their spine after learning how vicious the demoness was. They immediately glanced in Mo Fan's direction and saw his bloodshot eyes, looking completely like he had lost control of himself. As a matter of fact, Xinxia had somehow turned into the demoness in Mo Fan's eyes. She was uttering a screechy laugh. Mo Fan's hands were trembling. It was possible that his body was subconsciously stopping him from doing it. In the nick of time, the fiery sorceress who was the closest to Mo Fan let out a cry. Xinxia's healing spirit finally worked, allowing the fiery sorceress, who was on the verge of dying, to recover some of her energy. Her body turned into a puff of flame, slamming right at Mo Fan. Mo Fan's hand, which he raised into the air, stiffened eerily. The color of his pupils changed rapidly, as if he were resisting being controlled by the demoness. The demoness was furious when she saw the fiery sorceress slamming into Mo Fan. "Die! Die! Die! You will all die," screamed the demoness. Normally, she was supposed to be able to control the mind of an intermediate magician instantly, and even order him to fire spells at his family members. However, for some reason, the kid's mind was a lot stronger than that of an ordinary intermediate magician. He managed to struggle for a few more seconds. The demoness did not know about the focus necklace on Mo Fan's neck, which partially protected him from her mind control. The truth was, the focus necklace was nowhere enough to protect one from being controlled by an advanced psychic magician. Since Mo Fan had 4 elements in total, his willpower was a lot stronger than any ordinary intermediate magician. The focus necklace and his 4 elements made him the hardest to control among the group. Also, he was not worn out like the 8 magicians. The demoness was focused on trying to get rid of Xinxia, yet she had not expected Mo Fan to have 4 elements and the focus necklace. When she strengthened the spell once again to overcome Mo Fan's resistance, the fiery sorceress had already entered Mo Fan's body. Mo Fan was not sent flying by the collision. It felt like a shadow clone that initially belonged to Mo Fan had returned to his true self. Possession. The exact capability that had allowed the fiery sorceress to make it so far into the safe zone. She was desperately trying to possess Mo Fan so she could oppose the demoness mind control with her strong spirit. The demoness dared to control the worn-out magicians and Mo Fan, who was still an intermediate magician, but she would never dare to control the fiery sorceress, as her extraordinary spirit would simply reflect it with a force capable of shattering the demoness mind. The fiery sorceress had taken over Mo Fan's body. The man who already had fire as his primary element was set aflame. The ocean of flames that was dying slowly suddenly blossomed, painting the surroundings red. The heat from the flame surged in all directions, like an enraged dragon roaming wildly in the area. Flame sprouted out from Mo Fan's eyes as he stepped forward under the fiery sorceress control. Pillar of flames burst out from the ground before him. It felt like the flames in his surroundings were welcoming their emperor. The formidable aura forced the demoness to back off. "You bunch of pricks, I'll kill you all one by one," cursed the demoness when she realized that the situation was no longer in her favor. Since the fiery sorceress had possessed Mo Fan, the power of his fire had grown significantly. The demoness was extremely cunning. She clearly knew that she no longer stood a chance against either Shagua, who was freed from the battle, or Mo Fan, who was currently engulfed in raging flames. She immediately decided to run away. The fire calamity fruit was still in her hands. She could easily get her revenge once she ate the fire calamity fruit. It was unnecessary for her to rush it. "She's running away," yelled Zhong Xiaohu. The demoness was quite an expert at running too. Her speed was fairly shocking with the combination of earth wave and some other equipment. Humph, justice always prevails. When everyone was momentarily stunned, the charming yet proud voice of a little lowly rang out. A net made of intertwining light rays descended from the sky, which landed right where the demoness was running into. The net seemed to have been waiting for her for quite some time. It was already looming over her as she started running. The demoness was totally unaware of it, ran into the net and fell rolling to the ground. Zhao Manyang was stunned. Wasn't that thing the golden light net she used to ensnare the vampire Nai Dong? It had a strong burning effect, which would leave scorched marks on the prey's skin like an iron stamp. Ah! As he thought, the demoness' cries of agony came fairly quickly. The demoness had been burned by the fire calamity before, hence she was very afraid of anything that burned. The light net scorched her already scarred skin, generating incredible pain. You! I'm going to kill you." When the demoness saw it was a seemingly harmless little lowly standing on the other side of the net, she almost lost her mind. She had already made a mistake when she underestimated Mo Fan's crew's strength and determination. Who would dare think that a little girl around the age of 12 would set a trap for her? The demoness was always the one setting traps for the others. Countless commanders and advanced magicians had died at her hands, yet she ended up being ensnared by a light net set up by a little girl. How humiliating. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the demoness being trapped. The young magicians were fully focused on the fight, afraid of being manipulated by the demoness' outstanding capabilities. No one knew where Lingling, who had been staying with them all along, was. Besides, Lingling knew how to protect herself better than anyone else. To their surprise, Lingling had been hiding, waiting for the demoness to flee, just so she could catch the demoness with the net. Chapter 508. Possess, Demon King. Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "What are you waiting for? Kill her!" Lingling yelled at Mo Fan. Lingling was a genius lowly with remarkable senses. She knew how terrifying the demoness' ability to control one's mind and place curses were, so she did not hold onto the net like when she was capturing the vampire before. She immediately fled into the distance after stopping the demoness from escaping. Her little figure was running fairly quickly with the help of some special equipment. The vicious demoness was just about to take her revenge when she realized that the little girl had completely vanished from her sight. It was impossible for her to look for the little lowly who had completely ruined her infamous reputation, as flames were rolling toward her like a tsunami. Mo Fan was unable to float in the air like the fiery sorceress, but he was able to move with a wave of flames. Standing on top of the wave of flames, the Demon King Mo Fan was engulfed in fierce flames. Either Mo Fan's fury or the fiery sorceress' hatred had now transformed into a fiery battle axe rolling into the sky. The astonishing fire almost slashed the sky in half. As the fiery battle axe swung down, the air was set aflame. "No one will die, except you, evil prick!" Mo Fan snapped furiously as his emotions merged with the fiery sorceress into one. The fiery battle axe was like a death sentence falling down on the demoness, aiming to send the vicious sinner down to the 18th floor of hell. As the flames accumulated to the limit, its sharpness was similar to that of a real axe. The fiery axe landed on the demoness' body under her piercing screech, splitting the ugly demoness in half at the waist. The demoness did not die straight away after she was hacked in half. The flames spread from her waist to her head and her legs, burying her in incredible pain from the burns. The demoness screamed wildly. She was afraid of fire the most. It was definitely the cruelest way for her to die. However, despite her scream, no one showed her any compassion. The suffering she was enduring was nothing compared to the pain that Jiangtu and Chen Yi, the mother and daughter, had gone through. Normally, the little loach pendant would absorb the deceased spirits nearby and refine them into soul essences. However, as the spirit of the burned corpse that was slashed in half rose into the air, the little loach pendant remained silent. Even the little loach pendant was extremely disgusted by her dirty soul. It was better for it to simply be erased from the world. The fire was still burning. The light from it lit up the huge villa, which had been turned into a pile of debris. All that was left was a total mess. The fiery sorceress slowly exited Mo Fan's body. Mo Fan did not feel uncomfortable. He turned around and saw the fiery sorceress' pale face. She was already severely injured back at the Fire Pillar Hill, yet she had still followed them all the way here and experienced a tough battle. She was most likely expending her remaining life force. Now that the demoness was dead, the fiery sorceress was also approaching the end of her life. Mo Fan searched the demoness corpse and quickly found the fire calamity fruit inside her space bracelet. "Save her quick," blurted out Ling Ling. Mo Fan handed the fire calamity fruit to the fiery sorceress, who reached out her hands and held the fire calamity fruit cautiously. "Eat it quick," said Mo Fan to the fiery sorceress. The fire calamity fruit was the only way to save her life. Now that the demoness was dead, everything would be back to normal once the fiery sorceress ate the fire calamity fruit. However, the fiery sorceress shook her head. She held the fire calamity fruit and stared at it with a gentle and loving look. Everyone was utterly confused by the scene. The fire calamity fruit was priceless, yet it was not as precious as the fiery sorceress' life. Why would the fiery sorceress rather die instead of eating the fire calamity fruit? Mo Fan stared at the fiery sorceress in confusion. The fiery sorceress was still holding the fire calamity fruit, as if she were waiting for something. Mo Fan was about to say something when the fiery sorceress gently blew all her remaining energy at the fire calamity fruit. The breeze swept past him. Mo Fan could sense the fiery sorceress' remaining life force in it. He was so shocked that he totally forgot to stop her. Is the fiery sorceress out of her mind? Why didn't she just eat the fire calamity fruit to sustain her life? Why would she blow her last breath that contained her remaining life force on the fruit? It's only a fruit, she can still get one after the next fire calamity. "What are you doing?" asked Mo Fan. The fiery sorceress did not answer. She gently held the fire calamity fruit in her hands. Suddenly, the sturdy shell of the fire calamity fruit cracked open. A part of it sprang up and fell to the ground. A tiny hand reached out from the shell. The creature inside the fruit seemed extremely eager to see the outside world, as its hand was grabbing out wildly, trying to smash the shell open. The little arm was around the thickness of Mo Fan's finger, yet it had the properties of fire, but was weak like candlelight. It felt like the air of a heavy breath alone was enough to extinguish it. "Is this?" Mo Fan stared at the fire calamity fruit that had been broken into pieces in astonishment. The little creature inside the fire calamity fruit had broken free from the fruit's layer of protection. Unlike most creatures that would be crying in a fairly weak state, the unique creature that was made of fire seemed to be quite energetic. After breaking out of the shell, it picked up the pieces of the fire calamity fruit and chewed on them like a squirrel. Tiny arms, small legs, and a small, round body. The tiny, elegant creature looked like a porcelain doll, and it sounded like a kitten who had just been fed. "It's the flame Belle," came Xinxia's calm voice. Mo Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. The flame Belle that he was looking for desperately had been hiding inside the fire calamity fruit all along. That was not right. The fire calamity fruit was the flame Belle itself. The unique creature was born from the fire calamity fruit. Mo Fan finally remembered that Chen Yi had mentioned how one would have to look for the fire calamity fruit immediately after the fire calamity, as it would disappear fairly quickly. It was obvious that the fire calamity fruit did not disappear, but was the end of the embryo stage for a creature that had hatched, and that creature was the flame Belle. The fiery sorceress was not just protecting some priceless treasure, but an actual life, a youngling. The fire calamity only happens once after many years, and the starry tree only bears a fire calamity fruit after the fire calamity, which is the flame Belle in her embryo stage. Jiangtu was saved by an aged flame Belle, who sacrificed a flame Belle that was not born yet in exchange for her life. Chapter 509. Little Flame Belle. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Her soul was saved because of the sacrifice of another life. She stayed at the Fire Pillar Hill ever since, at the Starry Tree, to guard the new life after the fire calamity. The little creature is too fragile, and many demon beasts and humans desired its power. Without a guardian, it would be easily taken away, and the flame Belle, as a rare species, would forever disappear from this world. Xinxia revealed everything she knew. The fiery sorceress had chased them all the way here to secure the lineage of the flame Belle. The flame Belle was born on the Starry Tree in the fiery brazier in the middle of a desert. The world was huge, with countless species, yet only the flame Belle violated the natural way of producing offspring. It relied on a special way to keep their lineage, which guaranteed them to be the purest form of life, blessed by nature. The little flame Belle ran around restlessly. The debris across the place became her joyful playground, completely unaware of the destruction, death, and conspiracy just a few moments ago. Mo Fan always thought he was a heartless man. All the deaths he had witnessed in the past had made him numb when it came to a situation like this, yet when he saw the fiery sorceress fire dying slowly and the little creature jumping around in such a lively manner, he suddenly found himself choking with sobs. The flame Belle did not realize that the fiery sorceress whose life was coming to an end was her mother. She stood there blinking her big eyes and uttered a confused moan similar to that of a kitten. She had no idea how difficult her birth was. The fiery sorceress' life came to an end. Mo Fan believed that her eyes were full of relief when she saw the flame Belle being born healthy. She would never regret what she had done. If there was anything she felt not satisfied, it was the fact that she only had limited time to look at the little creature. The flame Belle cried softly. She had the ability to float in the air. The tired creature flew into Mo Fan's arms. Mo Fan was surprised. It felt like the little creature had been circulating around him since she was born. Did she mistakenly assume he was her father? She left a marking in your soul when she possessed you. The flame Belle will be treating you like her parent. Brother Mo Fan, Jiangtu hopes that you will take good care of the little flame Belle, said Xinxia. Mo Fan cast a glance at the little flame porcelain doll lying in his arms, then at the slowly fading fiery sorceress. He was indeed hoping that he would get a flame Belle youngling as his contracted beast, yet he never thought it would turn out like this. Mo Fan took a deep breath as he was aware of the great responsibility entrusted to him. If her soul is still around, please tell her that when the fire calamity happens again, I'll bring the flame Belle to the Starry Tree and help her guard her lineage, Mo Fan told Xinxia. Xinxia shook her head and said, that was the last fire calamity, and she is the last flame Belle. Why? Mo Fan exclaimed in surprise. Xinxia did not answer, as she only learned that from the disjointed memories of the fiery sorceress. The fire calamity would never happen again, nor would the Starry Tree bear any fire calamity fruit. The little creature was the last flame Belle, and once she died, her species would become extinct. Fine. I'll take good care of this little thing, Mo Fan nodded sternly. He initially thought the hope of getting a flame Belle was lost, yet he still ended up getting one. The truth was, the information about the flame Belle supplied by the hunters was mere rumors and speculations. The flame Belle they had seen over the past few years was actually the fiery sorceress Jiangtu. The real flame Belle lying in his arms was as light as a kitten and as adorable as a porcelain doll. The flames surrounding her were weak and barely emitted any heat. Mo Fan drew the summoning star pattern after calming his thoughts. Mo Fan had never cast the intermediate summoning spell despite ranking up to intermediate a long time ago. Not only was he slow at casting the spell, he even failed a few times. It did not make too much of a difference. As he slowly completed the summoning star pattern, he placed the contract seal on the flame bell. The flame bell did not reject his energy. She rolled over and received the seal, before falling asleep again, as if she were telling Mo Fan not to wake a little baby up until it was time for food. By the way, what are you going to do if the flame bell drinks milk? Jiao Manyang went up to Mo Fan and asked jealously. Mo Fan straightened his face and mouthed his reply silently, as he was concerned of disturbing the flame bell's sleep. Piss off. I think she eats soul seed pieces, and they have to be fire elemental too, said Nanyu confidently. What? Mo Fan was left dumbfounded. Soul seed pieces? Soul seed pieces are extremely costly. He would rather feed the flame bell milk. A nanny would only cost a little bit of money every month. Besides, he still had gorgeous beauties like Xinxia, Tang Yu, Mu Nujiao, and the others to feed her. Brother Fan, do you have enough money to buy milk powder to feed her? Zhong Xiaohu asked softly. Mo Fan's face went dark. Judging from how the flame bell had eaten all the pieces of the fire calamity fruit in only a few minutes, God knows how many soul seed pieces he needed to feed her every day. How much money would he have to invest before she became mature? Luckily we saved up some supply at the North Burning Valley. I don't think it's enough. I heard that the flame bell also eats soul seeds, since soul seed pieces aren't filling enough. That's right, it said that the flame bell will possess a higher level flame once she matures if you feed her soul seeds. Mo Fan, I'm sure that a Puvo like you won't be able to raise her appropriately. Give her to me, my family has more than enough resources. Mo Fan gave Jiao Manyang a full screen of the same phrase, piss off. The flame bell's lineage is extraordinary, her strength is surely formidable if you raise her well. Mo Fan, even if you have to sell all your possessions, you have to take good care of her. Don't worry about living a tough life, it will soon pay off. It's time for me to get back to the army, otherwise I'll get brought up as a deserter, sighed Zhong Xiaohu. Huzzy, I can't let you go back empty-handed, take this soul seed. Brother Fan, I already found a diamond rock when you were swept away by the lava. I can sell it for a good price, you should keep the soul seed to feed your little flame bell. Mo Fan squinted. This son of a bitch Zhong Xiaohu, he still had the mood to dig up a diamond rock when he was swept away by the lava. I'll be taking this. Jiao Manyang took the contents of the Demonis space ring. There was not much, but it was still profit. Xinxia took a piece of psychic equipment that the Demonis was wearing, which seemed to be fairly valuable. Even though their profit was not as great as Mo Fan's, their loot was actual money and equipment, unlike Mo Fan, who still had to invest further before reaping the harvest. He was already a bottomless hole in need of resources, and now he had to raise a little flame bell that ate fire seeds and fire seed pieces. It seemed like he had to accept more quests. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to feed his family. Chapter 510. Not for sale. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Last night, Lower Town was struck by a meteorite, which resulted in a huge fire. Chairman Zhao Yulin's villa suffered a great loss. The weird meteorite contained a mysterious energy, lots of vehicles broke down because of it. Lower Town is on fire due to the meteorite. The workers were evacuated in time, thus there was no casualty, which could have been a lot worse. A few days later, the news was still being reported. Even though Lower Town was fairly distant from the city, the news reporters still managed to get some information. Zhao Yulin does have some power, controlling the news and manipulating it into an accident. I guess the incident did wake him up. Mo Fan turned off the television. The news being fed to the public was somehow acceptable. Xinxia nodded. The fiery sorceress Jiangtu was protecting the lineage of Flame Belle. Now that the Flame Belle was born healthy, her duty had been fulfilled. Brother Mo Fan, I'm going back to school. I've been out for such a long time, my teachers are going to scold me, said Xinxia. I'll send you back. The return journey between Hangzhou and Shanghai only took half a day. Mo Fan sent Xinxia back to school and returned to the Pearl Institute. Zhong Xiaohu and Nanyu went back to their headquarters, especially the former who had left urgently, as if something tricky was waiting for him back in the army. Mo Fan was going to ask Zhong Xiaohu to stay in Shanghai for a few days and enjoy himself, but he had no choice but to let Zhong Xiaohu go because of the urgent matter. After settling the tasks on hand, Mo Fan paid Huotuo a visit. Considering the length of time, his armor equipment should be done by now. Mo Fan was waiting to wear it so he could climb the rankings. His cultivation was too weak. There was no chance he could defeat stronger demon beasts and magicians if he did not improve anytime soon. When he arrived at the Opal Tower, he went straight to Huotuo's shop and saw the guy with the shameless name Li Junnan dozing off at the counter. "Why is it you again? By the way, your snake scales didn't even have lines. How are they good?" Li Junnan stopped Mo Fan. The question had troubled him every night since then. Mo Fan rolled his eyes, not wanting to speak to the apprentice with a very touching IQ. "Where's my stuff?" asked Mo Fan. "Is it Mo Fan? Thanks to the 2 fangs you found, I've invented something remarkable. Do you want to take a, hey, what's the little fire on your shoulder?" Huotuo went up to Mo Fan with squinted eyes. "My contracted beast." Mo Fan was left speechless. He grabbed the little flame bell jumping around his shoulders and flicked the little, adorable porcelain doll on her head to teach her a lesson. "Didn't I tell you not to come out on your own? It's fine if you burn someone, but it's no good if you ended up burning the flowers and plants." Ling Tilda the flame bell lowered her head. She almost broke into tears, feeling wronged. Mo Fan felt helpless. Other people's contracted beasts would stay in the contracted space and only appear when they were summoned. The flame bell, on the other hand, appeared to have some weird power, allowing her to move freely between the contracted space and reality. Mo Fan could not do anything about it. This must be the flame bell. Suddenly, Huotuo's eyes glistened like a pervert pedophile seeing an adorable little loli. He was so close to lunging at her. Hey, watch yourself, old man," said Mo Fan sternly, stopping Huotuo, who was trying to hug the little creature. Huotuo coughed awkwardly. "My bad, I was too excited. Kid, give me a price, I'll buy the flame bell from you." "Whatever the price you say." Huotuo's face was flushed. He did not even act like this when he saw the vampire's fangs. Little did Mo Fan know, the flame bell was basically the dream pet of every forge master. Normally only magicians with either fire or lightning elements were able to become a forge master, but the best forge masters were always summoners with fire element contracted beasts, as they were able to help them in the process of forging equipment. Different materials were processed by flames with different effects, so by gaining control of a different type of fire, a forge master would be able to insert more power into the process and forge higher quality equipment. Huotuo was a 3-flame forge master, as he had 3 different types of fire to forge with. A creature like a flame bell usually had 2 different types of fire. In other words, if Huotuo was able to get a flame bell and train her, he would become a 4-flame forge master, making him a world-renowned forge master. The only problem was, a creature like the flame bell did not come easily. Most people only heard about it from rumors, instead of seeing a real one. Those who had seen one were not strong enough to take her down, let alone get their hands on a flame bell's youngling. In order to become a world-famous forge master, the stingy Huotuo was willing to expend half of his possessions in exchange for a flame bell. As such, Huotuo almost went crazy when he saw Mo Fan with a flame bell. He simply asked Mo Fan to give him a price, and he would not blink even if the kid asked for hundreds of millions. Calm down, I'll offer you 1,000 million to sell your granddaughter to me. Will you do it? This flame bell is not for sale, just give it up." Mo Fan shoved the mad old man away. "Mo Fan, oh no, brother Mo Fan, just sell her to me. I'll pay any price you say." The old man was unstoppable, acting shamelessly. The only step he lacked was hugging Mo Fan's legs, begging him for the flame bell. Li Junnan was dumbfounded. He still did not understand the snake scales, and now another shocking question had popped up. Why was his master, who disregarded so many valuable treasures, so obsessed with a little fire porcelain doll? Where was his dignity as a forge master? Mo Fan was totally helpless against the old man Huotuo. He quickly put the flame bell away. Huotuo could not do anything, either. Mo Fan simply did not want to sell it, regardless of what he was willing to offer. To fawn upon Mo Fan, Huotuo quickly handed the black snake armor to him. The old man, who was initially intending to scam some extra fees from the kid, immediately decided against it. How about this? Since she's already your contracted beast, it would be quite troublesome to sell her to me. I'll take you in as my apprentice. With the flame bell, you can easily become a 4-flame forge master. As for the learning fees, I'll give you a discount, said Huotuo sternly. CYA. Mo Fan took the armor and left. Crazy man, who would want to be his apprentice? Mo Fan was aiming to become the greatest magician of all time. He had no interest in forging whatsoever. Chapter 5:11. For the sake of the kid. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Forge masters were usually lightning and fire magicians. Since Mo Fan had both fire and lightning, he was considered extremely suitable to becoming a forge master, but the art of forging was very profound. Not only would one need to learn lots of information about crafting and materials, including breaking them down, refining them, and then combining them, they would also need to choose their soul seeds wisely. Mo Fan was not into learning life skills and spending his time on random stuff. He preferred killing monsters and PvP battles. Although he would save lots of money by becoming a forge master himself, and he could even make a living doing it, it required a great investment of time. Mo Fan was already running short on time to cultivate. There was no way he would waste more time on other stuff. His priority now was to improve his fire elements to the highest limit of the intermediate level, before he started thinking about breaking through to the advanced level. After Mo Fan returned to school, he was granted the chance to cultivate inside the 3-step tower for a day. A single day was too short for Mo Fan. Even if he forcefully made his way to the 3rd floor where the energy was more abundant, it would only stabilize the foundation of his lightning element. It was nowhere enough for him to break through. As such, Mo Fan started to challenge those ranked in the top 20. The students in the top 20 were allowed to cultivate in the 3-step tower for 3 days every month. Lately, he had spent most of his time on questing and exploring in the wild. His fighting capacity was fairly outstanding, but his cultivation was a lot weaker than those ranked higher on the leaderboard. After all, they were given 3 days to cultivate in the 3-step tower every month. Those few days alone were enough to make a huge difference. Mo Fan did not leave his house unless necessary for 2 months. Apart from meditating diligently, he also relied on the 3-step tower to force a breakthrough, and finally managed to improve his shadow element nebula to the 2nd level. Mo Fan's next target was the lightning element, which had idled at the 2nd level for quite some time. He would find himself at a disadvantage against those whose 2 elements had both achieved the 3rd level. The good news was, over the past 2 months, the little flame bell did grow slightly. In the past, Mo Fan only needed to open his hand for the little creature to sleep on his palm. Now, he needed 2 hands to hold her. The little flame bell still looked like an adorable porcelain doll. If it weren't for the flames burning on her body, she would look no different than a little girl around the age of 2. The flame bell is growing quite fast. However, I'll be challenging the guys in the top 20 next month. She's still too weak against them, Mo Fan said to himself with a frown as he sat at the Clear Sky Hunter Agency bar. Each of the students ranked in the top 20 was a maniac. Mo Fan already felt the great pressure when he fought against those in the top 50. As he prepared to challenge those in the top 20, he was hoping to have more safety measures, in addition to the black snake armor. The phases of a contracted beast are somewhat similar to a demon beast, which include the youth phase, the adult phase, and the peak phase. A creature with a weaker lineage will go through the phases much quicker. A creature like the one-eyed magic wolf only needs half a year to reach the adult phase from birth without the support of any item. It's even faster than an ordinary pet dog. Your flame Belle's lineage is rather impressive. It has been 2 months, but she still hasn't reached the youth stage. She's still in her infant phase, despite the fact that she has already eaten lots of soul seed pieces, Lingling informed him as she flipped through the pages of a book. Not even the youth stage. Mo Fan was left speechless. The growing pace of the creatures that sign a contract with summoners is affected by the supply of energy your nebula is providing. As such, the time it takes for her to grow is a lot shorter, added Lingling. You should just tell me how long she will need to reach the youth stage. Mo Fan rested his chin on his hand and wryly glanced at the little flame Belle running happily along the bar's table. The flame Belle looked fairly plump, which was likely because she had been eating well for the past 2 months. She was almost like a little fireball, who would not feel any pain when falling to the ground. She could easily bounce half the distance she fell from back into the air. Based on my calculations, it would normally take her 3 to 5 years to grow from the infant phase to the youth phase. Her pace of growth is very similar to that of humans. Lingling raised her fingers. All right, I guess I've pretty much adopted a daughter. I'll be an old man when she finally has some great achievements. You've been feeding her soul seed pieces, which should shorten the time it takes to a third normal. This means she will only need around 12 to 17 months to reach the youth phase. Her growing pace will be increased by another 3 times because of the energy from your summoning element. As a result, it should only take her 4 to 5 months to reach the youth phase, which means the shortest possible time for her to reach the youth phase is a month, or 3 months at the latest. Lingling instantly broke down the information like a king of data. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh. It was still acceptable after hearing the analysis. It would be troublesome if she needed 3 to 5 years to only reach the youth phase. Once she reaches the youth phase, you can start feeding her soul seeds, said Lingling. Mo Fan was speechless. 20 million for a tin of milk powder. How could he possibly afford to look after her? Of course, a creature with stronger lineage needs a huge amount of resources, but the benefits you get in return are huge, too. I roughly estimate, based on the rate of growth from the amount of soul seed pieces you're feeding her, the flame Belle should be as strong as the swift star wolf when she reaches the youth phase, added Lingling. Warrior level at the youth phase. Mo Fan was stunned. That's right, her strength will be warrior level during her youth phase, Lingling declared confidently. Mo Fan was speechless for quite some time. The swift star wolf was already in his adult phase, yet his strength was around the early warrior level stage, still some distance away from the stronger warrior level creatures. Despite that, even a fire magician in the top 100 would have trouble fighting against him alone. According to Lingling, the flame Belle's strength would be around the middle stage of the warrior level when she reached the youth phase, which meant that those ranked in the top 50 would not be able to defeat her, without him needing to do anything. Youth phase, that was only the youth phase. Doesn't that mean when the little flame Belle reached the peak phase, or even the adult phase, even the commander level creatures would have to avoid her? Come, have some soul seed pieces, your dad is loaded with money, you can have as many soul seed pieces as you want, eat more. Mo Fan took out a handful of soul seed pieces from his pocket. The soul seed pieces were all that remained from those they had collected from the Burning Valley. Mo Fan could not wait to let the little flame Belle eat them, even though each piece was more expensive than diamonds, just so she could reach the youth phase earlier. The little flame Belle ate the soul seed pieces like chocolate. She bit half of each piece and unmunched it with puffed cheeks. Her eyes were squinted like fiery crescents as she indulged happily. Mo Fan fondled the little flame Belle's head with a smile on his face. A rich merchant's mansion is haunted, the reward is 1 million. Are you interested? Yes. A group of herb vendors wants to get some herbs outside of the safe zone. They're asking for a magician to escort them. The reward is great, but they are only asking for a hunter master. Are you interested? Aren't you a hunter master? Accept it. Mo Fan was extremely pumped. As long as the quest gave money as a reward, he accepted all of them without hesitation, regardless of their difficulty. It was all for the sake of the kid. Chapter 5:12. Beheading the Darkwing Wolf. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Late night. The city that was normally lit up with dazzling light somehow seemed quiet in the midst of the icy wind. Inside the apartment, Mo Fan pushed the door open tiredly and glanced at the clothes, packages of snacks, and socks that were scattered across the floor. Not in the mood to tidy them up, Mo Fan toppled over onto the bed and fell asleep. The quest put up by the herb vendors was extremely difficult. If it weren't for his black snake armor, it might have been the end of him. Either way, he did not let the Clear Sky Hunter Agency down, and managed to complete the quest. Mo Fan had totally expended all his energy, thus he went to bed straight away, without realizing that the window was open. He slept throughout the night and was woken up by the blinding sunlight slapping him to the face. The little flame Belle woke up earlier than Mo Fan. She was walking around on the bed, and would trample Mo Fan's face at times. Her fiery feet left scorched marks on his face, waking him up from his half-asleep state. Mo Fan picked up the naughty flame Belle and flicked her forehead. The little creature immediately cried out and waved her limbs in the air wildly. Mo Fan finally calmed her down after feeding her a soul seed piece, before falling back onto the bed after feeling how sore he was. A few seconds later, Mo Fan flung the blanket open and stared at the clean room in bewilderment. He might be worn out, but it did not give him amnesia. Mo Fan clearly remembered how messy his room was prior to going to sleep. Why did it completely change after a night? He could still detect a faint pleasant scent lingering in the room. Mo Fan glanced at the little flame Belle who was munching her chocolate in confusion, before shaking his head in disagreement. It would be a relief if she didn't burn the room down around him. How could she possibly tidy it up? Since Xinxia had left, he had not cleaned up. Lots of unsightly stuff had stacked up over the past 2 months. Liu are you? Mo Fan suddenly recalled something. He glanced at the closed window. Mo Fan touched his neck and felt something piercing him slightly. He looked into the mirror and discovered a tiny kiss on his neck. There was no hole. Liu are you seemed to know that Mo Fan had gone through some tough battles, thus he was extremely worn out. She did not drink his blood. Over the past 2 months, Mo Fan was aware that his neck would sprout tiny holes every now and then. He was guessing it was Liu are you. She seemed to only be able to drink only his blood to stay alive, yet she was not willing to face him, thus she would only visit him while he was asleep. She never overdid it, and never showed the greed of a vampire. For a healthy human, losing some blood would actually promote blood circulation, like donating it. Liu are you would always control her desire without affecting Mo Fan's health. Looking at the closed window and the mark on his neck, Mo Fan let out a wry smile. Mo Fan knew she was still in the city, and watching over him secretly. However, Mo Fan never thought she would choose this path. Even though she would need to drink his blood in order to survive, she was still unwilling to step into his world and disturb his life. The Nanling Mountains. Even when one was flying high up in the sky, there was no visible end to the mountains. 2 pairs of wind wings spread open, gliding below the layer of the clouds. The wings slashed the white clouds apart, leaving an obvious trail behind. The owner of the wings was a long-haired man with a stubbled face. He was wearing a torn military jacket, dried blood stains on it. Below him was a boundless mountain range, glowing eyes poking out between the trees and staring at the human who dared to trespass over their territory. However, despite a great number of demon wolves having gathered, none of them dared to attack the human, because the human was holding an enormous wolf head in his right hand. The wolf head had 2 horns and lines indicating a noble lineage on its forehead. Its fangs were exposed to the air. It was beheaded around the middle part of its neck, blood still coming out from the cut, dripping onto the mountains. As the human flew forward, it left a trail of blood on the ground, from one mountain to the next. The demon wolves living in the area did not dare to try and kill the human, as the head he was holding in his hand belonged to their ruler, the Darkwing wolf. The man had invaded the demon wolves' territory, and ended up bringing the Darkwing wolf's head back to Bo City. When the hero Jiangtu arrived at Bo City, the civilians found themselves tearing up, their hearts filled with respect toward the battle mage. Jiangtu, you have disobeyed your orders. Didn't I tell you that we'd find some way to eliminate the demon wolves horde, but you insisted on doing it your own way? If you die, Bo City will be in danger, scolded the new commander protecting Bo City, Jiangtu. John Kong threw the Darkwing wolf's head to the ground and said coldly, if I continue to wait for a coward like you to do it, how long will it take before the dead of Bo City finds their peace? What did you say? Snapped Jiangtu. You can punish me however you want, I'll accept it when the time comes. John Kong did not stop there. His wind wings prepared to send him back into the sky. Where are you going? Snapped Jiangtu when he saw that John Kong was not paying any attention to him. I am going to look for Salon, said John Kong. The Black Vatican's Red Cardinal. Jiangtu was stunned. Salon. A name that would make many authorities of the Magic Association shiver in fear. John Kong did not explain further. He flew into the distance despite the injuries to his body. The greatest threat to Bo City had been eliminated, thus he would leave the rest to Jiangtu. John Kong's eyes were staring to the northwest, filled with murderous intent. Not only did John Kong kill the Darkwing wolf at the Nanling Mountains, he had also discovered a shocking conspiracy. Bo City was never Salon's real target. If I can survive this, I'll look for you under the gaps of Qianshan Mountain. If not, please forgive me for not keeping my promise. You know I, John Kong, am never intimidated by anyone, but this Salon, his evil is something that no one has ever seen before. The fear he brings is enough to penetrate my bones. John Kong wore a dark expression, his hand clenched tightly around a broken necklace. The sky and the ground were connected into one. The road ahead was filled with uncertainty. He knew that the closer he was to that person, the closer he would be to death, but he was left with no choice. His figure grew smaller as he flew into the distance on his hunt. Chapter 513. Novel Fire. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Such an annoying electric field, my ferocious and scorpion can't get close to him. Dongfang was anxious now. Back at Hangzhou, he had been destroyed by this guy's 4th-tier basic spell. Now that he was being challenged by him in a ranking battle, he felt like the fight was even harder. Dongfang had purposely traded his wing equipment for an outstanding suit of armor to prepare himself for the duel, as it served as a guarantee that he would be able to face Mo Fan's basic spell. However, not only did Mo Fan not use his fire spell, he had used his 4th-tier lightning strike to create an electric field. Dongfang second element was the summoning element, yet it was completely useless against Mo Fan. His ferocious ant scorpion was a unique summoned beast. The fighting ability of a single ferocious ant scorpion was similar to that of a servant-class creature, but even a warrior-level creature would have to back off when fighting against a pack of ferocious ant scorpions. Dongfang contracted beast was the ferocious ant scorpion warrior. Its strength was nothing outstanding, but he was able to summon more than 20 of them at once to attack his target. It was basically Dongfang trump card, one that he had prepared specifically to fight against Mo Fan. Unfortunately, he did not realize that Mo Fan was not afraid of a group fight. The 4th-tier lightning strike was basically a tiny domain. Mo Fan was able to abuse the electric field to prevent himself from being flanked back when he fought the giant lizards. The number of the ferocious ant scorpions was not as great as the giant lizards, hence there was no reason for Mo Fan to be afraid. The 19th rank is mine. A smile blossomed on Mo Fan's face. Thunderbolt! He pointed his finger at the sky, triggering a thunderbolt to descend out of nowhere and strike Dongfang ocean blue armor. The lightning blasted the thick armor open. Arc splintered into the surroundings. Dongfang height somehow shortened, he turned out to have dropped to his knees from the overwhelming impact. Dongfang legs were trembling badly. The armor had already blocked a few lightning strikes for him, and had finally gone over its limit. The energy of the lightning penetrated his body through the gaps of the armor. He could feel his bones almost falling apart. He could not accept his defeat. Dongfang initially thought he could redeem himself from the humiliation he had suffered in Hangzhou, yet he had lost once again. The truth was, Dongfang had an innate talent, which allowed him to draw star patterns for the fire element twice as fast as ordinary magician. It was a huge advantage for him, which together with his rich background was enough to secure him a spot in the top 3 in Pearl Institute. However, he was stuck at rank 19 instead. After losing the battle, he had no choice but to hand over his 19th rank. Meanwhile, his rank dropped all the way to 45th. That lazy prick lost, just as I thought, smiled a young man in the spectator seats. Dongfang, how long will it take for you to defeat this double innate elements guy? Said Zhu Shuming beside him. Dongfang raised his head as if he were in a deep thought. A few seconds later, he finally spoke up, based on what he has shown until now, probably 1 or 2 rounds of attacks. Zhu Shuming was startled, before he burst out laughing and tapped Dongfang on the shoulder. I'll remember that. It doesn't mean anything, since there are a few more behind me who he can't surpass. I don't think you'll see me defeating him anytime soon, said Dongfang. True, but I have something to tell you, related to this double innate elements kid, said Zhu Shuming. Oh. Dongfang raised his eyebrows. He has taken a provisional spot, said Zhu Shuming mysteriously. The selection hasn't started yet. How could he possibly get a spot? Dongfang was not too happy at the news. Even with his strength, he was not qualified to get a provisional spot. There was no way this double innate elements guy was able to do so. Councilman Zhu Meng, the Lingyan Enforcement Union, and Hangzhou City Council all recommended him. I only heard about it coincidentally, said Zhu Shuming. Sounds like a big shot. Not really, I've already investigated his background. He was only extremely lucky to help Hangzhou resolve a plague. The Enforcement Union is inclined to recommend him as a candidate for the Huang ranking. If there isn't any young magician that has a higher achievement than him, he's most likely going to enter, said Zhu Shuming. Dongfang finally withdrew his scornful attitude. He glanced at Mo Fan, who was walking down from the dueling ground. The Huang ranking. This guy was a provisional candidate of the Huang ranking. There were many talented young magicians in a country, and most of them went to different famous schools in different places. Normally, it was difficult for them to get the chance to fight against one another. Therefore, how would people evaluate their talents? Each element in the schools had their own rankings, while some had rankings for the entire school. Meanwhile, the Hunter Union had the Hunter ranking. These rankings were only applicable to their respective environments. It was not enough to become the standard for evaluating one's strength. As a result, the magic associations across the 5 continents had constructed for rankings, designed through precise filtering and evaluation. The 4 world rankings, which were translated into Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The Tian ranking, Di ranking, and Xian ranking consisted of experts from different levels. Most of the magicians listed on these rankings had wide reputations and outstanding strength. Mu Dao, whom Shiguo had sworn his loyalty to, was a magician of the Xian ranking. Even without any title, his status was on par with a councilman. The Huang ranking, on the other hand, was for young magicians. Protecting the underground holy spring during Bo City's calamity, wiping out the Black Vatican in Shanghai, and resolving the plague of Hangzhou City, Mo Fan was involved, and even played a critical role in all of them. The Huang ranking would update once every 4 years, and the magician recommended to be listed on the Huang ranking in the China region was Mo Fan. Basically, Mo Fan already had a spot reserved in the World College Tournament. Most importantly, his name was submitted to the National Magic Association, and after going through the Asia Continent Magic Association, his name would be listed on the Huang ranking. Mo Fan was pretty much a grassroots magician. He would never learn about the 4 world rankings if no one told him about them. To an extent, he would not even know he was already quite famous among the young magicians in the country. Once the announcement regarding the change of Huang ranking was made, even those from other countries would learn about him. Both Zhu Shuming and Dongfang considered themselves among the top talents among young magicians in the country. They were eagerly anticipating taking part in the World College Tournament and entering the Huang ranking. When they learned the guy with double innate elements had already secured a spot in both of them, it was difficult for them to laugh at him anymore. Chapter 514. Innate Talent. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Can't do anything about that, his contributions are not replicable. I'm sure that you're feeling the same way as I am. What right does a guy who struggles to secure the 19th rank have to step on us, laughed Zhu Shuming. Dongfang went silent for a while before he said with a smile, things aren't that complicated. Both the World College Tournament and the Huang ranking evaluates one based on their strength. We just need to defeat him. The people of the Magic Association will also take a defeat in the school's ranking into account. You're right. I've never heard of anyone listed on the Huang ranking being crushed by his opponents at school. His contributions to society might be impressive, but he's too weak to be listed on the ranking. Zhu Shuming was relieved after he heard Dongfang Lai's words. Mo Fan had no idea someone was already targeting him. Through the repeated duels, he realized that his strength was not too outstanding. He had to rely on the 3-step tower to improve his cultivation. Otherwise, he would lose horribly against those with half a foot into the advanced level. After Mo Fan secured the 19th spot, he was granted the chance to train in the 3-step tower for 5 days. Mo Fan focused on cultivating his lightning element nebula. Mo Fan went to the 3rd floor of the 3-step tower and barely stayed there for 2 days. He finally improved his lightning nebula to the 3rd level after crazily absorbing the lightning element there. As for the remaining 3 days, he focused on the shadow element. His shadow element had remained stagnant for quite some time. To his relief, he was able to improve his shadow element to the 2nd level before the period of 5 days came to an end. If his cultivation had not dropped a level because of him demonizing, he would not have fallen so far behind compared to those ranked in the top 20. All 4 of his elements would have reached the 3rd level. Mo Fan had many elements, thus he had to spend extra effort to cultivate them. For those ranked higher up in the ranking, spending a longer time in the 3-step tower would not benefit them as much, yet Mo Fan was still focusing on improving his other elements. His fire element, which was currently at the 3rd level, was not able to benefit as much as it did when he first entered the 3-step tower. However, both the shadow element and the summoning element were being cultivated in the 3-step tower for the first time, so the results were fairly impressive. Mo Fan had to climb higher up in the ranking so he could cultivate in the 3-step tower longer, just so all his 4 elements could improve at the same time. The Flame Belle's growth rate would increase to 4-fold when his summoning element reached the 2nd level. This was extremely important to Mo Fan, as the quicker the Flame Belle was able to reach her adolescent phase, the faster he would have a ruler-level contracted beast. His lightning element was currently at the 3rd level, while the shadow element was at the 2nd level. The next time he visited the 3-step tower, he would improve his summoning element to the 2nd level. Mo Fan was in a good mood when he came out from the 3-step tower. He had spent most of his time training in the wild, and was fairly experienced at battle and completing missions, unlike the magicians who cultivated at school most of the time. As such, the benefits he received during every visit to the 3-step tower were relatively impressive, too. It was similar to a martial artist. The 3-step tower was like rinsing their body in herbs. Although rising their body in herbs every day did improve their physical attributes, it was not as significant as the hidden potential awakened by those who fought a series of battles, then rinsed bodies stained with sweat and blood in herbs. As such, lately, whenever Mo Fan visited the 3-step tower, his cultivation would improve. Both his fire and lightning were at the 3rd level, and the reason why Mo Fan was able to fight against students higher on the ranking. His next step was to improve his summoning element to the 2nd level. The summoning element was the one that Mo Fan had spent the least amount of time on. As such, he would need to spend at least 7 days in the 3-step tower to improve it to the 2nd level in one go. Only those ranked in the top 10 were given a chance to cultivate in the 3-step tower for 7 days. Mo Fan, are you sure you're not going to take it slowly? Trying to jump from rank 19 to 10 is a bit ambitious. Ari Tutu warned him seriously when she learned of his intentions. Each rank in the top 30 is difficult enough, let alone jumping from 19th to 10th. You should try fighting rank 15 first before going any further. Mu Nujiao shared the same thoughts as Ari Tutu. Mo Fan was definitely being too aggressive. Mu Nujiao's strength had improved at a crazy rate over the past year as well. She was now ranked 47th in the plant school and still climbing her way up. Mu Nujiao thought she was fast at climbing the ranks. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was trying to get into the top 10. Those ranked in top 10, if she could describe them, they were simply a bunch of monsters. That's wasting too much time. The earlier I can get into top 10, the earlier I can get my hands on the resources. They give lots of soul seed pieces, too. You have no idea how poor I am right now. Mo Fan smiled wryly, glaring at the little flame Belle playing with his hair. I can't say otherwise. From what I know, everyone in the top 10 has their own innate talent. If you want to challenge them, you should learn what their innate talents are beforehand, Mu Nujiao advised when she realized that she could not convince Mo Fan otherwise. Innate talents. Something similar to your double innate elements. Even though they aren't as bizarre as your double innate elements, those who are ranked higher usually have greater innate talents, said Mu Nujiao. Now that Mu Nujiao had mentioned it, Mo Fan finally recalled that Dongfang Ming also had an innate talent, which allowed him to draw the star patterns at twice the speed of everyone else. However, the guy was too lazy. He did not utilize the potential of his outstanding innate talent. Innate talents were fairly rare to come by. Normally, those who had one would have a huge advantage over others if they were not putting it to waste. Mo Fan had yet to encounter many who had one, but on second thought, he was now at the Pearl Institute, one of the most famous magic institutes in the country. Therefore, it was reasonable to find all sorts of maniacs here. Most of those ranked in the top 10 had an innate talent. No wonder people kept telling him that it was impossible to win against those in the top 10. Their innate talents had already given them a huge advantage, and if they actually worked hard, how could other magicians stand any chance against them? According to Mu Nujiao, since Mo Fan was still a new student, even with his dominating innate talent, there was no rush to challenge the top 10 students, as they were most likely seniors in the school who had taken control of the resources for many years. They had outstanding cultivations, a full set of equipment, and soul seeds for both their elements. They were basically unbeatable at the intermediate level. If he were to stumble into one with an innate talent, he basically had no chance of winning. Chapter 5:15. My opponent is Ding Yumian. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The cultivation regression as a side effect of demonizing had resulted in Mo Fan struggling to keep up with the others. Mo Fan did not want to waste any more of his time, so he still decided to challenge the top 10 students. Mo Fan's challenge startled the entire fire school. The news spread crazily fast, and the next thing Mo Fan knew, everyone had given him the title, rank-climbing Demon King. Among the newer students, Mu Nujiao had been the fastest at climbing the ranking. She was the only one in the top 50, yet when compared to the Demon King, she was 40 ranks behind. Mo Fan, do you seriously have to go so far? I'm still ranked above 200. Where will my face be when you enter the top 10? Zhao Manyang said in despair. Forget about climbing the ranking, mocked Mo Fan. What elements did this guy have? Light and water? Mo Fan knew that most people who awakened one of these two elements ended up going to the balcony. TL note, going to the balcony is slang to describe those who are miserable and thinking of committing suicide. If anything, Mo Fan believed that he would have a hard time defeating Zhao Manyang in a battle, but everyone else would have the same trouble, too. He was pretty much a turtle with a hard shell. The only way he could win was to wait until his opponent expended all his energy. It was truly a miracle that he had managed to secure his current rank. Mo Fan found it interesting trying to picture the students' expressions when they were challenged by him. I aim to participate in the World College Tournament. I could not care less about the ranking here, Zhao Manyang said proudly. Is the World College Tournament fun? Mo Fan asked. It's not just fun. Once you're selected, the school will sponsor you on a trip to other countries for training. Think about it, not only will your team have a few beauties, you will also meet the hottest from other countries. Therefore, even if you lost all the battles at the City of Water, Venice, you will still become a legend, spreading your seed across the world. Zhao Manyang plotted ambitiously. Spreading my seed across the world. Mo Fan felt himself lighting up when he heard those words. Zhao Manyang was truly insightful. Just preying on the beauties in his own country was far from a permanent solution, since there were so many girls across the world waiting for them. The World College Tournament, it was very exciting. All right, it's decided then. Let's fight our way to the World College Tournament. Mo Fan reached an agreement with Zhao Manyang instantly. What difference was there between a man without goals and a salted fish? TL note, a famous line from Stephen Chow's movie. Mo Fan suddenly had a new life goal when he learned the benefits of taking part in the World College Tournament from Zhao Manyang. The selection for the World College Tournament is pretty tough. Even our Pearl Institute only has limited spots available, but you won't need to worry about that, since you're already a provisional candidate. As for me, I'll have to work a lot harder. If I fail to secure a spot, I'll miss the chance to enjoy the dazzling world with its myriad temptations, said Zhao Manyang. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Dean Xiao did mention it to me before. Mo Fan finally recalled he did have a spot already. He was basically set for the World College Tournament. You are the true winner of Hangzhou's plague, why wasn't I as lucky as you? Lucky? Mo Fan was left speechless. Either the Silver Sky Ruler or the Black Totem Snake could smash him into mincemeat with a single slap. If it happened all over again, Mo Fan would never involve himself in it. The unique season had arrived again, the time when people would wear t-shirts, sweaters, slippers, and boots. As they passed by one another on the street, they would all assume other people were idiots. At this time, all you needed was pure confidence. Despite the falling snow under the bright sun, and the chilly nights across the seasons, you only needed to stay perfectly calm, until the others began to doubt their own attire, and felt skeptical about their lives. Mo Fan was a man of confidence, not because he had the fire element, but because the flame bell was equivalent to a small portable furnace. She was pretty much her dad's caring little blanket, so caring that not only did she burn someone's breakfast stall, she even burned the money he was paying to compensate the loss into ashes, leaving Mo Fan absolutely bewildered. Off you go, I'll remember you, said the woman who was the owner of the breakfast stall sternly. I promise I'll pay tomorrow. Mo Fan grabbed the little flame bell and apologized. Guess I'll be taking a day off today. I heard that you're challenging someone in the top 10 in the fire school. Bring my son with you to the duel so he could learn a thing or two from the battle between two talented magicians, and I'll forgive you for burning my stall today, said the owner who was holding a spatula in her hand. Not a problem, even you know about that. Mo Fan's eyes widened. Wasn't he just challenging someone in the top 10? Why would the owner of a breakfast stall know about it? Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? You can find any kind of news here at my breakfast stall. Most of them are first-hand too, since the students often gather here to eat breakfast, the owner said proudly. Mo Fan had been eating his breakfast here lately, thus he eventually became close with the owner. However, he had overdone it today. The flame bell had been misbehaving lately too, unable to control her flames properly, setting everything she saw on fire, including Mo Fan's debit card. He had no choice but to request a replacement one from the bank. Most importantly, the little flame bell was in a bad mood, too. He did not even scold her, but merely mentioned her misbehavior, but the flame bell was already promising to run away from home. As a result, Mo Fan could only comfort the little flame bell who had burned the breakfast stall by saying, "You've improved this month, burning one less stall compared to last month." The little flame bell finally returned to the contracted space happily to take a nap. Mo Fan immediately let out a relieved sigh after she was gone. What had happened to her lately? Was she possessed by the 8-Nation Alliance? TL note, I think the author is trying to refer to the burning down of the old summer palace, which for some reason many people mistakenly thought the 8-Nation Alliance was responsible for. The truth was, it was burned down by the English and French during the Second Opium War. Mo Fan was clearly aware of the abnormal gazes the students were casting at him when he arrived at the fire school. He could vaguely tell that everyone had tagged him with the guy asking for a death wish. If the tags could somehow be materialized, Mo Fan felt like they would cover his entire body like a mummy. Mo Fan continued to show his usual calm and confidence. He was preoccupied with the strange behavior of the flame Belle and the time left until he had the chance to enter the 3-step tower again. "Are you done researching?" RE22's voice suddenly interjected into his thoughts. Mo Fan almost thought he went into the wrong class. "Why are you here?" Mo Fan glanced at RE22 and Mu Nujiao in surprise. "Waiting to see you getting smashed." "Don't change the topic. Have you found out what your opponent's innate talent is?" said RE22. "What innate talent?" Mo Fan seemed lost. Mu Nujiao rolled her eyes and said sternly, "Didn't we tell you that most of the students in the top 10 have innate talents? I knew this maniac wouldn't prepare for it. I've done the research for you." Ding Yumian's innate talent is, RE22 smiled. "Ding Yumian is my opponent," interrupted Mo Fan in astonishment. Mu Nujiao and RE22 almost lost their minds when they heard his exclamation. Even now, this idiot still didn't know who his opponent was. Chapter 516. Mo Fan vs Ding Yumian. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Nujiao and RE22 never wanted to talk to Mo Fan again. This idiot had not listened to their warning or advice at all. Top 10, top 10, top 10, he's challenging someone in the top 10, not just some random rookie. Is he really that brainless not to even look at his opponent's name when he sent out the challenge? Calm down, he blurted out Mo Fan when he saw the outraged reaction from the two girls. "Let's go, let him suffer himself." The angry Mu Nujiao grabbed RE22 and left. "Humph, we even wanted to collect the information for you. I can't wait to see you being defeated by a girl." RE22 did not show any mercy either. Mo Fan felt his balls hurting. He simply wrote his opponent's rank down without caring who the person was. He never knew the goddess of their fire school was the expert ranked 10th. Great. It's all the flame Belle's fault. Mo Fan felt like he was losing his sanity lately. Raising a kid was indeed tough. Mo Fan, I'm telling you, don't you think that you're good just because you successfully challenged the whole fire school? The students in the top 10 are completely different than the students lower than 100th rank. Ding Yumian's strength is actually stronger than her current rank. You're dead for sure trying to challenge her. Huang Xingli walked up and slammed her hand on Mo Fan's desk. "It doesn't hurt to try," said Mo Fan hollowly. "Try? Who do you think our Ding Yumian is, for you to practice on? Those who want to challenge her have to consider for a month before sending out the notice," yelled Huang Xingli. Mo Fan was speechless. He could not help but shake his head when he saw Huang Xingli's furious face. It seemed like he had offended 3.5 girls today. A huge crowd had gathered outside of the dueling ground. Normally, the duels related to someone in the top 10 would attract lots of spectators, including magicians from outside of the school. However, the dueling ground was not open to the public. Not everyone was allowed to enter. Mo Fan was rather famous due to his outstanding performance among the new students. Apart from earning the title Demon King, he even challenged the entire fire school after he somehow came back to life. The news about his double innate elements was spread widely too, thus many had come to watch his duel. However, more students had come to watch Ding Yumian. Not only was she ranked top 10 in the fire school, she was also one of the Pearl Institute's top 10 beauties. People in China simply like to create lists of top 10 for everything: top 10 experts of Pearl Institute, top 10 most handsome men in Pearl Institute, top 10 beauties of Pearl Institute, etc. Ding Yumian was easily qualified to enter the list, and was quite famous due to her outstanding strength, too. The news about the Demon King challenging the goddess of the fire school spread wildly among the students, and even the owner of the breakfast stall knew about it, so it was not surprising that the dueling ground was crowded with people. Mr. Chiu Yuhua immediately came over when he saw that Mo Fan was stirring up a scene again. He asked curiously when he saw that Mo Fan was still not heading for the stage, "Mo Fan, why are you still outside? You're the main protagonist today, many people are waiting for you." "I'll go in a second," replied Mo Fan. "All right, your opponent is quite strong today. Try not to lose too hard," Mr. Chiu Yuhua clapped on Mo Fan's shoulder. Not long after Chiu Yuhua entered the place, Mo Fan brought a young man around the age of 18 into the dueling ground. The young man seemed rather inexperienced with huge occasions like this. He looked quite nervous and excited, and seemed to have lots of questions, yet was not sure how to ask them. As the two entered the dueling ground, Mo Fan realized that there were more spectators than he had expected. Almost every seat in every row was filled up. There were duels every day, yet the place was pretty much empty when other students were participating in the duels. At times, there would only be one student as a spectator to testify to the outcome of the battle. However, it was a different story for the duels that involved students in the top 10. Those were spectacular sights. On top of that, the top 10 students were highly respected outside of the school, too. Any change to the ranking would attract the attention of lots of people. The barrier was established. Ding Yumian seemed to treat the duel more seriously than Mo Fan. She was already on the stage when Mo Fan arrived, like a beautiful white rose, innocent yet glamorous. Her hair that was tied up in a bun, with fringes hanging in front of her chest, every bit as attractive as usual. If Mo Fan knew Ding Yumian was ranked 10th, he would have skipped her and challenged the 9th rank instead. A beautiful woman would naturally have a weakening aura, stopping her opponent from being too harsh on her. Mo Fan was a man who had protective feelings for the fairer sex. He was aiming to get stronger by winning the duels, hence he preferred not to be restricted by his principles. Most interestingly, it felt like Ding Yumian was able to read Mo Fan's mind. Her pale face wore a determined look as she said to Mo Fan, "You better use all your strength." Mo Fan was astonished. Was his expression really so obvious? Or was the woman so good at reading one's expression? Mo Fan finally knew the reason when the duel began. His intention to go easy on the girl was gone instantly, as his expression was replaced by a stern look. Soul Impact. Ding Yumian was extremely fast at drawing her star pattern. The unique energy of the psychic element struck Mo Fan's mind fiercely while the judge's voice was still echoing in the noisy dueling ground. Mo Fan initially planned to use his 4th-tier lightning strike to secure the advantage. To his surprise, his opponent was faster. The soul impact immediately interrupted his channeling, leaving him dazzled for around 2 seconds. Psychic element, F***K me, cursed Mo Fan. Mo Fan had just learned how powerful the psychic element was a while ago. He never thought he would instantly bump into a powerful psychic magician in his first duel against someone in the top 10. The scariest thing about a strong psychic magician was their casting speed. If her soul impact was faster than every spell he had, he would never be able to cast an effective spell throughout the entire battle. Mo Fan's style was pure brute force. His outstanding basic spells had helped him to dominate opponents with similar strength to him. However, if he could not even finish drawing a star pattern, he was pretty much useless. Swift Star Dash. Soul Impact. Wolf, F***K me. Mo Fan immediately had a bad feeling. Mo Fan was trying to summon the Swift Star Wolf to lift the burden of not being able to cast any spell, yet he did not even have the chance to cast a basic summoning spell. He was seriously in a bad position. Chapter 517. Unrestrained Innate Talent. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had overdone it this time. He finally knew how dumb it was not to research his opponent before the battle. However, even if he knew about her psychic element, he would only be less surprised and miserable. Either way, he was totally clueless about how to fight against a psychic magician. Ding Yumian's casting speed was extremely fast, almost instantaneous. Mo Fan could not even draw the star orbits, let alone the star patterns. No wonder the girl was able to roughly read his mind. The psychic element made her almost unbeatable in most duels. Fiery Fist! Ding Yumian did not give Mo Fan any chance to cast his fire spells. Meanwhile, she took hold of the opportunity to finish a fire element star pattern while Mo Fan was still affected by the soul impact. Her fringes drifted in the wind before her forehead as a surge of heat energy spread out from the center of the dueling ground to the edges of the boundary. A huge fiery bracelet appeared on her wrist following a groan. As the fiery fist approached Mo Fan, the spell somehow covered a greater surface area than usual, looming over an area a few tens of meters wide across from where Mo Fan was standing. How is her fiery fist covering such a huge area? Mo Fan cried out in astonishment. He was around 100 meters away from Ding Yumian. Normally, a fiery fist could mostly cover an area with a diameter of 20 meters from 100 meters away. However, Mo Fan discovered that even though the diameter of the fiery fist was not as crazy as 40 meters across, the area it covered was still significantly bigger. It was impossible for him to escape from the fiery fist's range with his bare feet. Mo Fan, who had no chance of casting any spell, was forced to activate the blood tabi. Despite that, the flame still managed to reach Mo Fan, who just made it out of the range of the spell, as he clenched his teeth from the pain of the burn. He managed to dodge the attack, yet his forehead was covered in sweat when he looked back and saw the burning pit with a diameter of close to 40 meters. Is this her innate talent? The area of her fire spell was almost double that of any ordinary magician. Mo Fan was astounded. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent any further. That being said, him being serious did not make any difference at all. Ding Yumian's fighting style was invincible. Mo Fan was able to dodge the attacks while his blood tabi was still effective, but once it was on cooldown, he would have a hard time dodging her fiery fist. Fiery Fist, 9 holes. Normally, Ding Yumian was like a fragile water lily, but her temperament when fighting was imposing and aggressive, not giving Mo Fan any chance to catch his breath. She had begun to draw a star pattern once again. The outline of the star pattern was already completed under her feet. With only a few more strokes to finish the remaining star orbits, she would awaken the formidable power of the 9 holes. The effect of the soul impact finally wore off. However, when Mo Fan was finally able to cast a spell, Ding Yumian would be less than seconds away from completing her channeling. The time was nowhere enough for him to cast an intermediate spell. Mo Fan only had a chance to cast a basic spell. When he saw Ding Yumian on the verge of completing the fiery fist, 9 holes, Mo Fan almost lost his calm and used his shadow element. The fleeing shadow was his only chance to escape to somewhere safe. No way, I won't use my trump card even if I lose the battle. Mo Fan forfeited the thought of using his shadow element in front of the crowd. He drew the star pattern of the summoning element at his fastest speed. Dimensional Summoning, Swift Star Wolf. 7 lunar white stars appeared before Mo Fan. A gap was torn apart as the stars were joined together in orbits. A magnificent wolf leapt out from the gap. His starry blue hair drifted elegantly in the heat wave. Stop howling, start running! Mo Fan yelled at the Swift Star Wolf who was still trying to declare his presence. The just-arrived Swift Star Wolf was totally clueless about the situation. However, when he saw a woman not far away slamming her fiery fist full of energy onto the ground, and he sensed the overwhelming energy below the ground, he immediately fled into the distance. The fire pillars were twice as thick of the normal fiery fist, 9 holes. The fiery flames surged ferociously as the fire pillars rose into the air from the ground. The fiery fist, 9 holes was a destructive spell with a huge area of effect to begin with, hence the flames produced by the fire pillars devoured almost half of the dueling ground instantly. Together with Ding Yumian's innate talent, the crowd simply saw the dueling ground covered in a blazing red burst of flames. It was impossible to find a safe spot. The Swift Star Wolf carried Mo Fan away, fleeing like a coward. The beast groaned in pain as he suffered damage from the fierce flames. Fortunately, the Swift Star Wolf was a very agile creature. He barely found the gaps between the fire pillars and rolling flames. Mo Fan was wise to summon the Swift Star Wolf when he only had the chance of casting a basic spell. Otherwise, he would never have been able to escape from a 9 halls with twice the area. Humph, if it weren't for his double innate elements, he would have lost by now. Huang Xingli blurted out in dissatisfaction from up among the spectators. Without the summoning element, Mo Fan would have lost the duel after being forced into a corner. Meanwhile, Mo Fan, who was crying out in pain because of the flames, had finally experienced the strength of those in the top 10. The mountain-like pressure had not given him a chance to catch a breath yet. The focus necklace is able to protect me from her soul impact once. Ding Yumian won't know this. I have only one chance to win this battle. Despite the position Mo Fan was in, his experience in battle kept him from losing his calm. It was difficult to utilize all his elements when fighting against Ding Yumian. Luckily, the focus necklace which Ding Xiao had given him was able to resist a psychic attack once. It was Mo Fan's greatest defense. He had to plan his attack carefully to win the duel with it. Otherwise, if he failed to inflict serious damage to Ding Yumian with the opportunity given by the focus necklace, it was better for him to concede. I have no choice but to let the duel drag on, and wait until Ding Yumian begins to panic. The Swift Star Wolf can lift the burden off for the time being, thought Mo Fan. The Swift Star Wolf was already injured from the burns, which severely impacted his speed. However, the Swift Star Wolf was still able to provide assistance. After all, Ding Yumian's soul impact was not so effective against him. Swift Star Wolf, keep her busy, Mo Fan ordered. The Swift Star Wolf sprinted forward. He seemed fairly agitated after being burned, and was planning to get his revenge on Ding Yumian. Ding Yumian remained calm facing the ferocious wolf. She suddenly closed her eyes and drew a star pattern rapidly under her feet. Spirit Ripple, pacify. Ding Yumian's eyes sprang open, her pupils clear like water, and a gentle ripple slowly spread into the eyes of the angry Swift Star Wolf. Chapter 518. Counterattacking with the Focus Necklace. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Swift Star Wolf was sprinting in an imposing manner with winds racing around him, like an arrow being released from a bow. As the first rippling wave crossed the Swift Star Wolf, the creature maintained his pace, yet his eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. As the second wave came by, the Swift Star Wolf's savagery was erased, replaced by a gentler look. As the third wave of ripple struck, the Swift Star Wolf suddenly slowed down and lost half of his imposing manner. Finally, the Swift Star Wolf arrived before the Ding Yumian as the fourth wave of ripple was produced. The ferocious look that the Swift Star Wolf previously had completely disappeared. Even the claw he had raised to execute the attack had dropped to the ground in the process. Good doggy, Ding Yumian reached out her hand and fondled the disheveled hair on the Swift Star Wolf's neck. The Swift Star Wolf was no longer a fierce creature, but had completely turned into a husky. He stuck out his tongue and seemed extremely comfortable when the girl fondled his hair. Go play by yourself, whispered Ding Yumian to the Swift Star Wolf. The Swift Star Wolf was extraordinarily obedient. He waved his stiff tail and ran outside of the boundary and sat on the ground, like an enormous sled dog. The only thing missing was a collar on his neck. Mo Fan wore a disgusted look when he saw it happen. Was that summoned beast really his fierce, belligerent Swift Star Wolf? Before at the Drifting Sand River, Xinxia had been casting Psychic Element, Pacify all along. Mo Fan had already thought that the spell was too good to be true, yet he never knew it was so incredible. She somehow turned his ferocious summoning beast into a meek dog. Can't you be any more useful? Mo Fan could not stand it any longer. He sent the Swift Star Wolf back to his own dimension. The truth was, he was afraid that Ding Yumian would somehow convince his Swift Star Wolf to bite him instead. Luckily, Ding Yumian was not an advanced magician like the Demoness. Otherwise, if she cast the Psychic Element's mind control on the Swift Star Wolf, a creature would actually betray its master. The Swift Star Wolf was hopeless. Mo Fan had no choice but to focus on his plan on utilizing the Focus Necklace. It was his only way to win the duel. Fiery Fist, 9 halls. Ding Yumian was a madwoman when it came to duels. As the fiery fist that was twice its usual size slammed into the ground, the faint brown flames produced by the 9 fire pillars covered the entire area. The fire seed producing the faint brown flames was not as powerful as the rose flame, yet Ding Yumian's outstanding innate talent left Mo Fan with no room to escape. A fire pillar suddenly jetted out from the ground underneath Mo Fan. He initially thought he had already left the coverage of the spell, yet the fire pillar that was twice as thick as normal took Mo Fan by surprise. When Mo Fan realized that he was still in the range of the spell, the fire pillar had already knocked him into the air. Falling from the sky, Mo Fan suffered the burns of the flames nearby. The clothes on his upper body were burned into ashes, exposing his scorched skin. Mo Fan felt himself suffering from a concussion as he landed on the ground, yet he rose to his feet like an invincible cockroach despite the remaining flames produced by the fire pillars still burning around him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding Yumian glanced at Mo Fan with a hint of astonishment. "You're still not using your equipment to protect you under such circumstances?" she asked him. She could not tell if it was because of Mo Fan's outstanding fire resistance from his soul seed, or the fact that having 3 elements actually made him stronger, that he was still able to stand up after being struck by the fire pillar. Normally, her opponents would be half crippled after suffering a direct hit from the fire pillar. "How could I say no since you're so eager to see my body?" Mo Fan replied with a grin. "You've got a smooth tongue, but you won't be able to stand for the next month if you don't use your equipment to protect yourself from my next attack," said Ding Yumian coldly. Mo Fan remained in his spot. He had already started to draw a star pattern. 2 blazing red star orbits intersected one another, forming the outline of a fiery star pattern. Countless stars began to appear around them as a bright line connected them together. "It's no use." Ding Yumian knew Mo Fan had been driven into a dead end. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan knew his equipment would not make any difference, since he was unable to cast any spells. The armor would only buy him some time. Ding Yumian thought Mo Fan had given up when she saw him casting the spell. She had given Mo Fan some time to draw a star pattern, as she was trying to see what the guy was up to. However, as the 4th orbit was completed, Ding Yumian had no intention of letting him continue further. Her psychic star orbits was completed almost instantly. The soul impact produced an invisible ray of energy, dashing in Mo Fan's direction at lightning speed. Mo Fan's body was unharmed, but his mind immediately suffered a great blow. The stars that were being aligned rapidly suddenly fled in all directions at the impact of the psychic attack, completely ignoring his control. "Focus!" The necklace on Mo Fan's chest suddenly emitted an ocean blue glow. The energy entered Mo Fan's mind. Instead of constructing a mental wall to protect him against the attack, it entered deep into his mind and improved his focus. The soul impact simply worked by inflicting a paralyzing pain on one's mind, in order to stop the magician from being able to control their energy due to the pain. However, the focus necklace was able to improve its bearer's focus significantly. The pain was not reduced, but the magician's endurance was improved. The stars fled in fear, yet Mo Fan used brute force to force them back into positions. The star pattern almost crumbled while the 5th orbit was being constructed. However, the help from the focus necklace managed to pull the stars back in time. The 5th orbit was finally completed, and the 6th orbit started to form. A focus magic tool. Ding Yumian finally realized why Mo Fan dared to cast a spell in front of her. It was too late to cast another soul impact. Besides, under the effects of the focus necklace, the soul impact might not be enough to interrupt the channeling. "It's my turn to attack." Mo Fan was engulfed in wild, blazing flames. Even the air surrounding him was set aflame. Rose flame. Fiery fist. 9 halls. Chapter 519. It was meant for external application. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The area of Mo Fan's fiery fist, 9 halls, was obviously smaller than Ding Yumian's, yet its power was greater. The high-temperature flames spread to the barrier. The spectators could clearly feel the heat and the strength of the rose flame that belonged to the brute force magician on the dueling ground. Ding Yumian, standing in the midst of the fiery first 9 halls, did not hesitate. A suit of light armor quickly wrapped around her. The armor was blue, with a soft, smooth surface. It was not made of the skin and bones of demon beasts, but from some kind of plants. Perhaps since she was a fire magician, the armor did not appear to be fire-resistant. As a matter of fact, it did not provide any protection against Mo Fan's spell, whose power was multiplied 2.5 times by the rose flame. Ding Yumian had no choice but to back off to the edge of the boundary, outside of the range of the flames. Mo Fan was well aware of Ding Yumian's fighting capacity. Now that he had finally begun his counterattack, he had no intention of giving Ding Yumian a chance to cast Soul Impact again. While his fiery fist, 9 halls, was still in effect, while the focus necklace was still effective, Mo Fan began to draw another star pattern. Purple-black lightning orbits flickered around Mo Fan's body, which rapidly combined into a fierce star pattern. Qianjun. Thunderbolt. Wild strikes. The lightning star pattern was still under Mo Fan's feet, yet the crazily violent lightning energy had already gathered above Ding Yumian. A huge stormy cloud floated above the girl, with bolts flickering like serpents within it. As Mo Fan pointed his finger, the black lightning ray fiercely on Ding Yumian. The entire place shook wildly under Qianjuan's space-vibrating effect. More lightning strikes descended to the ground, striking Ding Yumian's armor and the ground around her. A huge part of the dueling area was shattered into pieces, spattering in the air. Ding Yumian basically had no movement spells. She could only resist with her armor and shield equipment. However, the 3rd-level intermediate lightning spell was stronger than the fiery fist, 9 halls, especially when Ding Yumian was the only target enduring the damage. Her armor was almost shattered into pieces by the lightning strikes. The wild lightning strikes turned Ding Yumian's surroundings into electric fields. After remaining passive trying to defend herself, Ding Yumian's entire body turned numb. The arcs of electricity cracked loudly. The whole corner of the stage was destroyed beyond recognition. Ding Yumian, who was still protected by her shield and armor, was trembling hard. Her armor was already ineffective against Mo Fan's 9 halls, so it stood no chance against the penetrating, ferocious power of the lightning. Pieces of blue armor slowly peeled away from her. Ding Yumian tried to brace herself with a pale expression. "You can no longer defend yourself," Mo Fan stepped forward. Lightning strikes in the shape of serpents floated around him. At Mo Fan's command, the lightning serpents lunged at Ding Yumian fiercely. Her destroyed armor was nowhere enough to defend her against the lightning strikes. "You were willing to suffer from the burns despite being able to use your focus necklace earlier, waiting for the chance to execute your counterattack," observed Ding Yumian, breathing heavily. Determined, reckless. This was Ding Yumian's appraisal toward Mo Fan. Having both lightning and fire elements had turned Mo Fan into a killing machine. He was able to follow up the destructive fiery fist, 9 halls, with an even stronger lightning strike, wild strikes. Lightning was even more ruthless than fire. Ding Yumian had rarely encountered opponents with such a heavy offensive focus. Her armor was designed to be soft and nimble, allowing her, since she did not have any movement spells, to move freely and not require her to remain stationary. Normally, the expensive armor was enough to block a wave of full attacks from her opponents, yet the light armor stood no chance against a pure brute force magician. Once Mo Fan landed his attacks, Ding Yumian had no chance of fighting back. The 2 most destructive spells in the intermediate level. If Ding Yumian had heavy armor, Mo Fan would be the one losing the duel. There aren't so many IFS, it's a victory for him. You're right, but this Demon King has already leveled up 2 of his elements to the 3rd level. What a surprise! The outcome was decided. Mo Fan was extremely passive at the start of the battle. Either his spells were interrupted by the soul impact, or he was burned by Ding Yumian's fire. Unfortunately, since Ding Yumian's secondary element was psychic, it also implied that her offense was quite simple. It was fairly difficult to defeat Mo Fan, who had a high resistance to fire, in a short period of time. Most importantly, Mo Fan, who had pretended he had no chance of fighting back, suddenly activated the focus magic tool and utilized both his lightning and fire to land destructive blows and shatter Ding Yumian's defense. Ding Yumian had assumed that she had already won the battle, but she was overwhelmed in the end. Mo Fan only had one chance to strike back, but he only needed one chance. Mo Fan is the winner. Wei Rong declared the outcome of the duel, leaving the crowd bewildered. Those who cheered the loudest were all new students. The highest that any other new student had managed to get was Mu Nujiao, who just crossed the 50th rank. Yet, as expected of the Demon King Mo Fan, he had defeated an expert in the top 10. Everyone had witnessed Ding Yumian's strength. The truth was, even those who considered themselves experts would lose before casting a single spell. Even with a focus magic tool, they would not be able to counterattack using the combo of the two strongest killing spells in the intermediate level. The truth was, Mo Fan was extremely relieved after securing the win. If he had not improved his Lightning Nebula to the 3rd level last month, he would surely have lost the duel against anyone in the top 10. Thunderbolt. Yaksha's strength was not as formidable as the Thunderbolt, Wild Strikes. My fire has hidden side effects. Use this, it will eliminate the threat. Ding Yumian took a brief rest to recover slightly before throwing a faint brown serum into Mo Fan's hands. Its color was similar to the color of her flames. Mo Fan was covered in wounds. On the other hand, Ding Yumian did not seem injured, apart from her fatigued look. Thanks. Mo Fan received the serum, and drank it in one go. Ding Yumian glanced at him with a blank expression. Mo Fan thought she was attracted by his straightforwardness, not to mention that his perfect body was still exposed. He immediately wore a seemingly attractive smile that he thought was enough to charm thousands of girls. Ding Yumian was startled, but took out another serum and said calmly, "This thing is meant for external application." The blossoming smile on Mo Fan's face suddenly stiffened. Chapter 520. The Quiet, Handsome Man Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A.H. Ouch! That hurts, softer, softer. Mo Fan's cries of agony from the infirmary continued to echo down the halls. Teacher Bai Mai checked Mo Fan's wounds once again, making sure he did not miss anything, before allowing Mo Fan to put on his clothes. The serum that Ding Yumian gave you was quite effective. It completely got rid of the hidden side effects in your body. That being said, the burns are quite serious. It seems like your flesh is quite solid. Any other magician would have fallen unconscious from the pain, said Bai Mai. Maybe my body is becoming resistant since I have been burned many times before, conjectured Mo Fan. Maybe. Teacher Bai Mai, can you please treat my useless summoned beast, too? He's injured as well. I'm not a vet, said Bai Mai said with a dark face. Mo Fan almost felt like he had risen as one of the conquerors of the school after securing the 10th rank. Every student, both new or old, recognized him. Some stayed away from him, some purposely fawned upon him to get closer to him. Among the older students, Mo Fan was described as arrogant and proud. Among the new students, Mo Fan was highly respected, and almost treated as their leader. After all, Mo Fan was the representative of their batch who had secured a spot in the top 10. Usually, it was quite common for the new students to be picked on by the old students, be it from not being aware of the rules, or not experienced enough to handle the duels. Their resources would be taken away, too. However, Mo Fan's achievements completely motivated the new students. There were factions among the students too, but Mo Fan did not join any of them. As such, many factions were holding out an olive branch to Mo Fan, sending out their people to try and convince Mo Fan to join them. Luckily, a lot of the factions was well aware that Mo Fan had no intention to join any of them. The average one simply took note of him, while the reputable ones knew that Mo Fan was living in the same apartment as the Mu family's daughter, thus they simply did not bother to waste their time on him. However, the peaceful days did not last long. Some strong factions began to reach out their hands towards Mo Fan. Someone even took hold of the opportunity to reveal that Mo Fan was chosen to be a provisional candidate for the World College Tournament by the higher levels internally. It immediately placed Mo Fan in the center of the limelight once again. The top 10 in the fire school were basically ranked in the top 100 of the entire Pearl Institute. The experts in Pearl Institute agreed that the new student was fairly talented, yet he was still a distance away from being comparable to the top-tier students in Pearl Institute. Those that were concerned about the World College Tournament knew clearly that the candidates selected to represent their country must have strong leadership. Even the top 3 in every element could not make it, so why was a new student worthy of being given a spot? The guy had only entered the top 10 in his element school. It was uncertain if he was even ranked in the top 100 in the whole institute, yet none of the students ranked top 10 in the institute were selected as provisional candidates. What right did he have to be selected? Could it be that he was the true son of the director of the Magic Education Department? This means nepotism at work. Have you heard? Demon King Mo Fan is a provisional candidate. He's been given a spot to take part in the World College Tournament. Bullshit, the candidates representing our country are the strongest that have been selected among all famous institutes to represent our country and compete against the world. Let's not even mention that Mo Fan has just entered the top 10 in his element school. Even if his top 10 in the entire institute, the top 1 and 2 from the other institutes are also competing for the spot. He's so far away from making the list. I think so too, but it was said that the source is reliable. Reliable sources, experts, those are the ones you shouldn't believe at all. Lots of news was spread wildly in the school. Everyone was discussing Mo Fan's achievement of securing a spot in the top 10, but the news of him being a provisional candidate for the World College Tournament completely took over. Mo Fan was initially enjoying being respected by the new students and teachers, but when the news broke out, every student's eyes became bloodshot when they were looking at him, as if a plague had just broken out in the school. Standing so high up from all the flattering, it's only a matter of time until you fall to your death. A guy like you is a provisional candidate? Even those from the same institute can beat you up, let alone the experts from other institutes. So that's the provisional candidate? He looks normal to me. Mo Fan was totally annoyed by the voices around him. He felt a strong urge to find the person who leaked the news and beat the crap out of him. However, it also showed how important the spot was to everyone. Both the experts who were competing for the spot and those who were envious at him despite having no chance to make it at all cared a lot about the World College Tournament. On second thought, it made total sense. The World College Tournament was held conjunctively by the magic associations of all 5 continents and the most renowned institutes of magic across the world. Even though the teachers were not willing to solely rely on the outcome of the tournament to criticize the performance of each country, the young magicians were extremely passionate and competitive, hence the World College Tournament every year was super exciting, grabbing the attention of the whole world. The disciples of renowned families tried desperately to earn their reputations in their schools, yet nothing was as significant as taking part in the World College Tournament. Even as a reserve participant, the family which the participant was from would still benefit a lot from it. Normally, the factions would only put extra focus on Mo Fan because he had shown outstanding performance at school. However, after the news about him being a provisional candidate was made public, Mo Fan suddenly became a hot product. Every faction was keen to convince him to join them, even though they had not confirmed the validity of the news. As a result, the people at school were jealous of him, but the factions outside of school were extending their olive branches. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's only desire was to be a quiet, handsome man. Mo Fan only learned some time later that Tang Vong, the head of the magic court, was one of the authorities who had a vote in selecting the candidates. Tang Yu had already mentioned to Mo Fan about some gift she had prepared for him, which was simply the fact that she already knew her grandfather was voting for Mo Fan to be selected. Somewhat coincidentally, someone who had a vote in selecting the candidates from the Magic Palace had retired, thus he had given his vote to Councilman Zhu Meng. Meanwhile, as a councilman, Zhu Meng also had a vote in his hand. As a result, the person in charge of the Magic Palace, whom Mo Fan scolded a few times, ended up with 2 votes. Basically, any student with 4 votes was very likely confirmed to be selected. Tang Rong had voted for Mo Fan, and Councilman Zhu Meng, who felt the urge to redeem himself from his mistake of trying to kill the black totem snake, ended up giving the 2 votes to Mo Fan, too. As a result, Mo Fan, who now had 3 votes, was basically a provisional candidate. As the selection for the World College Tournament was about to take place, as all the top students in those famous institutes were competing fiercely for a spot, one could simply imagine the hilarious expressions they had when they learned that someone was chosen internally as a candidate. For example, Dongfang Lai, who was ranked first on the Fire School's ranking, was still trying to earn his nomination. Chapter 521. The Undead Burial Mount. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was a grassroots magician and had not joined any faction so far. As a result, when he learned from Dean Xiao that he had a spot in the World College Tournament, he did not show any reaction. Later, as the selection for the World College Tournament began, he finally realized how incredible it was to be selected as a provisional candidate. The opportunity was priceless. Mo Fan, who was still climbing his way up the ranking, suddenly found himself being flattered, yet he was feeling more worry than joy. However, he was someone who took things as they came. Despite the noise around him, he continued to focus on his cultivation. After defeating the 10th-ranked Ding Yumian, he now had the chance to cultivate for 7 days in the 3-step tower every month. His summoning element was still at the 1st level, so the energy available to feed the kid was nowhere enough. He had to improve it to the next level so the energy was sufficient to feed his little flame Belle. Once his little flame Belle grew up, would Mo Fan still need to care about the envy and mockery of others? He would simply let the little flame Belle bite whoever doubted him. Those idiots, not focusing on their cultivation, but defaming him instead, were just jealous because he was making a living off his face. Mo Fan did not care too much about the nonsense. He stayed well-behaved at school and focused on improving his cultivation. There were many students in the school who had half their foot into the advanced level. Meanwhile, the threshold of the advanced level was still not within his reach. How long would it take for him to become an advanced magician, gaining him access to the stronger advanced spells? As autumn arrived, the winds in the middle region of China began to chill. The area within 100 kilometers of the ancient capital was covered in withered grass. The whole place looked dull over its vast area, with not a hint of color. TL note, the ancient capital might be referring to Lebanon, once known as Chang'an. The ancient capital was covered in a mix of gray, brown, and copper tones. Some of the brighter structures were glossed over. The city had paths leading straight to the center, each widening as it approached the center of the place, radiating symmetrically from the clock tower. The magic association of the ancient capital was established in the clock tower. The location of the magic association was always a landmark for each city, or more precisely, the landmarks were always occupied by the magic association. As a result, the ancient capital still had a huge population crowding its streets. The Hunter Union was located at the Drum Tower, only 1,000 meters away from the Magic Association. The 2 towers stood by one another across the distance, like 2 giant statues guarding the city. The military's camp was outside of the city. There were many threats in the vicinity of the ancient capital. The world-famous Undead Burial Mount and the demon beasts in Qinling Mountains had kept the entire city on its toes for generations. It was said that whether in the city or outside it, one would surely find corpses after digging 100 meters into the ground. Corpses were not a problem, since they were only the remains of warriors who had died in battles in ancient times. The problem were those clinging to the past despite having turned into skeletons. The undead had no memory of their past, nor did they have consciences. They merely had savagery similar to beasts and a natural instinct to kill. They would lunge crazily at anything alive within a certain distance. As such, the Hunter Union, Magic Association, and Army were entrusted with an eternal mission to help the undead with their transgressions. Zhong Xiaohu left Shanghai in a hurry. As soon as he arrived at the headquarters in Lintong, he was immediately sent out on an annihilation mission. It had been a while since Zhong Xiaohu was sent to the middle region for training. He was responsible for surveillance, learning from the experienced soldiers and focusing on improving his cultivation. Even though the army did send him on a few missions, none of them were particularly difficult. Zhang Xiaohu received orders as soon as he landed. It was a rescue operation to retrieve a scouting squad stranded in Xiangkai. The squad had departed around half a month ago to investigate some restless recent activity in Xiangkai. In addition to checking out the rate of growth of the undead, they were also ordered to evacuate the remaining villages around the area. The people living in this region shared the same land as the undead. Even though they were not magicians, they had their own traditional ways of avoiding contact with the undead. Some of the fearless tribes even relied on the land of the undead to keep their villages going. It was not rare to find these tribes in the current era, some of which had existed for almost 1,000 years. The undead was just like ordinary beasts to these tribes. With the right methods, even if the undead were extremely savage and killing anything in sight, the people were able to guarantee their own safety. Lately, the odd behavior of the drifting sand river had somehow triggered a weird trend. The creatures sleeping under the ground had been quite active during the past month. Being more active resulted in more killing. The weird behavior of the drifting sand river somehow made the land of the undead lose its usual calm. Many of the villages that had relied on their traditional methods to live among the undead had faced utter destruction. 4 of them had been wiped off the map during this period. The Magic Association and Hunter Union were treating the matter with extreme care. They immediately sent out people to investigate. Once they analyzed the situation and determined it to be dangerous, they would immediately evacuate the villages nearby. However, the scouting squad had discovered a weird wind sweeping the area around Xiangkai. Despite being sent to investigate the place and evacuate the villages, they suddenly went missing in action. Even though Zhang Xiaohu was being sent on a rescue operation, the squad had already been missing for almost 2 months. Basically, the rescue team's job was to verify the cause of death of the squad and retrieve their corpses, then report back to the Magic Association and Hunter Union. What are our superiors thinking, sending us off on an operation like this? We're asked to look for a scouting squad that's been missing over 2 months. What were they doing earlier? Cursed the team scout, Wang Tong. Zhang Xiaohu's team consisted of 9 people. Unlike the usual structure of a team led by a commander, it was more like a Spec Ops team. The team was formed by outstanding soldiers entrusted to carry out difficult missions, like special forces. Everyone in the team was capable of being a commander. The team had 2 scouts responsible for scouting the path ahead, luring the demon beasts away and disrupting their enemies' groups. Zhang Xiaohu was one of the scouts, and Wang Tong was the other. Wang Tong and Zhang Xiaohu were ahead of the rest of the team. Wang Tong was full of complaints. He had been swearing non-stop to Zhang Xiaohu since the team departed. Qinhu is definitely enjoying himself on the Heavenly Eagle. He doesn't even need to talk, said Wang Tong, raising his head and glancing at the snowy white Heavenly Eagle soaring above them. Qinhu was the team's captain and commander, who was also a Heavenly Eagle battle mage. The others had no choice but to walk, while he was able to ride the Heavenly Eagle. Stop talking, or you can tell the superior that you want to quit and are willing to bear the punishment. Otherwise, you should just focus on completing the mission, instead of talking non-stop. Zhang Xiaohu was slightly more positive. I just like to grumble. If I don't grumble for a day, I'll feel extremely uncomfortable, protested Wang Tong. Chapter 522. Read across the map. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hello, brother fan. You're asking about Boss Zhong Kong? I don't know either. I had completely forgotten about him if you hadn't mentioned him. I haven't heard from him for a long time. I'm in the middle of a mission, so I won't be able to contact him for some time, but I heard that he went missing after returning to Bo City with the Darkwing wolf's head. Alright, I'll call you immediately if I hear anything from him, but I will be on a mission for some time. I don't know when I'll be back at headquarters. How's the Flame Belle doing? I'm fine. I'm the best at running in the whole team. How could I possibly not outrun my enemy if I can't beat them in a fight? We're all soldiers, so none of us will desert the others. Those who manage to make it back safely will report on the situation back to headquarters. Even if the others are dead, I'll still be fine. Zhong Xiaohu was talking to Mo Fan with his earpiece. They had not arrived at the area around Xiankai yet, thus they were not required to stay on high alert. After hanging up on the call, Wang Tong glanced at him with a gloomy look and blurted out unpleasantly, "Who were you cursing to be dead? I can guarantee that if someone's going to lose their life on this mission, it will be you for sure." I was just using it as an example," said Zhong Xiaohu, scratching his head. "You can't even use it as an example. Who's the guy on the phone? I heard you call him brother. Didn't you say you're an only child?" Wang Tong continued on with the conversation in boredom. "We grew up on the same street. He's just like my brother, looking after me since I was little, even now," said Zhong Xiaohu. "You're a soldier, talented among the intermediate magicians. Why do you sound like you're still a kid, being looked after?" said Wang Tong. "He's a lot stronger than me." All right, we've got plenty of those talented maniacs in the army, yet none of them were able to clean up these filthy things." The Naiman team gradually made their way towards Xiankai. Xiankai was merely the name of a place where there were rarely any plants on the surface. The soil was soft and usually covered in thin white sand. The white sand was in fact the dust from corpses that had undergone long exposure to the sun and wind. It looked exactly the same as salt sprinkled over the ground. The locals did not call it salt literally, but referred to the place as the salty land. TL note, Xiankai in Chinese means salty pond. Apparently, in some Chinese poems, it refers to a pond where beautiful girls bathed during ancient times. Xiankai was the land between the Qinling Mountains and Elevenan territory. Since the place was slightly sunken, it looked like a pond on the map, hence it was called Xiankai, salty pond. A lengthy safe zone was constructed along the northeast border of Xiankai. Usually, the safe zone mostly consisted of boundaries set up with fortresses, depots, watchtowers, and supply stations, with cooperation between the army, hunters, and magic association guarding the boundary. However, the demon beasts in the vicinity of the ancient capital were fairly different, so the safe zone of the ancient capital was not very stable, only consisting of a long wall around the boundary area. The wall, constructed by earth magicians, served as a layer of defense. As the walls were moved around quite often according to the activity of the undead, some of the villages that were initially within the safe zone would suddenly be excluded from it at times. If a village was located along the coastline in the south or north, it was extremely dangerous to be outside of the safe zone. The village would be trampled to ashes within a few years, leaving not a single survivor behind. Meanwhile, the villages located on the edge around the ancient capital had their unique methods of avoiding the undead. Hence, there were still villages outside of the safe zone, quite a lot of them, actually. These villages were commonly referred to as the villages of miracles by the magic associations in other countries, since the villagers were utterly fearless, living outside of the safe zone. Our first destination is here, the Sunny Goat Village. It's located around the foothills of the Qinling Mountains, with around 30 villagers. Captain Qin, who had come down from the sky holding a seemingly new map in his hand. It was extremely important to get their hands on the latest maps if possible, as only the new maps contained information about the recent changes to the landscape in the area. As for old maps, 11 out of 10 would result in a trap. "The name of the village sounds quite cheerful," said that naughty kid in the team, Lu Hongjing. "Enough with the nonsense," Qin, who straightened his face, not giving the others a chance to express their comments. "The Sunny Goat Village is around 4 kilometers away from here. The sun is setting soon, shouldn't we think of a plan?" proposed the female battle mage in the team, Xiaoju. "Let's go straight to the village. I don't think it's that complicated." "Are you telling me we can't handle a bunch of weaklings?" "We'll just kill every single one of them when they appear," said Lu Hongjing. "Don't be naive. Did you forget that this place has already been inspected before? It's categorized as an orange zone." Qin, who was obviously a cautious leader, and immediately spoke up sternly when he saw his team dropping their guard. "It's just orange zone, I spent lots of time roaming the red zones," interrupted Wang Tong. The people of the Hunter Union were in charge of discovering the distribution of the demon beasts in the area, and tagged the areas with different colors to represent the density of demon beasts. The higher the density of demon beasts in the area, the stronger the color used to tag it. The color started from white to orange, then red, and finally black, correlating to the color of alerts. Green was used to tag the areas in a safe zone. White meant there were only a few demon beasts roaming in the area. An orange zone implied that there were packs of demon beasts residing in the area, so it belonged to a dangerous zone. Only experienced hunters, special squads, and powerful magicians were allowed to enter the area. Red, or simply a blood-colored zone, represented death. It was extremely easy to be flanked by packs of demon beasts, as the number of demon beasts in the area was like a surging tide. There was still purple between red and black. A red zone referred to a kingdom of demon beasts. Even super magicians had no chance of making it back alive from a purple zone. As for a black zone, any life form was forbidden within it. No one had ever gone to a black zone before, and it seemed like even the demon beasts did not dare to enter one either. Green, white, orange, red, purple, black. There were 6 colors in total, and the last 4 correlated to the 4 types of alerts. The red alert that Bo City was placed under was the second-level alert for a city. The ancient capital was located near the kingdom of Undead, hence it was the city with the most alerts raised in the entire country. The alert was so common to the residents of the city that it was simply treated as an alarm to wake them up every morning. Those who were drinking tea continued to enjoy their tea, those gossiping continued to gossip, and those who were responsible for protecting the city made their way to the battlefield. That being said, due to the unique traits of the region, when the sun was high up in the sky, the electronic map only displayed green and white zones, and occasionally an orange zone when the beasts from Qinling Mountains got lost and trespassed into the zone. However, as soon as the sun set into the horizon, when the light protecting the land was withdrawn, all the zones across the map, apart from the safe zone of the ancient capital, were turned entirely red. Once night fell, humans no longer reigned across the land. Currently, the special team from Lintong headquarters was outside of the safe zone. The final glimpse of sunlight had disappeared, leaving the scent of death lingering in the air nearby. A strange noise was heard coming from under the white-covered ground. It sounded like someone munching on something, or something beating. Zhong Xiaohu was the first person to step into the land of the undead. He was extremely nervous, his alert scanning his surroundings. All of a sudden, pairs of dried, rotten arms poked out from the ground and began to wave and grab wildly in the air less than 5 meters away from him. Chapter 523. Ambushed by the Walking Dead. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. My leg, someone began to scream suddenly. The cry of agony echoed in the darkness which had just descended upon the place. Zhong Xiaohu turned around and discovered Lu Hongjing standing right on top of a pile of rotten arms, which were holding tightly onto his legs. The hands grabbing onto Lu Hongjing's feet were as strong as steel, totally impairing his movement. The rotten hands and claws were scratching and tearing at Lu Hongjing's legs. One of the corpses that was seriously starving sprang out from the ground and stuck its head onto Lu Hongjing's hamstring and bit it. The group was unable to react in time. When they finally realized they should be saving the poor lad, all that remained under Lu Hongjing's knees were bloody white bones. He was falling backward in extreme pain. "Don't fall," yelled the captain Qin Hu. Once Lu Hongjing fell to the ground, he would turn into a pile of bones. The bites and scratches of the corpses were faster than a school of piranhas. Earth Wave. Zhong Xiaohu was the first to react. He quickly cast the spell. He manipulated the soil in the area and utilized the second characteristic of the flowing mud to turn the soft soil into solid rock. The flowing mud was able to turn soil into swamp or quicksand to entrap his targets and impair their movement. When reversed, it was able to harden the soil into rocks, too. Zhong Xiaohu forcibly turned the ground Lu Hongjing was standing on into solid rocks, trapping the claws of the corpses and stopping them from moving freely. His Earth Seed was extremely effective in a situation like this. The claws stopped attacking Lu Hongjing and started smashing the suddenly solid soil instead. Lu Hongjing finally hit his limit and fell to the ground. Luckily, he was lying on the hardened soil. Otherwise, he would have instantly lost his life. "Save him," said Qin, who ordered Wang Tong. Wang Tong was stunned for a second, before he quickly dashing toward Lu Hongjing. The bones below Lu Hongjing's knees no longer had any flesh. Wang Tong straightaway carried him back to the team. The cries of the undead, which sounded like their mouths were filled with soil, rose once again as their eerie heads poked out from the ground. Their bloodshot eyes were glaring at the 9 living humans. The scent of blood had driven them berserk, and they could not wait to break out from the ground and enjoy their meal. The buried undead mostly looked like humans. The ancient capital had gone through lots of dynasties and huge wars between humans and demon beasts. The number of humans who died here significantly surpassed that of demon beasts. With all the deaths in the area, the ground was no longer made of ordinary soil, but filled with a deathly aura that nurtured the dead. Once the sun disappeared, the undead would poke out from the ground like the shoots of fertilized plants. Even if they were destroyed, they would rise again after the next season arrived. Due to some unknown curse that the land was under, both the demon beasts and the humans that died here would resemble humans after they turned into the undead. Even though they had bones of the demon beasts, the bones would somehow be structured into a weird-looking skeleton giant. Their head was still the same head of the demon beast that was half-rotting under the ground, but their bones would be rearranged into the shape of a human. Some looked like a beast with a rotten body and 4 limbs standing on the ground, yet the head was a rotting human head. Either way, the undead would do all they could to assemble their dead body parts into a human figure, be it half human, half beast, or the combination of a few dead bodies, or a giant human corpse made purely from the bones of demon beasts. The undead that the group of 9 had bumped into so far all had the appearance of humans. It was most likely due to the villagers that had died here lately. The nutrients in the ground had stacked up, so as soon as their new bodies were constructed, they immediately burst out from the ground and attacked their prey. "Kid, nice reaction speed, you managed to save this overconfident guy," Qin Hu said to Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu forced a smile on his face. It was all possible because of the earth seed he acquired at Shizhou Valley, the flowing mud. Zhong Xiaohu was able to suppress anything coming out from the ground with it. "Let's move forward. We'll be safer once we reach the Sunny Goat village." These things took us by surprise by showing up before the place was completely dark. "Perhaps the thick aura of death has blocked off the remaining sunlight," said the female battle mage, Xiaoju. The team did not have a healer, hence the others could only wrap his legs up to stop the bleeding. Lu Hongjing lost a significant amount of blood, so it was important to treat his wounds as soon as possible. The serums they had brought with them could merely help him last a little longer. If they dragged the time out, not only would Lu Hongjing die due to excessive loss of blood, he would simply be killed by the poison from the undead. "I'll lead the way," volunteered Zhong Xiaohu bravely. "All right, your soul seed is able to slow them down when they try to come out from the ground." "Holy crap, lots of undead are heading toward us. Why are they so many? Even a red zone would not have this many undead when night has just arrived. It's most likely that lots of people died nearby recently." The team took some time to prepare themselves. Although the ambush had taken them by surprise, everyone quickly calmed down and started drawing various star patterns under their feet. The energies of the ice, fire, lightning, and wind elements lunged at the filthy creatures and utterly destroyed them. Forest of Kuan. The female battle mage Xiaoju was a plant magician. As the path ahead was blocked by a pack of a dozen walking corpses, Xiaoju quickly cast the intermediate plant spell to entrap them. The branches from the Forest of Kuan immediately wrapped around the undead and formed a thick cage. The undead had a limited level of intelligence. They simply tried to bite anything that they came across, resulting in a weird scene similar to the game Plant vs. Zombies, where the zombies were biting through the walnuts. The only difference was, the zombies were not as lost and adorable as those in the game. The appearance of the savage creatures was, well, ghastly. They would simply chew any person nearby into bones, something that Lu Hongjing had already experienced firsthand. "Let's go, it's impossible to kill them all," yelled Xiaoju when she saw the team was still trying to eliminate the creatures. The team quickly withdrew their spells and followed behind Zhong Xiaohu. As Zhong Xiaohu led the way, the soil of the area he walked on would simply harden instantly, preventing someone from being dragged into the soil again. It was still 4 kilometers away from the village. They should be able to arrive safely if they moved at full speed. The villagers had their ways of avoiding contact with the undead. Once they arrived at the village, they would be able to escape being surrounded by the creatures. Chapter 524. Hatchet Corpse General. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Magic Vine, Entangle. Shashaju's hands were agile as she waved them around. Flexible vines were summoned instantly around her, turning into sturdy ropes entangling the legs of the giant creature before her. They were nowhere near the village, and the zombies had managed to surround them. Now, the squad of 9 was fighting for their lives. The enormous creature leading the zombies had a body similar to a giant ox. The rotten flesh on its body was falling to the ground, from which wriggling worms burst out. Plague-bearing worms crawled toward the soldiers. The magic vines had trapped the creature's legs, but its hatchet-like arms hacked down wildly. The impact almost broke the ground open. Brown rock barriers were established around the soldiers in an arc to protect them, but the situation did not look favorable. Lots of undead were breaking their way through the barrier to reach their prey on the other side. Their sharp claws were able to slice through the stone like it was mud. They almost broke through the rock barrier. The rotting corpses had no sense of pain, some even slammed their skulls into the rock barrier, resulting in their heads falling apart and their brains splattering everywhere. However, their claws continued to dig through the stone. Zhong Xiaoho's forehead was covered in sweat. He had encountered many kinds of demon beasts before, savage, cunning, and cold-blooded, but this was his first time encountering a demented horde like these walking corpses. The corpses had no sense of pain, no consciousness, no fear. They were merely chasing and tearing apart any living things nearby. Their only weakness was sunlight, but the day had fallen dark a few moments ago. By the time the sunlight came, their group would have turned into more undead. What should we do? Once these things break through our defense, we'll simply be slaughtered by that giant corpse, yelled Wang Tong. Similar to demon beasts, the undead were also categorized into servant class, warrior level, commander level, and ruler level. The undead attacking them were only the common zombie undead. They were most likely dead for less than 10 years. Their buried bodies had not fully rotted yet. The rank of the zombie undead was the lowest, the servant class, yet their numbers were overwhelming. They always attacked their prey in groups, so it was extremely dangerous to stumble into them in the wild. Within the groups of zombies, those that were buried longer and had absorbed more essence of death would evolve into generals among the walking corpses. The huge creature with a body of a strong ox, a tiny head and limbs like hatchets was an infamous corpse general. It was categorized as a warrior-level creature, yet it was definitely stronger than an ordinary warrior-level demon beast. Normally, it was possible to inflict damage on demon beasts. When their legs were attacked, it would affect their speed and movement. If their limbs were attacked, it would weaken their attack. If their critical parts were damaged, their body would become weak and force them to retreat. However, there was no such thing as being injured for these corpses. Even when destructive spells penetrated their abdomens or blasted their limbs apart, they were still mobile as long as there was still energy in the body parts. Even a broken arm on the ground would still rise on its own and grab onto its prey. A corpse general was able to take on 3 warrior-level demon beasts because of this. Most importantly, this particular one they had stumbled into turned out to be a superior corpse general, which had been nurtured in this land for more than 10 years. Trying to fight against it was no different than asking for death. Even if they managed to kill the corpse general by teaming up, they would still be bitten to death by the horde of hundreds of zombies surrounding them. They had no choice but to run. There was slightly over a kilometer left until they reached Sunny Goat Village. They were able to see the wooden fences around the village once they crossed the little hill before them. They had to escape from these filthy creatures. Sink, you bastards! Flowing mud, earth wave. Zhong Xiaoho's hands glowed brown. He channeled the spell for quite some time, stacking up a few earth spells on top of one another before slamming the energy into the ground. The 9 of them were all in the same area. Everywhere apart from the ground they were standing on suddenly became slimy. They could easily tell that the soft soil had turned into mud, and some even had the shape of a whirlpool. Anything standing on mud would naturally sink, and together with the spinning and sinking motion, it was similar to quicksand. A huge number of zombies were now half sunken into the ground. When Zhong Xiaohu had arrived at the ancient capital, he immediately sold the diamond he found at the Burning Valley and bought himself an earth element magic tool. It allowed him to stack up his basic earth spell to a certain degree before releasing it, multiplying the effects of Earth Wave. Although it would take a longer time to channel, it was more effective than casting the same spell many times. The Earth Wave cast with the Earth Seed flowing mud had a shocking outcome. As lots of the zombies sank into the mud, Zhong Xiaohu immediately hardened the ground to stop them from coming back up. In the end, the zombies were stuck in the ground with half their bodies on the surface and half below. They could neither rise to the surface nor sink into the ground. The group was overjoyed. As they were about to give some compliments, Xiaoju screamed, "Run, quick!" The corpse general had already broken through the last line of defense. Due to its enormous size, the muck produced by the flowing mud seed could barely cover its ankles. Even when the mud turned as hard as concrete, it was nowhere enough to hinder its movement. Blood splattered as its hatchet swung wildly. It was impossible to tell who was injured in the midst of the chaos. They could only take hold of the chance to run down the hill. The furious roar of the hatchet corpse general rose behind them. The soldiers felt a chill running down their spines as they felt the gust of it sweeping across their back. However, no one dared to turn around, they could only run with all their might. Under the icy brilliance of the moon, they could vaguely see black shadows charging in their direction while uttering hungry cries. Unlike the slow-moving zombies in the movies, both the corpse general and the zombies were extremely fast while their legs were still intact. A magician running at full speed would still be easily caught by them without relying on movement spells or boots equipment. In addition to that, their jumping ability was shocking. They could easily leap over 10 meters, even the servant-class zombies. As such, the undeads chasing after the group were not slowly dragging their legs, but sprinting and leaping like wild beasts. Ugh! A painful screech came from behind. It seemed like someone was caught by the undead, resulting in a cry for help. "Forget them! If not, our whole squad will be wiped out," ordered Captain Qin Hu mercilessly. The group did not dare to turn around. They could only hope that the one caught was not a friend. "She's not dead yet." Zhong Xiaohu turned around and saw the person to be the other battlemaga in their group, Jiaoshi. The battlemaga Jiaoshi was entangled by the long tongue of the corpse general. She was an ice magician, hence she barely sealed off the corpse general's movement with ice lock. Otherwise, the corpse general would simply have swallowed her with one bite. Chapter 525. The Strange Village. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Idiot, don't go!" Wang Tong yelled at Zhong Xiaohu. However, Zhong Xiaohu had already stepped on the emergency brake and turned around to save Jiaoshi. The battlemaga struggled to break free. The corpse general had shattered her ice chains to pieces. As the ice was still scattering in the air, the corpse general dashed toward the battlemaga like a runaway car. Jiaoshi uttered a prayer. When she saw Zhong Xiaohu turning around to save her, she barely showed a change of expression. As she reached out her hand for Zhong Xiaohu to pull her away, the enormous creature withdrew its tongue and dragged her through the air, right toward its murderous mouth. The corpse general bit down greedily, as if it were munching on a juicy fruit. Bright red liquid sprayed through the air. A few drops of the blood landed on Zhong Xiaohu's face. His eyes widened as his face filled with disbelief. "Run, you idiot!" Wang Tong's voice entered Zhong Xiaohu's ears. As he collected his thoughts, he saw the corpse general's bloodshot eyes fixed on him. Sorry, mumbled Zhong Xiaohu softly as he summoned a gust of wind under his feet, carrying him into the distance like an arrow being fired. Zhong Xiaohu was extremely fast. The hatchet corpse general had no chance of catching him. Meanwhile, the zombies flanking him from other directions were unable to predict his path. Before the walking corpses could totally surround him, Zhong Xiaohu had already broken through with wind track and caught up to the team. "Wipe it off," Xiaoju handed a handkerchief to Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu did not receive it. He wiped his face with his sleeves. The fresh blood of Jiaoxi was all over them. Zhong Xiaohu had never even had the chance to talk to her. "I thought you'd already gotten used to this, based on your outstanding performance. I assumed you would abandon those that are impossible to save. It was very likely that you would pay with your life by turning around there. The squads here are different from the squads from other places. You should abandon those who are trapped by the undead. Turn around, and you'll put the entire squad in danger." The Captain Qin, who came over and glanced down at Zhong Xiaohu, who was taking his rest on the ground. Zhong Xiaohu remained silent. He was indeed a transfer student from the south to the middle region, the ancient capital. "Don't do something stupid like that next time, and don't disobey the orders given to you," said Qin Hu. Zhong Xiaohu was still silent, still not reconciled to the death of his comrade. If he could have acted quicker, he might have had a chance of saving her before she was dragged away by the corpse general. "There's no sign of the undead nearby. Sunny Goat Village is just ahead, I can see their fences," said Wang Tong. "All right, let's head to the village at once." Sunny Goat Village was only a few kilometers away from the Qinling Mountains, located in the foothills of the infamous mountain range. The village was not big, constructed along a river flowing down from the mountain. The structures were basically made of wood. It felt like the squad had gone back in time the moment they set foot into the village. There was no sign of magic technology that had been developed in the past century. No streetlights, no electrical wires, even the mobile reception here was close to zero. Demon beasts are quite sensitive toward our technology. Perhaps the village has banned it so they won't attract the demon beasts and undead here, the observant Xiaoju quickly conjectured as they entered the village. The village was extraordinarily quiet at night. Not a single lamp was lit. The only source of light was the dull yellow moon hanging high up in the sky. The group could hear the sound of the river clearly. The village was deadly silent, it did not look like someone lived here. "You guys, remove everything you shouldn't be bringing with you before entering the village, that includes any trace of blood on you," said an aged voice from the guard tower at the entrance of the village. The guard tower was manned every night, as a safety precaution. "Old man, we're soldiers from Lintong headquarters. We were ambushed by the undead along the way here. We've already got casualties and injured with us. Please let us enter the village, so we can attend to our comrades," said Xiaoju to the old man guarding the village. "Which is why I say, throw away everything you shouldn't be bringing in. It will bring bad luck and disaster to our village," insisted the old man. The group looked at one another. They had no choice but to comply. "That thing too. It's the only communication device for us to contact the headquarters. It's specially designed, it won't attract the attention of demon beasts," said Qin Hu. "No way, otherwise, you won't be entering the village. Just follow his instructions. There's a reason they are able to live among the undead for so many years," said Xiaoju. The group immediately removed all their communication devices. The old man simply set the pile on fire, leaving the group with dull looks on their faces. Now that they had lost their communication devices, no one would know if the entire squad was wiped out in the end. It seemed like the scouting squad was told to come to this village too. If their communication devices were destroyed too, it would be a miracle if they did not go missing. "All right, come in. The journey here looked tough, judging from your looks and injuries. Clean yourself up at the river. Oh, try not to go upstream, we still want to drink the water," said the old man. The old man brought the group of 8 to the back of the village. The village was not huge, possibly smaller than a villa owned by a wealthy person. It only took them 10 minutes to reach the back of the village. The village was quiet, and they had yet to see anyone apart from the old man. They began to feel uneasy. The whole area is occupied by the undead, yet the village is located right in the center of it. On top of that, I haven't seen anything alive in this place. Is this actually a ghost town? It makes sense that the undead are not interested in the dead, whispered Wang Tong to Zhong Xiaohu. Enough, the villagers are most likely asleep. This place has no television, no phones, no internet. What can they possibly do apart from sleeping, said Zhong Xiaohu. Oh, you're right about that. By the way, the old man has just burned my kidney 6 too. I should have sent my missus a message before entering the village, so she won't think that I'm dead here. What a pity. TL note, kidney 6 here is referring to the iPhone 6. The reason why it's kidney, well, there are actual cases in China where people sold one of their kidneys just to buy a new iPhone, and it has somehow turned into a meme. Zhong Xiaohu rolled his eyes, not wanting to waste his time talking to Wang Tong. He proceeded to study the village. Speaking of which, Sunny Goat Village looked just like a normal village with a primitive lifestyle. However, he did discover a strange sight. Each of the wooden huts was decorated with a stalk of dog's paw. Dog's paw was its common name, its real name was the ash plum flower. Zhong Xiaohu had only learned about the ash plum flower after he came to the ancient capital. For some reason, he felt like he had seen the ash plum flower before. Chapter 526. The Trick to Avoid the Undead. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Use this to cleanse the poison away, but without a healer, it's not possible for his legs to recover, the old man sitting on a wooden stool and smoking a cigar told them. Wang Tong handed him an automatic lighter and a Changhua cigar, but the old man shook his head. The villagers were neither stubborn nor behind in technology, but they had to rely on the traditional lifestyle to maintain the serenity of the village. The old man told the group that there was no empty hut for them. They had no choice but to stay in a shed for the night. They were all soldiers who had endured tough training, hence the shed was very comfortable as long as they didn't have to worry about the undead. We'll talk in the day. Just a reminder, don't simply run off anywhere, especially leaving the village. I'll tell the chief that you're here, the old man said, before leaving the group. The soldiers laid down on the slightly damp ground of the shed. They were too worn out to chat with one another. They spread out their clothes on the ground and went to sleep. Most of them had gotten used to witnessing blood and death. It was a close call tonight, but it did not stop them from falling asleep. Everyone fell asleep without appointing anyone to stand guard. Zhong Xiaohu woke up a few times throughout the night because of the cold. The first time he woke up, the moon was still high up in the sky. The second time, the moon was slightly slanted. The third time, his surroundings were in complete darkness, so quiet that it was kind of scary, yet his fatigue immediately dragged him back into a deep sleep. When his eyes next sprang open, it was already daytime. Come over here, you son of a bitch, who told you to wash your feet in the upstream? I'll skin you alive. Going to do the laundry? Let me tag along. My husband is lazy, but somehow he's very active at changing his clothes. The beating of a gong woke the group up. As they opened their eyes, they could see kids running around, women busy with their chores and old folks taking a stroll around the village. The village was deadly quiet last night, but it was rather lively in the day, just like an ordinary village. When everyone woke up, some of the kids with runny noses gathered around the shed and observed the soldiers like they were foreigners. You're all awake, head to the village hall. The chief wants to see you. The old man who was standing guard last night seemed fairly energetic still. He brought the group to eat breakfast before going to the village hall. The hall was not big. It had a small front yard with a huge pond filled with clear water. The bottom of the pond had lots of pebbles. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover red letters engraved on the surface of the pebbles, which looked like names. In our village, either the youngsters or old folks, those who are leaving would write their names on the pebbles and throw them into the pond. It prevents them from turning into those things outside, explained the old man indifferently. They arrived at the village hall after they crossed the yard. A few old men sat on the wooden chairs with carefree looks. None of them seemed afraid, despite living among the undead. A middle-aged man was seated in the leading position. His forehead was filled with wrinkles. He looked rather old, even with his smile. Even his good skincare was unable to hide his age. I'm the chief of this village, You can call me Fang Jiyu, said the man who called himself Fang Jiyu. Our chief is impressive, he's a magician, complimented the old man who had stood guard. I'm nothing compared to the experts from the army, replied Fang Jiyu with a smile, sounding quite humble. Experts? One dead and one severely injured before they arrived, blurted out the old man. Fang Jiyu gave the old man a stare. The old man was aware that he had said something unpleasant to the ears. He immediately excused himself, most likely heading home to take a rest. Sorry about that, the old man is just being talkative. It's been dull lately, as the undead appear even before the sky turns completely dark. The creatures are extremely savage, too. You must be very careful no matter what mission you're on. Fang Jiyu advised in a friendly manner. Thanks for the reminder. The truth is, we're here to rescue a scouting squad. We're told to report back if we found any news, if you happen to know something, said the captain Qin Hu. Oh, they came to the village before, and left after giving us some warnings. They did not stay for long. They must have headed for the other villages, answered Fang Jiyu immediately, remembering the squad. Were they fine when they came here? Asked Xiaoju. Yeah, there were 9 of them, none of them were missing. They must have gotten rid of their communication devices when they came into your village. We lost contact with them around this area, please tell us if you know where they went, said Qin Hu. You can't bring your communication devices into the village, it's the same for the other villages, too. As for where they went, it should be Hua village in the west. I heard someone mention it, said the chief. Oh, thanks. After the conversation with the chief came to an end, a balding old man sitting beside him spoke up slowly, since you're here, just let you know that we don't want the army to send another squad to look for you here too. By the way, it will take at least 2 days to reach Hua village from here. We're magicians. That applies to magicians, emphasized the balding old man. Qin Hu and Xiaoju frowned immediately. It meant that they had no choice but to spend a night in the wild if they decided to go to Hua village. Initially, they thought they would not have any problem staying a night in the wild, but after what happened last night, they had no intention of taking that risk. Chief, the undead have been restless lately, we probably won't stand any chance against them, but we have to complete the mission entrusted to us. Please tell us the trick to avoid the undead. It's clear that your village is safe in the land of the undead, and I even heard rumors about villagers journeying in the wild safely at night. I believe you must have some special trick passed down for generations, asked Xiaoju sternly. No, it's the secret of our village. We can't tell outsiders, the old man declined instantly. Besides, even if we told you the trick, you can't use it, anyway. You have to think of some other way, said another old man. Fang Jiyu seemed eager to help, but he was wearing a helpful look too. After a while, he suddenly spoke, we can't tell you the village's secret, but there's another way you can try. The only thing is, if anything goes wrong, you'll end up being surrounded by the walking corpses. Chapter 527. Critical Breathing. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Prior to this, Zhong Xiaohu never thought nightfall would be so dreadful. As the sun slowly set on the horizon, the remaining peace in his heart was dissipating at the same rate a great fear loomed over the vast land. It's dark again, someone among the group had to say. Everyone felt their legs weakening for a second, as if countless filthy claws had suddenly grabbed onto them. Let's hope that we were just unlucky last time, finding ourselves close to a burial pit, murmured Xiaoju. Brace yourselves, I don't want us to be ambushed again like last time, warned Qin Hu. The mountains in the south were very tall, like a giant black dragon lying across the land on their left, covering a distance of a few kilometers. The group departed straight to the west. The sun was like the hour hand of a clock, serving as a timer. Its brilliance was red, like the color of blood, scattered across the mountains in the distance, and on the black soil the group was stepping on. Darkness had already filled the place behind them, as if there was no turning back from this point onward. The smell of rotting flesh and the dead lingered in the air. The group still remembered when they first set foot onto this land, they were still joking around and laughing, not treating the undead seriously. However, none of them were speaking along the way now. Their footsteps felt heavier, and their hearts began to race all of a sudden. Will the trick that the chief told us actually work? Wang Tong asked uneasily. The chief had told the group that the undead did not rely on their vision to track their prey. Some of the zombies' heads were completely smashed, leaving them with no eyes. However, they could capture the scent of any living thing. The undead had extremely bad vision, especially the low-grade ones, but whenever something alive walked past, every undead within a few hundred meters would be attracted. It was because they were able to capture the scent of the living. Places filled with the undead lingered with a deathly aura. Even their breath held the scent of death. The breath blown out by a living thing was alive. Science said the majority of it consisted of carbon dioxide. The undead had bad vision and average hearing, yet due to the scent of death, they could easily smell any living thing within a few hundred meters. The scent of something alive was like a plate of delicacies to them. They could smell it from a great distance away. The undead were always starving, and a living thing always needed to breathe. As a result, the undead nearby would simply follow that pleasant aroma to their next meal. The only way to avoid the undead was to deal with the problem of breathing. Servant-class undead lacked intelligence, hence as long as a human concealed their breathing or slightly modified it, it was difficult for the undead to locate them. As for the warrior-level undead, their senses of smell and hearing were a lot stronger, with average vision. Therefore, if they stumbled into a warrior-level creature, not only would they have to deal with their breathing, they had to be extremely still, too. This thing looks just like garlic. I wonder how bad it's going to taste, said one of the soldiers, Bai Lu. It's turning dark. Eat it, one each, ordered Captain Chin Hu. The group followed the captain's order. They quickly took out something with a shape similar to garlic, but pitch black in color, out from their bags. The thing was called ash garlic, one of the few crops that would grow in the land of the undead. Its taste was a lot worse than garlic. Once they ate it, the breath they exhaled was extremely foul. However, the locals carried a few with them at all times, as a safety precaution. Once they ate the ash garlic, their breath would turn foul, strong enough to cover their scent. The undead would simply mistake them as their own kind who forgot to brush their teeth at night, and would not chase after them. In ancient times, there was a saying that garlic was able to keep devils away. It was most likely because the devils would not want to get close to you after smelling the garlic. As soon as night fell, everyone ate an ash garlic each, and immediately came the sound of retching. F***K, it's worse than eating poop. You sound like you've tried poop before. It's disgusting, allow me to puke for a while. Everyone was a soldier in the group, who had eaten all kinds of things when surviving in the wild, yet they all still felt like vomiting after eating the ash garlic, showing how bad it tasted. Hang in there if you don't want to die. Captain, please don't face me when you talk. Sure, quiet. Shishaju suddenly urged the group with an alert look. Everyone immediately paled and held their breaths. The ground began to loosen up, like someone trying to crawl out from their grave. They could clearly hear the sound of something knocking on a coffin. Everyone glanced at one another before staring at the ground under their feet. Suddenly, a head covered in worms poked out from the soil. Its hair was dry, and only half of the scalp remained, exposing a shiny skull, an eerie sight. The head appeared right beside a battlemaga, Xiao Jing, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. She subconsciously wanted to draw a star pattern to blast the disgusting head away, yet Xiaoju quickly grabbed her and stopped her from doing so. Xiaoju had made a wise choice, as a few other heads with half-exposed skulls crawled out from the ground. In just a few minutes, more zombies rose up from the soil. They were enjoying the dark bath and breathing the dead air. If their eyes looked slightly more alive, they could be mistaken as a pack of creatures coming out to enjoy some fresh air. The group of 8 turned into statues. They could feel their hearts pounding, like they would pop out at any second. 2 zombies had crawled out of the ground close to Zhong Xiaohu, right in front of and behind Wang Tong. Zhong Xiaohu was so close that he could see the empty hole at the back of the zombie's skull. It was obvious that the person had died when his brain was punctured by something sharp. He did not dare to move, nor breathe. However, it was impossible for anyone to not breathe. Even if he could hold his breath for a minute, he would simply die from suffocating if he held it any longer. Finally, Zhong Xiaohu reached his limit. He started to exhale some air through his nose. As soon as he exhaled, the zombie in front of him turned around instantly. Its bloodshot eyes were staring right at Zhong Xiaohu, and it raised the rusted saber it was holding, too. Zhong Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. The two zombies were not enough to pose any threat to him. A simple wind disk would blast them into the sky. The problem was, there were at least 100 zombies around them. If he attacked, the zombies would simply sense the energy from his magic and completely surround them. Zhong Xiaohu did not dare to move, but he was already at his limit. He had no idea if the ash garlic was working effectively. No one could possibly stay calm under the circumstances. Surrounded by the undead, the filthy creatures could easily strip them to the bones in seconds. Chapter 528. Why did you leave me? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhong Xiaohu's face turned blue from holding his breath too long. He finally exhaled a mouthful, as he would lose consciousness if he did not breathe. The zombie in front glanced at Zhong Xiaohu confusingly, as if it was completely unaware of the guy that had somehow appeared behind it. The zombie lowered the rusty saber, and did not attack Zhong Xiaohu. Meanwhile, the zombie behind Zhong Xiaohu completely ignored him, and continued to roam aimlessly. It would glance into the distance at times, or lower its head, trying to find the arm it lost yesterday. Phew tilde. Zhong Xiaohu let out a relieved sigh. The others could feel their legs cramping because of the tension, and they almost fell to the ground. The trick worked. Neither the skeletons nor the zombies attacked them. They were simply glancing at the humans who were uttering the foul breath in confusion. However, these undead did not possess any intelligence. As long as the thing was not alive, it was meaningless to attack them. Maybe they were just stinky? Captain Qin Hu raised his head without saying a word, signaling the group to continue forward in formation. The group quickly gathered. They were still alert at the start, afraid that something would go wrong. However, as they walked past the undead at very close range, the zombies would only groan at them in warning for straying too close, without lunging at them. As such, they began to lower their guard. If we knew about this trick all along, why would we still be afraid of the undead? Wang Tong seemed elated from the success. These ash garlics are extremely rare. You might find them on the black market, but there won't be many. The chief has spared us some of their stock they had saved up, said Xiaoju. Either way, it's good that we don't have to fight those things. Once we locate the bodies of the scouting squad, we'll go back at once, said Bai Lu. It seems like us talking won't attract their attention, either. The group realized that it was fine talking in front of the undead. As long as their breath was covered by the foul scent of the ash garlic, the undead would not notice their presence. However, everyone began to panic slightly as they continued along the journey across the vast land. Every few steps would lead them to a few more undead. The density of the undead had completely surpassed their estimation. Every 100 square meters would have 1 or 2 undead roaming around. By that standard, the whole area would be showing as bloody red on the electronic map. As they proceeded, they suddenly saw a group of several dozens zombies ahead. The zombies were stacked together like a wall, standing right in the path they were heading in. The zombies slowly dragged their bodies along, uttering unpleasant cries. Before any living thing captured their attention, the zombies would simply roam around aimlessly, like walking corpses. Let's just walk past them. They won't attack us anyway, Wang Tong led the way with a smile. However, when Wang Tong was less than 20 meters away, the group of zombies suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Tong with bloodshot eyes. Wang Tong was stunned. The zombies began to scream and charged in Wang Tong's direction. As the zombies sprinted across the land, it swept a huge cloud of dust into the air. Quick, the ash garlic, yelled Xiaoju. Luckily, Wang Tong reacted fairly quickly. He took out an ash garlic and munched it. The effects worked fairly quickly. Wang Tong was almost knocked out by his own foul breath. The zombies were right in front of Wang Tong, yet they suddenly lost their target and came to a stop. They simply stared at one another in a foolish manner. A moment later, the zombies returned to their aimless roaming as if they had forgotten why they were running in the first place. Wang Tong stood in the middle of the zombies, having almost wet his pants in fear. As everything returned to normal, Wang Tong finally burst out cursing, "This stinky thing only lasts for such a short time. We don't have a lot of the ash garlics, and it seems like they don't last long either. We have to make use of the time," said Xiaoju with a frown. Since the effect of the ash garlic ended for Wang Tong, it would be the same for everyone. The others quickly took out an ash garlic and ate it. The cold moon hanging high up in the sky shone down, observing the moving dead. The land was cold but restless, as the undead who had overslept would rise from the ground and roam aimlessly like a homeless scavenger. When there was nothing alive for them to feed on, the undead would pick up stuff or dig things up from the ground. The broken limbs they found would always come in handy. Occasionally, they would dig up a burial pit and found themselves a nutritional habitat. Spend a few years there, and they might even evolve into stronger undead. Along the journey, the group had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. They had no idea why these things would even exist in their world. A tide suddenly erupted ahead, sweeping the black soil into the air, fairly shocking under the moonlight. The tide was dragging dead bodies, torn clothes, and zombies that happened to be in the area forward. The whole ground began to vibrate, as an undead with a body as strong as an ox crawled out from the hole. The undead poked out of the soil, revealing sturdy muscles as impenetrable as armor plates. Its limbs were thick and sturdy. It had 4 limbs in total, and somehow 2 of them were fused with hatchet stained with blood. The other 2 were like long sabers. It was no different than a meat mincer when it started to swing the weapons. "It's the Hatchet Corps General," blurted out Wang Tong in shock. "Has it been following us around? Or perhaps we were still inside its territory all along?" The group of 8 subconsciously backed off when they saw it. The Corps General was the actual reason they almost got wiped out in the first place, and now, the giant creature had appeared once again. "Don't panic, we've eaten the ash garlic, it won't notice us, right? Don't move, stay right where you are. The chief has mentioned that the warrior-level undead have good hearing, they can tell if we are undead based on our movements. So don't move, and you'll be fine," said Xiaoju. The group clearly remembered the chief's warning. They turned into statues, staring at the Hatchet Corps General in astonishment. Zhong Xiaohu did not move his gaze. He realized that the undead's head was gone, but as he took a closer look, it did not seem like it was beheaded. The others were aware that the Hatchet Corps General looked slightly different than before, but none of them made a noise. God knew if talking would attract the Hatchet Corps General's attention. The sound of something digging its way up from its flesh was heard. An out-of-proportion head slowly stuck out from the neck of the Corps General. Disgusting black hair stained with blood appeared first, clumping on the Corps General's neck. A head appeared after, which looked the same as a human's. Finally, the head turned 180 degrees, revealing a face covered in blood and ichor, but most importantly full of gall and hatred. Why did you leave me?" Its mouth opened, shrieking hateful words. The group could feel their scalps exploding on seeing this. The head that had popped out from the Hatchet Corps General's body was the dead battlemager, Jiaoshi. Chapter 529. Dark Abyss, 10,000 Corpses Pit, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. There were 2 ways for the undead to evolve. First, using the presence of death to nurture themselves, like the fermentation of alcohol, allowing their strength to grow as time went by. Second, by merging with and devouring others. Combining the body parts of dead corpses to their own bodies with brute force would grant them the capabilities of the corpses when they were alive to a certain degree. The Corps General had used Jioshi's head to grant itself a human's vision. Since she had only died recently, her hatred still remained, hence she had come looking for the team as night arrived. Ash garlic, staying still, none of them were effective against a corpse general consumed by strong hatred, as she could still recognize their faces within a day of her death. "Come, stay with me. I want you all to come stay with me," the head on the corpse general screeched at them with terrifying hatred. The corpse general had the ability to command the undead. Following the scream, the zombies within a few hundred meters away obeyed its summon, sharing the same target as the corpse general. The zombies too began to scream. Their rotten legs that were initially dragged around like puppets suddenly received a strong burst of energy, turning them into the most savage beasts, which charged toward the humans and surrounded them. Countless black figures were running at them. The density of the undead in the area was high to begin with. The entire place trembled as the summoning took place. The undead had gone totally mad. The 8 soldiers that were hiding in the middle of the undead suddenly became the freshest meat available. "Run, quick!" yelled Jiangtu. There was more undead around them than previously, including a corpse general driven by hatred. They had no chance of fighting them whatsoever. The 8 soldiers quickly fled into the distance, casting magic continuously as they ran, summoning wild fiery fists and erupting tornadoes. Despite the bodies scattering in the air together with the splatter of blood and liquid, the zombies were still chasing them relentlessly. Artilda! As the group was running, no one had time to look after Lu Hongjing, whose legs no longer had any flesh. Lu Hongjing was a water magician. He barely had a water barrier protecting him from the undead. However, there were simply too many crashing onto him, like rugby players stacking on top of one another as they fought for the ball. More zombies desperately tried to squeeze themselves between the gaps. Lu Hongjing's cries were completely blocked off. The group could only see a pile of zombies where he was. They saw parts of his flesh being thrown out from the pile, which were immediately taken away by the zombies nearby. Not a single drop of blood was left, as the zombies even fell to their knees to suck it all up. "Don't look back!" Shishaju snapped at Zhong Xiaohu. The greatest taboo in the land of the undead was turning back. Even if their blood-related brothers had fallen, they were not allowed to turn back and rescue them. The most they could do was to simply come back and retrieve their corpses during the day, just so they would not turn into more undead. There's no such thing as rescuing in this land. The rescue team is basically the corpse retrieving team, emphasized Shishaju. Zhong Xiaohu bit his lips and continued to run. The zombies showed no sign of decreasing. There were always new ones blocking the path ahead. The undead seemed to have unlimited energy. Even those that were left a long ways behind were still chasing after them. I've got you, come, stay with me." A terrifying voice was heard. Zhong Xiaohu turned around and realized that Captain Jiangtu had somehow been left behind. 2 zombies were grabbing onto his legs. A moment later, one of the Hatchet corpse general's arm stabbed through his body. The arm slowly raised into the air. Impaled by the arm, Jiangtu was lifted into the air, hanging right in front of Jioshi's face. Jioshi burst into an eerie laughter, as if she were going to tear Jiangtu apart with her own mouth. Jiangtu turned around. The captain glanced at Zhong Xiaohu with his final breath. His mouth was filled with blood. Despite the great pain, he was still trying to tell Zhong Xiaohu something. "Don't turn back." Jiangtu used his remaining breath to tell Zhong Xiaohu. The following second, Jiangtu was torn apart by Hatchet corpse general's 3 other limbs. Only the head was left in good condition and set aside by the corpse general. Damn it! Damn it! Zhong Xiaohu lowered his head and kept on running. His face was hurting from the wind slapping his face. Zhong Xiaohu had no idea how fast he was going. Either way, the zombies were merely puppets blocking his path. The zombies could not stop him, even the warrior-level corpse general had no chance to catch him. However, his only attack was Wind Disc. He was unable to save anyone, let alone blasting the zombies surrounding his comrades away. He initially thought he had grown stronger, that he was able to face tougher challenges and able to save the people he wanted to save. In the end, he was still the same, so tiny that running was the only thing he could do. It would be great if Mo Fan was here. He would simply use his strongest destructive spells to kill all the zombies. he would find a way to eliminate even the powerful corpse general. 2 elements were nowhere enough to deal with the undead. Zhong Xiaohu had never had such a strong urge to become an advanced magician. After becoming an advanced magician, he would have access to 3 elements. He would at least have some spells he could use to fight the zombies. He would be able to cast the advanced spells, either the Eyes of the Rock Demon, Petrify, and the Wind Wings of the Wind element would help a great deal. At least he would not be running like a coward. Zhong Xiaohu, don't go that way, yelled Xiaoju. Zhong Xiaohu quickly collected his thoughts and realized that the ground in front of him was collapsing. First, the soil loosened up. Next, the ground began to sink. It felt like the ground was hollow underneath, and as the surface began to vibrate, the thin layer suddenly collapsed, revealing a pitch-black abyss right in front of him. There were several zombies on the ground, but as the abyss appeared, they all dropped into it. The angled moonlight was barely shining upon the walls of the deep abyss. Half of it was visible, while the other half was completely dark. The only sound was the cries of the zombies as they fell into darkness. Loud cries of the undead suddenly rose in the pit, as the ground began to tremble wildly. What's this? Zhong Xiaohu halted right in front of the abyss, sliding right to the edge of the pit as his speed was too high. He glanced down in astonishment, and saw the most terrifying sight he ever saw in his life. Chapter 530. Dark Abyss, 10,000 Corpses Pit, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The red eyes below were packed together densely. They were not a dazzling sight like the stars in the sky, but so crowded together that one could simply feel goosebumps across their body and their heart being penetrated by the extremely greedy and savage gazes. The abyss was very dark, but Zhong Xiaohu could still see countless bodies and limbs squirming down in the pit. They were stacked together, layer after layer. The zombies were climbing on top of one another like moving mountains. The abyss was huge, yet he could not see even the slightest sign of the soil. All of it was filled with zombies, numbing his scalp. The few zombies that were initially on the surface before it collapsed had dropped into the pit like raindrops falling into the ocean, lost completely among the rest of the undead. Thousands. Tens of thousands. With so many undead gathered in a single pit, it was like lifting up the lid of a burning pot, resembling the 18th floor of hell, where countless souls were being tortured. The dreadful scene was thrown open to the mundane world, displaying the torture and pain that the souls were suffering. Their tremendous hatred had materialized into a giant fountain of black vapor rising into the sky. Zhong Xiaohu was completely stunned in lace. He was the closest to the abyss. Just a few more steps, he would have fallen into it. Now, he realized that he would prefer to be butchered by the Hatchet Corpse General rather than falling into this pit filled with zombies. It was no different than finding himself in hell. Zhong Xiaohu had nowhere to run with the Hatchet Corpse General chasing behind him. He would not make it in time running around the edge of the pit. Joshi's dark face was approaching him with her long tongue writhing the air, as if she was going to suck his blood dry. The hatchet swung wildly. Zhong Xiaohu clenched his teeth. With his back against the pit of zombies, he had no choice but to have a final showdown with the Hatchet Corpse General. However, as he had just prepared to fight to his death, the Hatchet Corpse General suddenly moved into a different direction and chased after Xiaoju. An eerie laugh burst into his ears. Zhong Xiaohu had never experienced the feeling of unable to move his feet due to overwhelming fear before. It was not just because the deadly Hatchet Corpse General had just spared his life, but the fact that a hell on earth was right behind him, the burning pot with countless zombies. He fell to his knees weakly. It took him some time to gather his strength again and rose to his feet. He could sense the tremendous aura of death right behind him, which would most likely drag any living thing nearby into it. Zhong Xiaohu did not want to die in this place. Without the Hatchet Corpse General chasing after him, Zhong Xiaohu was finally able to run back in the direction they had just come from. He could not see where the others were, or tell if they were dead or had actually managed to escape. The elite specifically picked to form the special team had collapsed at the first blow from the undead. They were merely prey in the end. The Magic Association, in the clock tower. In a rather old-style office, a young woman on monitoring duty rushed toward the meeting room with an electronic screen on her hand. "Black! Black!" screamed the woman as she barged into the room. "Calm down, what is this about?" said the vice chairman of the ancient capital's Magic Association. "Black, there are black dots in this area, it's a dark abyss," said the woman as she pointed at the electronic screen. The screen was an electronic map showing the vicinity of the ancient capital and the areas nearby. It was now midnight, the areas outside of the ancient capital were displaying as blood red on the map. The color was bright and astonishing, implying that the undead was a lot more restless than usual. On top of that, in the middle of the red areas, a black dot suddenly flickered. Black implied that it was a forbidden land for humans. A purple area was already considered a kingdom of demon beasts, where even the supreme magicians had little chance of surviving. Above that, a black area meant that any living thing had zero chance of surviving. Somehow, in the midst of the red, a black dot had appeared. It was a sign that the most terrifying thing in the land of the undead had appeared. Is there something wrong with the device? Why would there be black? It literally means the undead are stacking up into mountains, a young member of the Magic Association scoffed with a smile, before looking at the vice chairman Peng Yu. He quickly withdrew the smile on his face when he saw the stern look on the vice chairman's face. "You know nothing." "This means that the dark abyss has appeared," the woman shot back, her voice rising as her control wavered. "Dark abyss? I've been here for quite some time, but I've never heard of that," replied the young man uncertainly. Vice Chairman Peng Yu exhaled deeply after some time and said, "Did you say that the area would only be black when the zombies are stacking up into mountains?" "Yeah, no matter how dense the zombies are, there's no way it would reach that level," said the young man. "The truth is, that's exactly what the dark abyss looks like. It's also known as the 10,000 Corpses Pit, or the Abyss of Hell. The device won't make a mistake, a dark abyss has indeed appeared to the west of Sunny Goat Village." "No, no way," the young man's face stiffened. "Tell the other factions that a dark abyss has appeared. Even this thing has shown itself in the land of the undead. If we can't find the reason behind it, this whole place is going to turn into hell," said Vice Chairman Peng Yu sternly. It was common for the undead to roam around the ancient capital. For thousands of years, humans here had learned how to coexist with the undead. However, since the extraordinary behavior of the drifting sand river, this land had gone out of control as well. More undead began to appear before nightfall, and high-level creatures were spotted in human territories. Even this pit, the closest thing to what hell, looked like it had appeared. Wasn't all this enough to imply that something big was about to happen? The ancient capital had stood firmly for thousands of years despite the undead having their eyes on the city all along. The people here had learned how to defend themselves and fight against the undead in a never-ending war that had lasted for a few thousand years. Undead appearing in the daytime, the restless zombies, the appearance of the dark abyss, there had to be a reason behind it all. It was said that the river flowing from the mountain close to the Sunny Goat Village was the cleanest around dawn, perfect for brewing tea. Su Xiaoluo would rise from her bed when the sun had just risen to fetch water from the river. She would carry buckets of it back and pour them into the tanks at her house. Not only did her dad need the water to brew some nice tea, the water was crucial for bathing, too. On this day, she had gone to retrieve some water as usual. Even though she could hear the cries of zombies in the distance, she was not afraid. She scooped the water up and immediately discovered the water was red when she was about to pour it into the bucket. The water had the smell of blood. Su Xiaoluo frowned in annoyance, assuming that a stupid zombie had ended up in the upstream again. She glanced upward at the upstream and saw a man covered in blood lying on the ground. Half of his body was in the water. The blood continued to flow from his body. The man had died a terrible death. Su Xiaoluo was rather daring, having lived so close to the undead all her life. She walked up to the body and flipped it over. "He's still breathing, someone, help!" Su Xiaoluo immediately called for the villagers when she discovered that the man was still barely breathing. Chapter 531. The Nomination Tournament. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lintong Headquarters. The military instructor Fei Jiao had assigned to coach the Special Forces soldiers sat down on the training ground, right under the flag. Where did the news come from? One of the villages outside of the safe zone, I think it's called Hua Village. The villagers said that they saw torn clothes on ripped-apart bodies when they walked past them somewhere nearby during the day. Judging from the clothes, we can basically say that the squad was completely wiped out, said the soldier who was delivering the information. Hey, rescue team, that was more like a suicide team. Which asshole was it that sent my men out there, cursed Fei Jiao as he quickly rose to his feet. Instructor, calm down. How can I? Those who died are my students. What do I tell Zhongkong now? Yelled Fei Jiao furiously. He pointed at the buildings nearby and started cursing, from his superior to his subordinates, as if he had gone mad. The commanders in the meeting room did not dare to show themselves. Fei Jiao was firing the shots at pretty much everyone. Go, assemble a team. Bring them back, either alive or dead, said Fei Jiao to the soldier. Instructor, please calm down. They have most likely stumbled into a dark abyss. Otherwise, they would not be wiped out even if they merely bumped into a corpse general. What did you say? Fei Jiao was startled. The dark abyss, they were chased by something, and somehow ended up close to a dark abyss. Even those with wind elements did not survive. Dark abyss. Why is that thing appearing? Blurted out the instructor, his eyes wide and face blank. Dark abyss, it was exactly like hell. Even the strongest magician in the entire ancient capital had no chance of surviving after falling into one. Fei Jiao would not blink if he was told to enter the dragon's pond or the tiger's lair, but the dark abyss, it was not just a simple death, but falling straight into hell. TL note, dragon's pond, tiger's lair equals an idiom used to describe dangerous places. Instructor, instead of making a scene here, you should notify the families of the dead. I've checked his background, Zhong Xiao who came from Bo City. He grew up without his parents. It was his grandmother who raised him. Even though she survived the calamity of Bo City, she's approaching the end of her life. As for Zhong Xiao, you might want to tell him yourself. He also has a close friend, who should be the closest to him apart from his grandmother. Should I tell them the news? Asked the soldier. Zhongkong has gone missing, how am I supposed to find him? As for his grandmother, don't tell her yet, she's already so old, Fei Jiao continued after a sigh. As for his friend, I'll try to find Zhongkong first. If I can't find him, we'll let his friend know. Instructor, don't do anything stupid, that's the dark abyss, God knows how many lives would be needed to fill it up. I know that. Piss off from my sight, every time I see you, there's always bad news. The Magic City. Cold wind blew overhead. The city was filled with coughs everywhere, most likely due to the new flu that was spreading around. Why don't you close the window when you go to bed? Asked Ari Tutu as she glanced into Mo Fan's room. I'm a fire magician, and I also have a little mobile furnace lying beside me. I prefer the fresh air when the window's open. Mo Fan sat in front of the computer and scrolled across the web pages, looking for interesting news related to the ancient capital. The world was full of disastrous events. In his original world, there were natural disasters, but in this world, the disasters were usually invasions of demon beasts. Ari Tutu proceeded to mock Mo Fan when she saw the guy suddenly became interested in affairs in the country. Mo Fan turned off the computer and looked back at Ari Tutu. His gaze blithely swept past her busty chest before he replied sternly, did you just say that everyone ranked in the top 20 in every school has a chance to enter the nomination preliminaries for the World College Tournament? Yeah, didn't you notice that Sister Mu has been cultivating in seclusion for a long time already, said Ari Tutu. She did improve very quickly, Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan was fairly impressed by Mu Nujiao's determination. He did not see her much for the past few months, and every time they met, the girl always asked for a duel. It was most likely because the formidable faction supporting Mu Nujiao had decided to focus on helping her enter the World College Tournament. Not only did she have 2 high-quality soul seeds, all the equipment she was wearing was luxurious too. Ari Tutu had also told him that Mu Nujiao still had a trump card up in her sleeves. She was preparing to use it as a surprise move during the nomination preliminaries. Mo Fan was looking forward to seeing it. Thinking about it, Mu Nujiao's Mu clan was one of the 4 great clans in Magic City. It went without saying that they would want to compete for the spot. Similarly, the extremely wealthy Zhao clan was in a similar situation, too. Even the playboy Zhao Manyang had turned into a different person, always busy with some secret training. Zhao Manyang was most likely not going to compete for the spot offered by the institute. However, even if he were trying to earn a spot somewhere else, he still had to work extremely hard. Regardless of having a formidable faction supporting them, the number of competitors was like a vast ocean. Without a certain level of capability, they had no chance of standing out among the candidates. Basically, everyone who was planning to compete for the chance of being nominated for the World College Tournament had turned into a cultivation lunatic. As for Ari Tutu, this young mistress from a wealthy family had a huge bust, but little to no goals. She continued to enjoy life, but since her close friend had devoted herself on the path of cultivation, she was bored to death. Mo Fan was a seeded candidate, thus he could skip the nomination preliminaries if he wanted to. The others had all gone to cultivate, only Mo Fan was still slacking around, which was why Ari Tutu had been staying with Mo Fan lately, hoping that he would find something fun for her to do. Speaking of which, I suggest you take part in the nomination preliminaries, too. Ari Tutu was not planning to take part in them, but she was fairly familiar with the event. Why is that? Asked Mo Fan. You currently have 3 votes, which is basically no different than a provisional candidate, yet you still need to get a 4th vote somehow. If you manage to get the nomination, you basically earn yourself another vote. First, no one will be able to stop you from securing a spot, and second, you can also shut the mouths of those who are doubting you, Ari Tutu declared. Mo Fan nodded. He agreed with her reasoning. Not everyone was aware of how he got the 3 votes in the first place, thus they would assume that he was merely being favored by someone. As a result, they would not be convinced of his qualifications. Meanwhile, Mo Fan had always liked fighting. The nomination preliminaries would definitely involve the strongest students in the entire institute. If he did not take hold of the opportunity and trample some of those disrespectful idiots, wouldn't he simply let the black snake armor, which he still had unused, and the flame Belle, who had finally reached her youth stage, down? As the saying went, a dragon gave birth to dragons, a phoenix gave birth to phoenixes, and the sons of mice were experts at digging holes. Even though Mo Fan did not give birth to the flame Belle, out of all his resources, she was somehow better at stirring up trouble than her father. The little flame Belle was a huge fan of getting into fights. Chapter 532. Impersonating. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The nomination preliminaries. Pearl Institute had 10 nominations in total. Those who were nominated still needed to go through another 2 rounds of competition before deciding the candidates. The rules of the nomination preliminaries were fairly simple. It would simply gather those in the top 20 in every element school to duel with one another. Most interestingly, the duel was not only 1 versus 1, but 4 versus 4, with randomly assigned teams. Each student who was participating in the nomination preliminaries would team up with 3 other participants temporarily and fight against 3 other teams. Although the outcome of the battle would affect their chance of being selected, losing the battle did not mean all hope was lost. The overall rankings inside the institute was not decided through battles between the different elements, since one element would be more effective against some elements, and ineffective or neutral against the others. Everyone in the institute was an intermediate magician, so they would only have 2 elements at most. Those with only defensive or healing elements would never be able to climb the rankings, yet those magicians were always the most important persons in a team. As a result, the institute had made the nomination preliminaries a team battle instead. Every duel would have 3 referees, and each of them had 8 points to spare. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, those who performed better would be given more points. The participants with the highest points would be nominated, and the higher-ups would decide the final 10 nominations. Nomination simply meant the candidate had earned a vote. Only those with 4 votes were able to represent the country in the World College Tournament. As for the source of the other 3 votes, it was a lot more complicated. They could come through the support from renowned families, magic associations, or the military. It basically depended on the student's capability and reputation. Mo Fan already had 3 votes, yet those were more like tokens of appreciation, and he was quite lucky to get them, too. Therefore, it was important for him to earn the nomination, too. He was extremely excited when he learned about the structure of the tournament. A one-on-one battle was fun, but it basically came down to who had the higher cultivation and equipment most of the time. A group battle was more reliant on the skills of the participants, how to utilize their magic perfectly, which could even grant them a chance to turn the tables. Just like how he had worked together with Zhong Xiaohu and Zhao Manyang at the Drifting Sand River, this felt extremely good. The World College Tournament was obviously based on teamwork, too, hence the preliminaries would also be testing the participants' abilities when working in a team. Tutu had become Mo Fan's little tail. The girl was a fun seeker and assumed that she would always find something interesting when following Mo Fan around, hence she energetically signed up for the nomination preliminaries on Mo Fan's behalf and helped him take the draw, too. Mo Fan spent most of his time cultivating. His ears were shut off from matters outside of the window, yet he would still hear about all sorts of nonsense from Tutu's mouth that never stopped talking, including how the granddaughter of the school's guard had fallen in love with some renowned family's young master. Tutu was dying from boredom, so she was fairly passionate about signing Mo Fan up for the nomination preliminaries. After finishing the draw, she quickly visited the Institute's forum. Once the draw was done, most participants would reveal their numbers on the forum, and would organize a meet-up fairly quickly just to learn what elements each teammate had and practice together if needed. Tutu had made herself Mo Fan's secretary. When she saw someone assembling those with the same number, she quickly put on some makeup and went to meet the rest of the team. Mo Fan's teammates had gathered at the field. When Tutu arrived in her slightly exposed outfit, the other 3 had long been waiting for her. "Is your team number 11?" said a male student among the 3. "Ah, I know you. You're the handsome leader of the Lightning School, Jiu Jian." Tutu's eyes flickered when she took a closer look at the student. The guy called Jiu Jian wore a stiff expression as he glanced at Tutu. Beautiful women, busty women, Jiu Jian had seen lots of them. He had no interest in women for the time being. It's only because his mind was occupied with thoughts of securing the nomination. Even when a woman was lying naked in his bed, he had promised himself that he would focus on cultivating instead. Jiu Jian did not have a good first impression of Tutu, as he was worried that she was a vase. It was not ideal to lose their first duel. Even though the outcome did not matter, only by winning would he be able to showcase his exceptionalness. TL note, a vase here means someone who's completely useless, and can only be used as decoration. "Since everyone's here, let's first talk about the elements we have," said Jiu Jian to the others like a captain. Tutu was only here on behalf of Mo Fan, who had gone to the 3-step tower to cultivate. She definitely needed to explain that to the team. Jiu Jian immediately frowned and said, "Are you actually one of Team 11? Don't waste our time here, we still need to practice." Yeah, I am," said Tutu in a panic. Tutu had long heard Jiu Jian's famous name. The reason was that her aunt had asked her to meet the son from Jiu family during the Lunar New Year. The meeting was basically a blind date. It was very common between renowned families, since Tutu was already at an age suitable for marriage. She was not passionate with her cultivation, and was merely wasting her time fooling around. Her family had decided to let her marry someone instead, so she could have a change of heart. Unfortunately, this Jiu Jian was the one that her family was fond of. Tutu had never thought Mo Fan would be grouped with the man who might be her fiancé in the near future. The man was extremely handsome and talented, one of the top students in the Lightning School. He did meet most of Tutu's requirements. On second thought, Tutu decided not to tell them she was only here on behalf of someone yet. She wanted to observe Jiu Gen more with the opportunity given to her. "So what elements do you have?" asked Jiu Gen. "My primary element is plant, and my secondary element is light," answered Tutu. "Oh, not bad, since our team doesn't need more offensive magic." Jiu Gen's expression improved slightly. "Alright, let's start the training, it's better to be prepared." "Good, let's work together as a team," Tutu said with a blossoming smile. Mo Fan, who was currently cultivating in the 3-step tower, never thought Tutu would go so far. Even after Mo Fan left the 3-step tower, Tutu still did not tell Mo Fan about the tournament. Little did he know, Tutu had already impersonated him just so she could spend some time with the man she was interested in. Or more precisely, Mo Fan should have expected things to go wrong when he asked Tutu, whose brain was full of papaya, to help him. Not only was Tutu's brain inversely proportional to the size of her breast, there was nothing she would not do. "Swift Star Wolf, why are you running away? Where's your savagery as a wolf?" "A woo tilda?" Swift Star Wolf ran to the corner of the training ground, fighting a strong urge to burst into tears. It was the only place not covered in flames. The entire place was set aflame. A little girl with an appearance like a porcelain doll floated above the fierce flames, her petite figure totally made of fire. She was laughing pleasantly, yet the sound of it was like a signal of destruction for the Swift Star Wolf. "Swift Star Wolf, fight like a man, go, little flame Belle, go burn your Uncle Wolf, why are you burning your father instead?" Stop, little flame Belle, it's your fight, not mine, stop possessing my body." "Holy shit, Swift Star Wolf, come back here, I'm not going to fight you when she possesses me, why are you running?" "Dimensional summoning, Humph, where do you think you're running to?" Chapter 533. That bitch. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. In a luxurious Western-style restaurant, Dongfang Lai slowly finished up his dessert, wiped his mouth, and said to the person opposite him, "Is that so? He lost the first battle. Maybe we've been putting too much attention on him. It seems like the kid said to be a provisional candidate doesn't have anything up his sleeves," replied Zhu Shuming with a disdainful grin. "I wasn't really bothered by him, but you, the woman you're interested in, is staying in the same house as him. God knows what would happen between them," said Dongfang Lai. Zhu Shuming's face turned dark as he glared at Dongfang Lai. The two were concerned whether Mo Fan was able to secure the nomination, since it would determine if he was chosen for the World College Tournament. However, the good news was Mo Fan had lost in the first battle. The losses would not be recorded on the score sheet, yet without winning, it was difficult to earn enough points. Basically, they had overestimated the guy. As Dongfang Lai had mentioned, if he were in a serious battle against the kid, he would easily defeat him in a few rounds. "How about the next battle? Who are his opponents?" asked Dongfang Lai. "Bai Yulang from the Magic Association. As for the other three, nothing outstanding, but since they are in the top 20, they won't be weak either. Bai Yulang, he's a tough opponent." The same night, on the same field, the 4 students from Team 11 who lost their first battle sat on the grass with unpleasant looks. Their opponent team did not have anyone famous, yet they still lost the battle. As such, it was likely that none of them had earned lots of points from it. Jiu Gen had a gloomy look. He initially thought since his teammates were all in the top 20 in their element school, they would be somewhat reliable. To his surprise, even though they were fairly strong in one-on-one duels, they were slow when fighting in a team, nothing but burdens to him. He could easily suppress their opponents with a huge lightning spell. If they were any good, they would not have lost the battle. Jiu Gen felt rather hopeless when he recalled that he still needed to fight another 2 battles in the same team. "Mo Fan, what's wrong with you? Why did you try to trap them with the Forest of Kun? That guy had the shadow element, how could you possibly trap him?" scolded Jiu Gen. Tutu lowered her head, not daring to say a word. She did bear a huge responsibility for the team's loss. If she had managed to trap the water magician with her Forest of Kuan and prevented him from casting Rolling Wave, it would not have shattered their formation. However, Tutu cast it on a shadow magician. The plant element was almost useless against the shadow element. A simple fleeing shadow was enough to dodge the spell. Besides, I never know, we also had a girl called Mo Fan in our school, said Liu Xing with a weird look.
Are you talking about that Mo Fan who is said to be a provisional candidate?
I don't think the guy has anything to offer apart from being lucky. I'm glad he's not in our team. Well, this girl Mo Fan isn't any good either. Li Jie showed no mercy either. All right, that's enough. Just make sure there won't be any mistakes in the next battle, said Ji Yu Jian. The others did not comment on anything. Tutu also promised that she would not make any mistakes in the next battle. Tutu returned to the apartment in a bad mood. Her mouth did not stop murmuring. She admitted that she was not strong. Her strength was still a certain distance away from the top 20 in every school, yet they could not simply blame it all on her. I'll surprise them tomorrow, said Tutu. Surprise who? Asked Mo Fan, walking in from the balcony with a chicken rib in his mouth. He had only taken a single bite of the chicken rib, but the flame Belle, who had smelled it, immediately ran into the room. Mo Fan tried to take another bite, but all he got was air. The flame Belle had already taken the chicken rib away. She crouched in a little corner and began munching it, sounding like a little mouse biting its food. No. Nothing, you must have heard it wrong, ha ha. Tutu did not dare tell Mo Fan the truth. You're acting strange. By the way, I heard that the nomination preliminaries have already started. When is my turn? Oh, your number is fairly behind, said Tutu. Mo Fan stared at Tutu. Somehow, he felt like the girl was hiding something from him, yet she had always been strange since day one, so it was meaningless to ask any further. The following day, Tutu woke up fairly early. Time had been running short. As a result, the institute had arranged 2 battles to take place simultaneously. As a result, the team had 2 battles in the morning, with almost no interval in between. Similarly, their opponents would be fighting their battles consecutively, too. As such, the team would have to decide if they were going to go all out in the first battle, or preserving some energy to handle the second battle. Tutu purposely asked her family to prepare a Deathstrike magic equipment for her, so she could perform well today. Mo Fan had woken up just as Tutu left the apartment. From his room, he happened to see Tutu leaving in her shoes. It was rare to see her not wearing her heels. It's obvious that she's prepared for a fight, Mo Fan began to ponder with his jaw in his hand. After a slight hesitation, Mo Fan decided to take a look. The woman had been acting too strange lately. Mo Fan followed behind Tutu, but somehow lost her on the way. The school was so huge that he had no clue where to look for her. Most importantly, he had spent almost 2 years in Pearl Institute, yet he suddenly realized that he had lost his sense of direction. He was running in circles for quite some time, yet he still could not find his way. Trees, paths, classrooms, laboratories, training grounds, where the hell was he now? That's the library. I finally found a landmark. Mo Fan finally recognized a familiar structure after passing a small wood plot. As Mo Fan arrived at the entrance of the library, he coincidentally stumbled into a woman whose black smooth hair had lots of little crystals dangling on it. She was holding a stack of books in her chest. Mo Fan, the woman blurted out in confusion when she saw him. Ding Yumian, you're always at the library. Mo Fan let out an awkward smile. Don't you have a duel today? Said Ding Yumian, blinking her eyes. Do I? Is it in the afternoon or at night? Asked Mo Fan, raising his brows. Ding Yumian shook her head. She raised her head to take a glance at the clock on the wall and said, It's happening now. Oh, it already started 10 minutes ago. Mo Fan smacked his lips. He was suddenly at a loss for words. Tutu. That bitch. Chapter 534. A Torrent of Abuse. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ding Yumian was rather impressed by Mo Fan. As a student of Pearl Institute, he had spent almost 2 years here, either in the outer campus or the main campus, but he had still managed to get lost. Most importantly, the participants of the nomination preliminaries would take a shower and offer some incense sticks ahead of time to prepare for the duels, but Mo Fan did not even know he had a match today. When she led the guy with a poor sense of direction to the dueling ground, the match had almost come to an end. Your team is fighting the duel with only 3 people. They must have a huge grudge against you now. Ding Yumian entered the stadium with Mo Fan. However, as Ding Yumian glanced at the dueling ground, she was left speechless instantly. 4 people. There were 4 people on the dueling ground, not one was missing. However, Mo Fan was standing right beside her. Who was the person replacing him in the battle? Mo Fan's face had fallen dark. He could feel millions of copies of the word F***K galloping through his heart. Did she impersonate you to participate in the battle? Ding Yumian found herself a comfortable seat. She seemed fairly intrigued. Her charming eyes were gleaming as she waited to see how the situation would develop. Mo Fan's expression could not turn any worse, but the match was still ongoing. He could not simply jump into the battle and drag RE22 out of it to smack her ass. He could only watch the battle miserably, hoping that RE22 would not mess it up too much. As he thought, nothing good came out of it when he asked the woman to help him with something. He had underestimated the size of the hole in her brain. God must have knocked over the cup containing wisdom when he was creating her, and gave her large breasts to compensate her for her loss. They are in a pinch, Ding Yumian calmly commented as she watched the battle. It's very obvious, Mo Fan nodded. On the dueling ground, Jiu Jian's expression was extremely gloomy. He was seriously suspecting the girl called Mo Fan had simply come here to act cute. Was the plant element seriously her primary element? She pretty much had 0 accuracy when using the magic vine. Their opponents could easily dodge her spell without relying on wind track or earth wave. Brilliant light, blind. RE22 was aware that she was unable to use her plant element effectively, hence she stopped relying on it. When she saw Jiu Jian was trapped between enemies, she immediately thought of using the light spell to blind the enemy, allowing Jiu Jian to escape. However, the brilliant light, blind was unable to distinguish friend from foe. Not only would it blind the enemy, it would also blind her allies, too. It required the light magician to have good control of the distance and angle to work as they intended. Jiu Jian's wrist was glowing with a lightning strike. He was planning to paralyze one of his opponents with the spell, and use his boots equipment to escape from their flanking him. To his shock, RE22's brilliant light suddenly blinded him. He totally lost sight of his target. While Jiu Jian was blinded, a thick ice chain slapped him fiercely. His eyes were still burning in pain, so there was no chance for him to dodge the attack. The chain struck his abdomen with great force and sent him flying. He was wearing magic armor, which was also his last line of defense. After Jiu Jian was injured, their team no longer had enough firepower. They were defeated rather quickly. The outcome was decided. They had lost the battle again. Team 16, win. Following the declaration by the referee, the students from Team 16 immediately burst out in smiles. Their captain Bai Yulang burst out laughing, as if he were mocking Jiu Jian. He kept on making some weird noises. Jiu Jian did not get along well with Bai Yulang. The defeat totally detonated the fury in his chest. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you know that the brilliant light would blind me too? Did you make it to the top 20 by climbing into your opponent's bed? Dumb like pig, I don't want to see you again. Jiu Jian pointed at RE22 and vented his anger through a torrent of curses. He could not care less after he was overwhelmed by anger. He had lost 2 of the 3 most important matches in the nomination preliminaries. He was getting further away from securing the nomination, and it was all thanks to this dumb woman. The first loss, he put up with. The second loss, he could not bear it any longer, even when the crowd was looking and the person he was scolding was a girl. Annoying, so damn annoying. Ji Jian's voice was echoing throughout the dueling ground as he fully expressed the thoughts in his mind. The place was not too crowded, yet everyone clearly heard what he said. His teammates, Li Jie and Liu Xing, were stunned. They were feeling angry too, yet they would not scold the girl straight away, right in front of the crowd. The truth was, the girl did perform better in the second battle. The brilliant light in the end was only because Ji Jian was in a pinch. The whole place fell deadly quiet at Ji Jian's sudden roar. Soon, the sound of crying broke the silence. Tutu was stunned for a few seconds, before she buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. Ji Jian's words were extremely unpleasant to the ears, basically stabbing her right in the heart. Even Tutu, who was always fooling around, completely broke down in front of the crowd. She knew that she was treating it as something fun to do when she decided to impersonate their teammate. However, when she saw their depressed expressions after losing the first battle, she no longer treated it as a joke. She was very serious in the second battle, and even had her family spend a fortune to prepare a Deathstrike magic equipment for her. The Deathstrike magic equipment did come in handy, but their opponents were stronger than the team in the last match. Their team's overall strength was weaker. As they lost the battle, she initially thought Ji Jian would try and comfort her since her performance today was a lot better, yet to her surprise, all she got was a scolding. As the sound pierced through her heart, tears burst out from her eyes. "What the hell are you crying for? Piss off. Don't let me see you again," snapped Ji Jian. He had already assumed the girl would be a burden when he first saw her. He never thought she would be even more useless than he had thought. "Ji Jian, forget it. Yeah, we still have the third match coming up." "She was just trying to help you out," advised Li Jie. "What's the point of fighting the third match when this woman is on our team?" Ji Jian was still consumed by anger. Tutu could no longer picture that the man condemning her so loudly was someone that her family was fond of. Her only thought now was to leave the place. Holding her face, Tutu ran toward the exit in disappointment and bumped into someone's chest. The chest was not wide, yet it felt very sturdy. She was about to walk around when the person spread his arms and hugged her. Tutu raised her head and realized that the person was Mo Fan. She felt like she was being electrocuted. When she recalled how Mo Fan had witnessed the scolding and her foolish act of impersonating him, she suddenly felt too ashamed to show her face. Ji Jian was just someone that her family was fond of. She could simply ignore him by hardening her heart, but Mo Fan was her friend, her housemate, and she was scared that Mo Fan would scold her, too. After all, because of her, he had now lost 2 important battles. Chapter 535. You're the one who's hopeless. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Tutu was like a hurt little stray cat, no longer showing her usual playfulness as she apologized to Mo Fan with red eyes. She would not apologize to Ji Jian. She had never treated someone like him seriously, but it was not the same for Mo Fan. He was her friend. Glancing at the hurt Tutu, Mo Fan patted on her head. He had no intention of blaming her. They had known each other for quite some time. Mo Fan was extremely familiar with Tutu's personality, thus even when she foolishly impersonated him in the battles, he would simply feel speechless and would only give her a fair warning. But she was a woman, after all. Even if she had done something wrong, she did not deserve to be scolded in front of the crowd like Ji Jian had. Mo Fan would never do that to Tutu, even if the girl had screwed up all 3 of the matches. He would never use foul language on her. Him being close to Tutu was only part of the reason, but most importantly, a man should never behave like scum to a woman. "Don't cry, it's okay," Mo Fan sighed. You don't blame me." Tutu raised her head. Her red eye stared at Mo Fan in disbelief. "You did cross the line this time, but it's not the end of the world. Besides, did you forget, I'm already a provisional candidate?" There's a chance I wouldn't even be here for the nomination preliminaries if you hadn't suggested it, Mo Fan smiled. Ari Tutu glanced at the man. At such a close distance, she suddenly discovered that the Demon King was as warm as the sun when he was smiling, very handsome, shining warmth into her heart. But I still have to apologize to you. Sorry, I'll try to make up for it, Ari Tutu said firmly. All right, I accept that, but Mo Fan turned his head slightly, locking his gaze onto Jiu Jian, who was still cursing at his teammates. But I'll even the score first, and we'll talk about how you'll make up for it. Mo Fan let go of the stray cat Ari Tutu and had her sit down to take a rest. Ding Yumian sat in her seat quietly. She handed Ari Tutu a bottle of water, having her calm down first. She then switched her focus back to Mo Fan, who was walking toward Jiu Jian. She was curious to see what Mo Fan had in mind. She was a psychic magician, hence she was able to sense the anger in Mo Fan's calm black eyes, hidden under his indifferent expression. You're Jiu Jian? Mo Fan walked up to Jiu Jian and asked calmly. What do you want? Are you here for that woman? Jiu Jian was not blind. He clearly saw Ari Tutu falling into the man's arms, but his eyes were full of disdain. It was most likely that the girl had used her body to climb into the top 20. It was reasonable some man would step forward to protect her. Nothing much, I just want to tell you that if you start crawling to her from where I am, and give yourself 3 loud slaps to the face and apologize to her, I'll forgive what you've said to her. On top of that, I would like to say, go F***K yourself. Mo Fan stood in front of Jiu Jian. He purposely emphasized the last few words, enough for the entire crowd to hear it clearly. Jiu Jian's face fell dark immediately. He was still overwhelmed by anger. He pointed at Mo Fan and snapped, who the F***K do you think you are? You better piss off as far as you can before I have the urge to cripple someone. It's clear that you can't win the battle yourself, yet you still blamed it on a girl. The difference between you and a dog is, at least a dog is born through regular intercourse, yet a crossbreed like you must be something your mum farted out after she turned pregnant from eating some shit, replied Mo Fan. The cursing popped the eyes of Ding Yumian and Ari Tutu wide open. First, they could not understand the logic of the statement. Second, they were astonished by Mo Fan's skill at cursing. Everyone at the scene was a magician, a student of an institute that was a pillar of the nation, yet the man said something so wild, unpleasant, and illogical when cursing someone, but why did it feel rather pleasant to their ears? The whole place fell quiet all of a sudden, the filthy words still echoing in their ears. Some of the girls were utterly confused by what he had said, and turned to the wicked boys nearby to get an explanation. Jiu Jian had used up all the foul language in his vocabulary. He was at a loss for words to return the favor. He could feel blood rising in his throat from the grudge in his chest. Mo Fan was raised by common people. A person like Jiu Jian was no match for him. Getting cocky when you only know how to scold someone, come face me in a duel instead. I'll make you regret insulting me today, swore Jiu Jian, his finger pointing at Mo Fan as he finally collected his thoughts. You do know that scolding a person isn't something to be proud of, but weren't you the one feeling good when you were scolding my friend Ari Tutu, said Mo Fan with a smirk. Jiu Jian felt like he had simply dropped the rock he was carrying onto his feet. His expression fell dark when he saw the crowd laughing at him. However, he would never admit his wrong. Was I wrong? It's true that her strength isn't worthy to take part in the nomination preliminaries. Why can't I scold a letdown like her? You lost because you're bad, you never stood a chance against them, said Mo Fan. So you think you're good? I'll make this clear, if it weren't the rules that prohibit the students to duel against one another outside of the assigned matches during the nomination preliminaries, I would have smashed you into a coma by now. You should be glad that the rules have protected you this time, since I don't want to destroy my future because of a trash like you. There's no way we could win as long as that stupid woman is on our team, said Jiu Jian. Mo Fan was aware how much of a scum this Jiu Jian was, yet the referees were still watching them. They would simply interfere and stop the fight if he tried to beat this scum up, and it was obvious that Jiu Jian would simply stay close to the referees. He uttered a hollow laugh and said to Ji Yujian, "You said it yourself, dare to make a bet with me." "I don't mind saying it again, everyone here can testify it. This woman is the reason we lost. What's the bet for?" Ji Yujian was obviously trying to protect his image. "I'll fight the third battle in your place with the same teammates, those two guys and her. If I win, you'll F***king do what I say, crawl to where she is, slap yourself 3 times in the face and apologize to her." Mo Fan was extremely disgusted by the scum. What an asshole. If the referees weren't around, he would have beaten the crap out of the guy. Ji Yujian was stunned. Ji Yujian glanced at his surroundings and saw that everyone was looking at him. He could not decline the man's dare, as he would simply be denying his own words. "All right, but if you lose, oh, I remember that there's a lawn in front of my apartment. Lots of annoying people would walk their dogs there, so there are dog poops everywhere. You can split them with that stupid woman and eat them all," snapped Ji Yujian. "Ji Yujian, your condition is even more unreasonable." His teammate Li Jie could not stand him any further. Ji Yujian glared back at him. Mo Fan did not care, since he would simply accept any condition given to him. A few months ago, Mo Fan would not have acted so recklessly, but he was feeling very confident now that the Flame Belle had reached her youth stage. "Very well, referees, please help to testify to this bet, too." Mo Fan turned around and said to the referees. The 3 referees were actually some young teachers of the institute. Although they were pretending to feel helpless when the students were quarreling, they were actually looking forward to it in their hearts. Damn, it was much more exciting to be the referee for fights like this. Speaking of which, this student who came in after the fight, he was a real man. That being said, they could not simply ignore the rules. One of the referees spoke up. "It's something personal between you, and fine as long as you both accept it, but we won't be giving you high points for your performance. We'll still follow the standard when judging your opponents. If you're fine with that, we won't mind." "That's fine by me, since we won't be able to fight the third match even without this mess," said Li Jie. Liu Xing nodded too, implying that he would rather fight the last battle with the wild man on his team than forfeiting it. Besides, for some reason, the fellow looked rather familiar to him. Editor's note. They rolled a natural 1 on the perception check when he said "Re-Tutu," and didn't realize she was a fake, yes. And why the refs would let someone not on the team sub in for a nomination match, whatever. Chapter 536. Strange Movement. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Mo Fan, are you sure about that?" Re-Tutu asked timidly. "Don't worry," said Mo Fan, thumping his chest confidently. Even though Re-Tutu wanted to give Mo Fan full marks on his pretentious act, she knew that every student in the top 20 was not easy to deal with after taking part in the 2 battles. It would be difficult to win with her on the team. Either way, the matches were still continuing. Not long after, their new opponents appeared before them. It was obvious that they had just arrived at the place, completely unaware of the situation. A man whose hair was dyed blue with his hands in the pockets walked up to Ji Yujian and clapped his shoulder with a smile. "Brother, I will not show any mercy today. Consider yourself unlucky since your opponents are assigned through drawing." Ji Yujian's eyes glistened when he saw the man. He said, "So you're my opponent in the third match, but I'm not the unlucky one." Ji Yujian sent a hostile look at Mo Fan and Re-Tutu. Li Jie and Liu Xing's faces turned pale when they saw the man with blue hair. "This is bad, it's Xu Mingsong, that guy is stronger than Bai Yulang," blurted out Li Jie. "Shit, this is over, losing 3 matches in a row, even though I wasn't hoping to secure a nomination among all the experts. I don't want to lose like this. I can't explain myself if the result is this bad." Liu Xing was wearing a gloomy expression too. "Don't give up yet, let's work together." Mo Fan reassured him. "You might not know, but that Xu Mingsong is in the top 5 of the Wind School. His wind element will simply stop all our spells from touching him. He's unbeatable. How are we going to win?" said Liu Xing. You'll never know if you don't try. Meanwhile, Xu Mingsong had learned the situation from Ji Yujian. He was staring at Mo Fan with a disdainful grin. Kid, I've seen lots of wild-mannered people in Pearl Institute, but I've not seen anyone like you. Oh, you don't need to tell me your name, I don't have time to remember the names of little shrimps and prawns, said Xu Mingsong, digging into his ear with his pinky finger. He did not even bother looking at Mo Fan as he spoke. You might be a retard if you can't even remember the guys who beat the crap out of you. Ha ha ha, only a few. Only a few students in the entire Pearl Institute would dare to say that to you. Enough with the bullshit, can't you say something else, interrupted Mo Fan. Xu Mingsong was stunned for a moment. Damn, this kid isn't following the script. He was indeed trying to say that line, yet Mo Fan had beaten him to it. He had no choice but to snap with a dark expression, Humph, I can't wait to see you lick the lawn clean. Xu Mingsong's teammates were experts from other element schools too, and fairly close with him. They too were uttering hollow laughs when they saw how arrogant Mo Fan was. The group of 4 went to their position on the stage. Judging from their formation, Xu Mingsong was there forward. It was difficult to tell what elements the other 2 magicians had, but the slightly plump woman at the back must be the support of their team. Mo Fan led his team onto the stage. He suddenly recalled something as he was about to go into the formation. He quickly turned around and asked Liu Xing and Li Jie, by the way, what elements are you 2? Liu Xing and Li Jie palmed their faces, as if they were trying to say, why the hell are you only asking now? My primary is water, and my secondary is ice, said Li Jie. My primary is wind, secondary is fire, said Liu Xing. Ari Tutu simply stood there without telling Mo Fan her elements, since he already knew what she had. Mine is fire and lightning, said Mo Fan to his teammates. Oh, very similar to Ji Yujian. You too, fire at will when the battle starts, Ari Tutu, try and use your light spells to protect us. Our defense is fairly weak, said Mo Fan. Ari Tutu nodded. For the very first time, she was extremely obedient. The 3 referees had finished their preparations. They declared the start of the battle once the participants were in position. Xu Mingsong was extremely full of himself. Even after the battle had started, he still had his hands in the pockets, not showing any respect to his opponents. Liu Xing was the first to complete a fire element star orbit. A fire burst appeared on his palm, which he threw right at Xu Mingsong, who was standing closest to him. Liu Xing's fundamentals were solid, and he was able to cast the fire burst slightly faster than Mo Fan. Those ranked in the top 20 were not to be underestimated, indeed. The guy was able to complete the star orbit so quickly, even though fire was his second element. The fire burst in the form of a fireball swept an arc across the air and landed accurately on Xu Mingsong. Xu Mingsong did not raise his head, nor did he pull his hands out of the pockets, yet his figure suddenly became blurry. As the fire burst exploded at where he was standing, the guy had already moved 10 meters away. The flames were only devouring the afterimage he left behind. A grin slowly surfaced on Xu Mingsong's face. It felt like he was simply standing there, asking to be attacked. Liu Xing, who assumed it was mere luck, cast the fire burst, rupture once again, but the outcome was the same. Xu Mingsong seemed to be fooling around with Liu Xing, as he only dodged the spell right at the last second. Go on, you should all attack at the same time. Do you really think that slow basic spell is going to touch me? Sneered Xu Mingsong scornfully. Li Jie soon joined the attack. He was planning to use his ice spread to hinder Xu Mingsong's movements, before using Ice Lock to deal a critical blow to him. However, Xu Mingsong was able to dodge that with ease too. Even after Li Jie had cast an intermediate ice spell, he was able to weave among the spells easily with another basic spell, Fleeing Shadow. The combination of Shadow Element and Wind Track made his movements totally unpredictable. Liu Xing and Li Jie had started using their intermediate spells, yet Xu Mingsong continued to challenge them with his Fleeing Shadow and Wind Track. His hands remained in his pockets throughout the battle. Some girls were cheering for him because of how cool he looked. That guy's movement is almost on par with Zhong Xiaoho's, murmured Mo Fan. However, Mo Fan had already come up with an evil idea. His eyes flickered, cunning as a fox. A burst of flame ignited on Mo Fan's palm. He did not draw a star pattern, as its aura was too obvious, which would easily attract his opponent's attention. He was also using Fire Burst. Mo Fan threw the spell forward, secretly blending it with Liu Xing and Li Jie's attacks. Chapter 537. The Unexpected Fire Burst. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. White frost began to cover the dueling ground. As such, it was very easy to see the bright fireballs flying across the place. Xu Mingsong had already noticed the fireball being used as a sneak attack on him. He quickly determined how he would dodge the fireball easily while being surrounded by the ice lock. The fire burst was cast at the perfect time, right between the gap he was backing into as the ice lock came from both sides. Other magicians would most likely summon their defensive equipment, but Xu Tsong was no ordinary magician. He would still remain confident in the midst of the attacks raining down. "I'll give you a water barrier," said the plump woman at the back of the team. "No, it's fine," replied Xu Mingsong, as he dodged the attacks. Ice lock flew wildly through the lingering frost, like two thick, sturdy chains. A single hit was strong enough to break a few bones. Xu Mingsong smartly used the wind track to lean forward slightly, like he was going to dodge the attacks by dashing forward. Li Jie saw his direction change, and quickly manipulated the ice lock's target area. To his surprise, Xu Mingsong immediately changed the direction of wind track, or more precisely, he had already set up another wind track beforehand. He suddenly changed direction and slid backward nimbly with the help of the wind. His hands were still in the pockets. His movement of sliding across the ground was elegant, like a prince of the wind, urging the girls among the spectators to scream at the top of their lungs. That's not the end yet. Xu Mingsong enjoyed the limelight and the screams. His face was wearing a confident smile. He slid backward to dodge the ice lock, before slanting to his right all of a sudden. A fire burst had descended from above him, as if it had long been waiting for him. "I've already told you, this basic spell is useless." Xu Mingsong was good at changing the direction of his movements. He quickly moved in another direction to escape from the fire burst's area of effect. There was a loud explosion, the seemingly ordinary fire burst exploding as it landed on the ground, producing a large cloud of flames. The fiery tongues in the cloud extended 10 meters into its surroundings, like giant flaming serpents wriggling their tails. The shockwave from the explosion was shocking, too. Even the two ice chains were knocked slightly away. Xu Mingsong was confident that he was right outside of the fire burst's coverage, but he never thought that the fire burst was not just the ordinary kind. Its area of effect surprised him, surpassing 20 meters. An ordinary fire burst, even with a soul seed, would only cover a diameter of 10 meters. Xu Mingsong was around 12 meters away from the explosion. Not only was he safe from the fire burst, planning to let his hair dance elegantly to the gusts produced by the explosion. However, the flames did not stop at a distance of 10 meters. They knocked him into the air and slammed him into the ground, burning with flames. His blue hair was disheveled, and now slightly burnt too. As his hands were in his pockets, he did not have the time to draw them out, and ended up falling to the ground face down, giving the ground a kiss. He could feel the blood burst out from his nose. F***K, F***K me. Xu Mingsong did not suffer a serious injury, yet the fall totally took away the handsome image he was establishing right from the beginning. He almost went crazy when he rose to his feet, his face covered in ash. "I was just wondering why that guy looked so familiar. I think he's the Demon King from the Fire School, Mo Fan, the guy who leveled up his basic spells to the 4th tier, said the plump woman. "And you're telling me now," yelled Xu Mingsong. For F***K's sake, he had never seen any basic spell as powerful as that fire burst. It was almost comparable to an intermediate spell. Xu Mingsong had faced countless opponents in the past, yet he never met anyone who would simply waste their money on basic spells. His fire is the rose flame, multiplying the power of his fire spells by 2.5 times. The 4th tier of the fire burst increases the power further, too. As a result, his fire burst should be 5 times stronger than an ordinary fire burst. It's pretty much half an intermediate spell, the woman informed them. Guess I misjudged it. I've been attracting their attention for so long, don't tell me none of you did anything, said Shu Ming-song. No way, didn't you see that my ice lock is all ready, he, the battlemaga wearing bright red lipstick giggled. I'll leave that infamous Mo fan to you. Rumors have described him as a destruction machine. We'll focus on the others, said the muscular earth element student. When Shu Ming-song learned that his teammates were already making their moves, he quickly cast the thought of him being embarrassed in front of the crowd away. He could still feel the pain from the fall, yet it was nothing significant. He had decided to fight seriously, since his previous indifferent attitude would not earn him lots of points from the referees. So what if he's stacked with destructive spells? I can easily take him down still. Shu Ming-song tried to rebuild his confidence. A black aura flowed between his fingers as he and slowly turned into something sharp. Giant Shadow Spike, Shadow Rose Thorns. Shu Ming-song spread his fingers apart. The black auras materialized into black spikes, which he was holding between his fingers. There were 3 spikes in total. Shu Ming-song threw the spikes out and they disappeared into the air, waiting to strike on his command. Unlike the first tier and second tier Giant Shadow Spike, the third tier Giant Shadow Spike was even more unpredictable. The 3 spikes were able to hide in the shadows for a certain period. Once they were set up, a single thought could easily fire one of the spikes at a target. The first spike would stop the target's movement, the second spike would seal off the target's thoughts, and the third would seal off the soul. Basically, anyone who was hit by the first Giant Shadow Spike would no longer be able to move. If the second spike landed, it would seal off the target's thoughts, preventing the target from casting any spells. The third spike was the deadliest. It would penetrate one's soul, inflicting serious damage to the target, who would suffer great pain. If the injury was not treated in time, allowing the force to corrode the soul, it would be the same as diminishing the target's lifespan, something irreversible. Mo Fan was unable to level up his Shadow Element Intermediate spell to the 3rd tier yet, but he was more familiar with its terrifying effects than anyone else. Currently, the Giant Shadow Spikes were hidden somewhere nearby. Mo Fan would have to be on the alert for quite some time, since he had no idea when the Giant Shadow Spikes would attack. That being said, the Giant Shadow Spikes were unable to move around freely. They had to rely on the shadows to hide their presence. Firing them under a bright light would significantly reduce their power. Don't worry about giving me light protection, that Shu Ming-song isn't stupid enough to use his Giant Shadow Spikes right away. Protect them instead. Mo Fan quickly stopped Tutu when he saw her about to cast light protection on him. The duration of light protection, Sacred Shield, was shorter than the Giant Shadow Spikes. Shu Ming-song could simply wait until the protection wore off before making his move. Tutu would simply waste the precious defensive spell on him. Tutu nodded and placed her focus on Liu Xing and Li Jie instead. Chapter 538. I've always hated the summoning element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hey, I have just arrived, but I saw that girl crying. Do you mind telling me what happened? Ding Yumian was focused on the match when a polite yet deep voice spoke up behind her. Ding Yumian initially thought it was someone trying to start a conversation with her using the topic. She always found herself in similar situations, yet when she turned around, she did not see any hint of what she had assumed from the person's eyes, so she proceeded to tell him what had gone on. Ding Yumian knew if a man was trying to pick her up, yet the man talking to her had a weird gaze. It had a determination and coldness that did not belong to someone of his age. I see, thanks. The man fell silent after listening to Ding Yumian's rough explanation. As he placed his attention on the match, Ding Yumian no longer felt his existence, as if he had turned into a black statue. Ding Yumian ignored him and focused on the match. Mo Fan was still facing a problem, which was the Giant Shadow Spikes hiding somewhere in the dueling ground. The Giant Shadow Spike could be deadly. It was the strongest imprisoning spell among all intermediate spells, but it was tricky to land the attack accurately. many experienced people would avoid the places covered in shadows, giving them enough time to dodge the giant shadow spikes when they showed up. However, Ding Yumian was clearly aware that a true expert would not rely on the giant shadow spike to overwhelm their opponent, but would use it more to pin them down. Now! Mo Fan was surrounded by flickers of lightning. The sound they made was enough to send a chill down his opponent's spine. Since he wielded the lightning seed Qianjun, if Mo Fan was given a chance to cast the third-tier Thunderbolt, Wild Strikes, Xu Mingxong's team would suffer severe damage, as on top of defensive spells, they would be forced to use their defensive equipment too. After all, the spell was the strongest destructive spell in the intermediate level. No one would dare to underestimate its power. However, as Mo Fan was close to finishing the star pattern under his teammate's cover, a sharp spike burst out from the shadow under the frost and flew right at him. "The water barrier won't be able to stop it, watch out," said Li Jie to Mo Fan. Mo Fan knew Re-Tutu had already used light protection on Liu Xing to protect her from the ice lock. He seemed well prepared for the attack, who instantly withdrawing the half-completed star pattern and hopping back nimbly, dodging the rather obvious giant shadow spike. "Running out of patience already?" Mo Fan asked with a mocking smile. A giant shadow spike was different than other spells. It was not readily available after completing the star pattern. Therefore, once he dodged all three of the spikes, the threat that Xu Mingxong posed to him would be cut in half. "It's not a waste if it stopped your lightning star pattern." Xu Mingxong burst into laughter too. However, the smile on his face did not seem relaxed. He had just discovered that Mo Fan's attack was a level higher than Jiu Jian. Following that thought, Xu Mingxong's eyes glittered in the middle of his words. The second spike was fired as soon as Mo Fan dodged the first one. Even though the giant shadow spike was effective when used to pin down an enemy, it would basically put an end to the battle if he managed to land it. Xu Mingxong was hoping to defeat Mo Fan as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Mo Fan was already keeping an eye out for the second spike, while Xu Mingxong thought he had fired at the perfect time. Mo Fan had described his opponent as impatient not because he was in a rush to disrupt his lightning star pattern, but for the fact that he was expending two of the spikes in a row. As a shadow magician, Mo Fan's familiarity with using the shadows around him was not any weaker than Xu Mingxong. He knew that his opponent was not only trying to interrupt his channeling. A burst of flame ignited on Mo Fan's palm, which he threw straight into the air. The light from the fire quickly exposed the shadow spike that was flying at him rapidly, significantly weakening its power. Once Mo Fan was able to see its path, it was fairly easy to dodge it. He simply stepped aside and let the second spike fly past him. "You've got your final spike left. To use it wisely, of course. I'll be quite speechless if you use it to disrupt my next spell." Mo Fan backed off slightly, allowing Li Jie to cover him with both water and ice elements. New stars began to appear around Mo Fan's figure, which began to glow in the color of the moon with a presence that did not originate from this world. The stars were aligned rapidly, tearing the space apart. "That guy is trying to summon," said the slightly plump woman. "Crap, I totally forgot his double innate elements," cursed Xu Mingxong. After learning that their opponent was Mo Fan, they were not too surprised by his double innate elements, yet when they actually fought against him, they were extremely irritated by it. Xu Mingxong only had the last shadow spike left. Using it to interrupt the channeling of a basic spell would be overkilling it, yet even if he succeeded, Mo Fan could simply cast the spell again, since it was only a basic spell. Despite the spell being only at the basic level, Mo Fan had summoned the Swift Star Wolf, a summoned beast whose strength was just below an average warrior-level creature. Close combat had always been most magicians' weakness. The Swift Star Wolf was not strong enough to dominate among warrior-level creatures, yet he was more than enough to keep a student in the top 20 busy. "My Swift Star Wolf is proud of his speed, too. You can have some fun with him," Mo Fan said from in the middle of the team. He fondled the Swift Star Wolf's hair with a smile. The Swift Star Wolf was very excited. As long as he was not summoned to fight the Flame Belle, he was still his usual ferocious self. The Swift Star Wolf had spent a long time with Mo Fan, so he had also become as cunning as a fox. He knew that his master was fighting against strong opponents, and each had the ability to face a warrior-level creature on their own, so he did not make a move impatiently. He ran to the side with his outstanding speed, waiting to strike when his targets lowered their guard. Just a moment ago, Xu Mingtsong's giant shadow spike was targeting Mo Fan's team in the dark, forcing them to be alert at all times. Now, the tables had turned. Duels usually consisted of nullifying the spells between opponents, yet a warrior-level creature had suddenly joined the battle. His presence was a lot more intimidating than a giant shadow spike. As soon as their defense crumbled, or they lowered their guard slightly, the swift star wolf would lunge at them instantly. "I've always hated the summoning element," swore the muscular student with the earth element. Not only was the guy's basic spell half as powerful as an intermediate spell, and he possessed the destructive lightning element, he had even summoned a wolf out to secure the upper hand by abusing their numbers. Chapter 539. Don't let him cast the spells. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I totally forgot you still had the summoning element. Nice, well done. Liu Xing and Li Jie immediately smiled. The summon gave them the upper hand. One of their opponents would have to deal with the swift star wolf, allowing Mo Fan's team to cast any spell they wanted. The clash between the basic spells was simply trying to earn themselves a chance to cast their intermediate spells. As soon as the swift star wolf was summoned, they immediately drew their star patterns. Rolling Wave. Li Jie was a fairly big guy. His aura when roaring was somewhat intimidating. As he raised his hands up, a surging river appeared behind him out of nowhere. The water came from both sides and merged into a surging tide in front of him. Water splashed across the place as the force of the wave surged forward. The rolling wave swept across the dueling ground like a water serpent, crashing down right onto where Xu Mingtsong and his team were standing. Rock barrier. The muscular student reacted fairly quickly. He immediately stood in front of the team and summoned a layer of stone like a small hill to block the wave. The wave struck the rock and sprayed 10 meters high into the sky. Humph, is that all you got? The muscular student standing behind the rock barrier held his hands up high. Watch out for the wolf, screamed the student with red lips. The muscular man turned to his side and saw the swift star wolf charging in his direction as the water rained down from the air. The fangs in his mouth suddenly enlarged by at least 10 times. The wolf bit down fiercely, shattering the rock barrier into pieces. The muscular student was left with a pale face. He panicked and summoned his armor equipment to protect himself. Using the armor equipment meant he had revealed his trump card. The swift star wolf was rather smart. As soon as he saw his target summoning the armor equipment, he stopped pressuring him and withdrew temporarily. A few ice chains came forward, almost catching the swift star wolf off guard. Luckily, the swift star wolf had fled decisively, to avoid being flanked by other magicians. That son of a bitch, he cursed the Mage with red lips. The swift star wolf was too fast for the ice lock. She had finally completed her star pattern, yet the spell was only able to stop the creature from attacking for the moment. Most importantly, the muscular guy had already summoned his armor equipment. And, after their attention was attracted by the swift star wolf, their opponents would have already completed a few star patterns. F***K me, didn't I ask you to look out for Mo Fan, screamed Xu Mingtsong suddenly. Everyone was focused on the swift star wolf. By the time they collected their thoughts, Mo Fan had already completed the terrifying lightning star pattern. Mo Fan's figure was covered in flickering purple lightning. He looked like a devil as the lightning danced wildly around him. His lips curled up. A magician who had mastered the power of lightning displayed an imperious aura. Once he completed the star pattern, the outcome of the battle against someone in the same level would be half decided. Qianjun, Thunderbolt. Don't you dare, yelled Xu Mingtsong furiously. He curled his finger and fired the last shadow spike. I got this, brilliant light. Ari Tutu intervened in the nick of time. A white glow blossomed above Mo Fan. The blinding rays shone down on him and completely illuminated Mo Fan's area, so brightly that it was impossible to see anything clearly. The strong light immediately revealed the shadow thorn flying at him. Its speed quickly decreased, and it was melted away by the light mere inches away from Mo Fan. Jiangtu, who was almost blinded by the light, almost jumped out from his seat. What the heck, that woman couldn't even control her brilliant light in the last match. After teaming up with Mo Fan, she was smart enough to use the brilliant light to create a light zone around Mo Fan, nullifying the last thorn of the shadow rose. The brilliant light came at the perfect time, as if she had long predicted its timing. Crap! This is bad. Equipment, use your equipment. The moment the shadow spike disappeared, the faces of Shumingsong's team turned pale white. The strongest intermediate spell was definitely not something they could simply ignore. Enjoy the wrath of lightning. Mo Fan stood still as he focused on controlling the storm cloud appearing above the dueling grounds. He pointed his finger at the sky, his eyes glittering, and a lightning strike landed in between Shumingsong's team. The blast immediately shattered the stage and knocked the pieces into the air. Again! Mo Fan uttered, calling down another purple-black lightning strike to land on the dueling ground, right on Shumingsong's head. Shumingsong was hoping to dodge it with his impressive agility, but as two other lightning strikes descended, he was left with no room to escape. He finally activated his armor equipment, yet even though it managed to resist the outstanding power of the lightning, he felt like his bones were almost collapsing from the space trembling effect. The space trembling effect of the lightning seed Chenjun was still not very obvious when it was applied to the first and second tier Thunderbolt. However, the effect was a lot more terrifying when applied to the third tier Thunderbolt, Wild Strikes. A single lightning strike was enough to make the space nearby tremble. As more lightning strikes descended, the effect would stack up continuously. Even if the target's armor managed to resist most of the damage from the lightning strikes, the remaining space trembling effect was troublesome to deal with, too. Shumingsong and his team were no longer able to stand properly after being struck by the lightning. The slightly plump woman was in a better position. Her defense was better than the others too, plus she was standing relatively far away from the rest of the team, hence she was not directly struck by the deadly lightning. Meanwhile, the rest of her team had basically used all their shields and armor equipment to protect themselves. Armor equipment was generally more costly, and not everyone could afford good armor, hence they were forced to use their shields, too. Rose Flame, Fiery Fist, 9 Halls. However, the scary voice appeared once again. When Mo Fan started to attack, no matter how many people were there, or how many layers of defense they had no choice but to flee like rats. After the lightning came fierce flames jetting out from pillars of fire, which were definitely more than enough to leave a great impression on those caught within. Chapter 540. 3 Slaps. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fiery Fist, 9 Halls. When the 9 fire pillars burst out from the ground, Shumingsong and his team were completely roasted by the flames. They had already expended their shield equipment and armor equipment to protect themselves from the lightning strikes. The 9 halls broke down their remaining defense. The shocking destructive force destroyed almost the entire dueling ground. Even the safety barrier at the edge began to shake as the fire tongues fire between the pillars continued to dance wildly. The watching Jiangtu was stunned. He also had the lightning and fire elements, thus making him a full offensive magician. However, he was dumbfounded by the formidable power of the same spells of his 2 elements when Mo Fan was the caster. Soul Seeds. Jiangtu realized that the difference between their soul seeds had resulted in a tremendous difference in their strength. Mo Fan's Rose Flame was simple yet violent, multiplying the power of any fire spell by 2.5 times. Meanwhile, the Fiery Fist, 9 Halls was simple and violent, too. Hence, it was the best spell to utilize the boost in power from the Rose Flame. Meanwhile, the strength of Mo Fan's Thunderbolt, Wild Strikes was somewhat similar to Jiangtu's, yet the space trembling effect had left its targets in a miserable state despite the protection of their defensive equipment. The slight difference between their soul seeds had resulted in an unexpected outcome. It felt like the battle had already ended after the lightning and fire. Their opponents had basically used all their defensive equipment, while Mo Fan's team was still holding onto theirs. It was impossible for Mo Fan's team to lose when their opponents could barely stand up after being blasted by the two destructive spells. As the situation cleared up, Jiu Jian's expression turned unpleasant. Did we actually win? Li Jie and Liu Xing stared at Mo Fan in disbelief. Ha, we won. Mo Fan, you're so cool. Ari Tutu jumped into the air and gave Mo Fan a kiss on his face. Ari Tutu literally had a young face with enormous breasts. As she went forward to kiss Mo Fan on the cheek, her pair of giant rabbits was pressing Mo Fan's chest hard. The shocking bounce almost resulted in blood jetting out from his nose. TL note, giant rabbits equals boobs. That was F***king exciting. Ari Tutu was aware that she had overdone it. Even though she was blushing, she managed to gather herself and said sternly, I was just overwhelmed with joy. It doesn't mean anything, don't you think too much? Mo Fan wore an evil grin without saying anything. The three referees soon declared the outcome. Xu Mingsong's team basically stood no chance after Mo Fan's two consecutive third-tier intermediate spells. The battle had become one-sided. As a matter of fact, Liu Xing, Li Jie, and Ari Tutu were not weak. Once Mo Fan got the upper hand using his overwhelming power, Xu Mingsong and his team basically had no chance to fight back. Besides, Ari Tutu's Death Strike magic equipment was insanely powerful, even comparable to Mo Fan's intermediate spell at full power. Xu Mingsong, why the hell did you lose the battle? Jiu Jian had almost gone crazy, and yelled at Xu Mingsong. Humph, you'd lose too if you were in it. Xu Mingsong was already in a bad mood after losing the match, yet Jiu Jian still yelled at him. What could Xu Mingsong possibly do? He only had the wind and shadow elements. He could at most pin his opponents down and harass them. Meanwhile, the guy they were facing had lightning and fire elements, the two most violent elements one could possibly hope for, and was also able to summon a swift star wolf. How could they possibly stand a chance? This Mo Fan's strength was indeed outstanding, as expected of someone in the top 10 of the fire school. A mere battle is nowhere enough to prove yourself, just you wait, said Xu Mingsong, pointing his finger at Ming Tsong. In contrast to how Xu Mingsong looked when he first entered the dueling ground, his face was covered in ash and his clothes were ragged. His hair resembled that of a beggar, and he could no longer be described as handsome. The girls who screamed previously could not believe he was the same handsome, cool dude who had nonchalantly kept his hands in his pockets. Xu Mingsong did not want to embarrass himself any further. He turned and left the place. As he left, Jiu Jian's mind went blank. Meanwhile, Ari Tutu totally turned into an immature kid, hurrying to the seat she was sitting in before. She twisted her waist slightly and sat down in a perfectly upright posture. Now that they had won the match, it implied that she was not the sole reason they lost the previous match. Jiu Jian might be good at one-on-one duels, but he insisted on doing everything his way in a team battle, a great contrast to Mo Fan, who knew how to utilize everyone's elements efficiently. In Ari Tutu's opinion, Mo Fan was shockingly strong, yet besides the advantage of having the combination of fire and lightning, he knew how to communicate with his team. How to deal with their opponents, how to nullify their attacks, when to withdraw strategically, when to counterattack. In terms of fighting capacity, Mo Fan was a lot stronger than Jiu Jian, who only knew how to scold people. Ari Tutu let out a smile and glanced at Jiu Jian, her eyes squinting. She would not show any mercy to Jiu Jian. He would do what he was supposed to, and that was what he deserved for scolding her. What are you waiting for? Crawl to her, said Mo Fan, whose dictionary never had the word immersied in it. Jiu Jian almost broke his teeth from clenching them too hard. What the heck was happening? Isn't Xu Mingsong stronger than Bai Yulang? How could they possibly lose the match? With everyone watching Jiu Jian, he did not dare to go back on his word. He knelt on the ground with a dark face. He crawled forward and immediately felt a great humiliation strike him like a rolling wave. He had a great urge to rise to his feet and duel Mo Fan to death. In the end, Ji Jian chose to continue crawling forward, his eyes full of hatred. The distance was not far, yet the crawl was more tortuous than crawling toward the yellow springs. When he finally made it to where that bitch was sitting, he saw her smiling at him proudly. Ari Tutu had no reason to go soft on Ji Jian, and gave him a loud slap to the face. Ji Jian could feel his face burning. He never thought he would actually be slapped by the girl for scolding her before the day was even over. This slap is to stop you scum from barking at people again. I'm still a virgin. Ari Tutu gave him another slap with the back of her hand, completely showing her evilness. The crowd subconsciously took a deep breath when they saw this. You should never infuriate a woman. The man's handsome face was already swelling after the 2 slaps. Since when had the arrogant Ji Jian ever suffered such humiliation in his entire life? As for this final slap, Ari Tutu raised her hand, and was about to use all her might to slap the man to his death. However, as her hand reached the highest point, a tan hand suddenly grabbed her wrist like a pair of pincers, not allowing her to fling it. Ji Jian had already closed his eyes, already thinking of a way to avenge himself in the future. However, his wretched heart was suddenly filled with a hint of joy. Chapter 541. The Black Devil, Ari Jiangtu. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ari Tutu was startled. She spun around to see who had stopped her from hitting Ji Jian. However, her expression changed instantly when she saw the tanned face behind her. Ji Jian raised his head and saw a man standing behind Ari Tutu, firm like a black treasure sword. His expressionless face was intimidatingly dignified. Why would he have such an aura when he was the same age as himself? Sorry, my sister lacks some manners. The tanned man did not let go of Ari Tutu's hand. His face had no expression as he apologized to Ji Jian. You. Ari Jiangtu. Ji Jian recognized the person. He glanced at the girl who had given him 2 slaps in the face in disbelief and said, She's your sister. Brother, Ari Tutu completely withdrew her little demoness temperament, as if she had just seen her strict father. She was as obedient as a little kitten being taught a lesson. Ari Tutu nodded and slowly let go of Ari Tutu's hand. He walked up to Ji Jian and said, My father has led the army in fighting against the demon beasts for many years, hence he had been loose on my sister, if she has done anything wrong. Ji Jian's face regained some expression when he heard those words. It seemed like Ari Jiangtu did not want to cross the line with his Ji family, yet why didn't he stop her earlier? He had already crawled on the ground and taken 2 slaps to the face. Humph, I admit my defeat since I lost the bet, but the elders in my family won't get over this easily, since her impersonating my teammate has now cost me my nomination. Ji Jian had regained his confidence. He had to get his face back. My father has a vote, I'll let him know, as a compensation for your loss, said Ari Jiangtu in a seemingly humble manner. The words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Those with the ability to vote were surely authorities of the country. Even some councilmen or the chairman of magic associations could not guarantee they would get a vote. What kind of background did this Ari Jiangtu have, that his father would have a vote in his hand? Are you serious? Ji Jian's eyes glittered. If he could secure the vote, he would end up the winner even after suffering the 3 slaps. I already have 4 votes as a representative of the military academy, so my father's vote won't make any difference, said Ari Jiangtu. The crowd went crazy as soon as he finished the sentence. For votes? That guy had 4 votes. He was the real provisional candidate. Even Mo Fan was taken by surprise, and immediately re-evaluated the tanned young man who had the temperament of a real battle mage. Even someone special like him only had 3 votes, making him a half-provisional candidate. He was told that someone else was already selected as a provisional candidate, yet he never thought it would be Ari Tutu's brother, representing the military academy. The candidates of the World College Tournament were selected from the students of all the higher learning institutes, including the military academy. I did hear someone mention that, since you're willing to do that, I'll consider it even, said Ji Jian. He seemed to be barely satisfied with the offer, yet his heart was already pounding wildly. Even 1,000 pieces of gold was not enough to get a vote. Jiu Jian was well aware of the vote's value. "Oh, I didn't say it's even yet," said Jiangtu. "What do you want now?" "I've already let her slap me in the face because of my bet with Mo Fan. However, you do know the rules between the renowned families. She has made me lose my nomination. Our GU family won't get over it easily. If it weren't for the vote from your father," blurted out Jiu Jian, who was scared that Jiangtu would retract his offer. Jiangtu glanced at Tutu, who was shaking her head, trying to tell him not to turn it into a mess. However, Jiangtu simply responded with a grin. His eyes were like two swords, stabbing at Jiu Jian as he turned away from Tutu. Jiu Jian subconsciously took a few steps back after receiving that glare. "I can compensate your loss for her wrong, yet the words you said to humiliate her." It felt like Jiangtu had completely turned into a different person. A terrifying energy was leaking out from his tanned body. As he grabbed the air in front of him, Jiu Jian was lifted from the ground by an invisible hand, easier than grabbing a little chick. Jiu Jian's feet left the ground, as if something was holding onto his throat. Blue veins began to surface on his face. The change of scene was so quick that the crowd surrounding them quickly backed off. Jiangtu was like a black devil controlling the place. He was only holding his hand in front of him, yet he had already lifted Jiu Jian half a meter off the ground. The black energy rolled wildly, so cold that the students felt like they were soaked in freezing water. "Hey, stop it, please don't cause any trouble here," the three referees quickly intervened as they sensed the murderous aura. One of the referees was already drawing a star pattern, intending to stop Jiangtu. "It's none of your business," snapped Jiangtu, pushing his other hand in the direction of the three referees. An invisible wave of energy swept forward in the air, pushing the three referees over 10 meters away. If they had not slammed into the barrier on the dueling ground, the force was enough to inflict some minor injuries to them. Mo Fan and Ding Yumian were stunned. If the guy was a candidate, it implied that his age was close to theirs. On top of that, he was a student from the military academy. Meanwhile, the three referees were most likely advanced magicians. Even if they had not achieved the advanced level yet, they would not be far away from it, yet they were simply knocked away so easily by Jiangtu's soft push. What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, you don't want to mess with our GU family." Jiu Jian's voice was trembling. It was difficult for him to talk while something was clenching his throat. "Talking about family now? Our family are all soldiers, who risk their lives to protect humanity's territory north of the Great Wall. The only daughter who isn't involved with the army was sent here to Pearl Institute, and even my father did not dare to scold her. If it weren't for the fact that killing you would cost me my spot in the World College tournament, I'd let those rotten eggs from your GU family come and retrieve your corpse instead." Jiangtu's roar was like a demon, leaving the crowd's ears buzzing. Jiu Jian was scared to death, yet Jiangtu was obviously a fearless man. Something similar to a star pattern or star orbit flickered under Jiangtu's feet. Jiu Jian was slammed into the ground as if he had just received a great blow from above. Chapter 542. Shameless Man Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The pressure on Jiu Jian was almost half a ton in weight, almost crushing him flat. The ground had sunken in the shape of a human figure, with blood splattering to the side. Jiu Jian was very close to reaching the peak of the intermediate level, yet he was completely unable to fight back against Jiangtu. If he had not summoned his armor equipment at the end, the pressure would simply have crushed him to a pulp. Jiangtu did not show any mercy with the attack. He did not seem to care if Jiu Jian still had his armor equipment available. If Jiu Jian's armor equipment had still been on cooldown, he would be dead by now. Powdered cement scattered in the air as a cloud of dust swept across the place. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to stand out and interfere, nor did they dare to check on Jiu Jian. The strength that Jiangtu had displayed was not on the same level as students like them. Many people could not even see him controlling it. Mo Fan slowly uttered, "Space element." Mo Fan would have been totally confused if he had not witnessed the fiery sorceress, Jiangtu, using it. Dimensional type magic, space element. The summoning element was also considered a dimensional type magic, but only advanced magicians had an extremely low chance to awaken it. Elemental magic was the most common, which everyone would learn during high school, and continue to improve in tertiary studies. However, students would also learn about white magic, black magic, and dimensional magic. It was uncommon for basic and intermediate magicians to have any chance of seeing white magic, black magic, or dimensional magic, and among them, the space element was one of the rarest. Jiangtu's space element was too overwhelming. Even the three referees were stunned. Mo Fan was fairly curious about how capable the other person who was selected as a provisional candidate was, yet when he finally had the chance to meet the person, the fellow was absolutely unbelievable. Jiu Jian was stuck in the ground, not sure if he was dead or alive, although he did look like he had lost half his health there. Mo Fan finally collected his thoughts after a long moment. He discovered that the devil-like Jiangtu had now transformed into a loving siscon brother, fondling his sister Tutu's head, fully expressing his love for her. Is he dead?" asked Tutu softly. "He will be if he doesn't get treated soon," replied Jiangtu. Mo Fan was totally impressed by this violent, biased Jiangtu. He quickly gave the referees a look. The referees were still recovering from their bewilderment. It took them quite some time to drag Jiu Jian out of the ground and sent him hurriedly off to the infirmary. If any student died when they were on duty, they would have to shoulder a huge responsibility. "There are too many people here, let's go," said Jiangtu, glancing at their surroundings. However, before he could go, the students nearby instantly vanished, scared that the maniac would simply wipe them out to get some quiet time. After seeing Jiu Jian's outcome, both Li Jie and Liu Xing were relieved that they had not scolded Tutu despite holding a grudge against her. Everyone left together, Jiangtu inviting them to get some drinks as if nothing had happened. Jiangtu was obviously an alcoholic. He had emptied a few bowls before they hardly discussed anything. However, he was not as stern as he was when they first met him, no different than an ordinary young man. Perhaps only when drinking was he able to take off the stern temperament of a soldier. "Oh, so you're Mo Fan?" Jiangtu glanced at Mo Fan in surprise. There were only 2 provisional candidates so far, and one of them was Jiangtu from the military academy. As such, Jiangtu was quite curious who the other person was. To his surprise, the guy turned out to be his sister's housemate. I wouldn't have bothered with all that if I knew she had a brother like you," smiled Mo Fan. Jiangtu was even crueler when it came to avenging his sister. "It's not the same, you did it as a friend, I did it as her brother," Jiangtu said sternly while shaking his head. "All right." Mo Fan could only smile wryly. Based on Jiangtu's logic, if every one of Tutu's friends and relatives were to teach Jiu Jian a lesson, how many times would he have to die to make it even? "Either way, I'm happy to meet you in advance. I'm very strict with my team, I don't look at strength only, but also one's courage and character." "It does seem that you've qualified," said Jiangtu. "Your team," the observant Ding Yumian quickly repeated. Jiangtu was stunned for a moment, before he quickly waved his hand and switched the topic. It seemed like Jiangtu had leaked out some information after having a few drinks. Mo Fan was not stupid. He immediately understood the meaning behind Jiangtu's words. This guy was the captain for the national team. Not only was he a provisional candidate, he was even given a role. On second thought, it was far from a surprise. This guy from the military academy had regularly roamed between the boundaries of life and death, thus he was definitely very experienced with fighting. His ability to command and discipline surely outmatched the rest of the students, not to mention he was stronger than other people at the same age, and his mysterious space element. If someone like him was the captain for the national team, Mo Fan was quite looking forward to the World College Tournament. How many peerless geniuses and strong opponents would he meet? After some time, Tutu dragged her brother away to enjoy some time together in Shanghai. Jiangtu had come to visit his sister despite his busy schedule, hence the others had no intention of disturbing them. After Mo Fan arrived back at his apartment, he sank into the couch and mumbled to himself, who would have thought? About what? Mu Nujiao came out from behind the bar like a ghost. Her pale hand was holding a glass of bright red wine. "Oh, do you know Tutu's brother?" said Mo Fan. "Are you referring to Jiangtu?" Mu Nujiao asked, her voice holding great respect. "Yeah, that guy is so strong. Indeed, I heard lots of legends about him when I was younger. He's a maniac, he went to the military academy, killed lots of demon beasts, and was still a lot stronger than us students who spent lots of time cultivating." Mu Nujiao seemed fairly tired. She sat on the other couch and put the glass aside. "What's with you, drinking wine?" asked Mo Fan, as he realized something did not feel right about Mu Nujiao. Mu Nujiao let out a wry smile and sighed. "What else could it be? I don't think I will be able to secure a nomination. Without it, my family won't invest further in me." Mu Nujiao took another sip. To her surprise, Mo Fan silently took the glass away and emptied it. Mu Nujiao's eye widened, with a hint of embarrassment. This shameless man, that was her glass. Chapter 543. I can afford to take care of you. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Drinking won't be of any help. Mo Fan secretly enjoyed the pleasant scent of the girl's lips he captured off the edge of the glass. "I was just resting, the wine helps me sleep." Mu Nujiao was still feeling embarrassed, asking herself why she had to stay in the same apartment as a shameless jerk like him. Oh, I thought you were feeling down. I was trying to give you a motivational speech," said Mo Fan with an awkward smile. Mu Nujiao twisted her lips. It was rare to see such a reaction from her. Perhaps she had already had a few glasses of wine before Mo Fan came home. "Then say something motivational, I want to hear it." Mu Nujiao sank into the couch, seeming to have slightly lowered her guard. She simply laid there comfortably. The girl had a charming aura under the effects of alcohol. Mo Fan almost started drooling when he saw the cleavage through her slightly open collar. Damn, since he started living with the two girls, his usage of toilet rolls had been increasing a lot. When could he actually be a man and not sacrifice his millions of children all the time? "Why aren't you talking?" Mu Nujiao slightly raised her head and looked at Mo Fan with a sleepy look. However, she just happened to see Mo Fan, who was like a wolf drooling at a little lamb. She immediately realized her inappropriate posture. It instantly woke her up, and she quickly sat upright and glared at Mo Fan. "Pervert," cursed Mu Nujiao. Mo Fan wore an eerie grin. Mu Nujiao was just about to leave when Mo Fan stopped her. The truth was, Mo Fan could tell that Mu Nujiao was bothered by the World College Tournament. Otherwise, she would not be drinking, or ask for some motivation. Mo Fan knew the girl was a lot more hardworking than he was every day. "Is the World College Tournament so important to you?" asked Mo Fan. Mo Fan had not seen Mu Nujiao a lot for the past few months, which implied that she had pretty much spent all her time on training and cultivation. Mu Nujiao glanced at Mo Fan and saw the confused look on the guy's face. She let out a wry smile and said, "You're not from any of the renowned families, so you might not understand the details." "I'm free tonight," Mo Fan lobbed back. There are two kinds of disciples in a renowned family, one of which usually goes around fooling around aimlessly, with no goals whatsoever. Those are often looked down upon by the people in the families, but whenever the family is at stake, they are the ones sacrificed. They have no choice but to do anything that the family asks them to, be it marriage or relocated to somewhere. They won't dare to disobey the orders given to them. In simpler words, the family is giving you food and shelter, hence you must listen to their order, no matter what. Mu Nujiao emphasized the last few words. Mo Fan opened his mouth, tried to say something, but he could not find the words. The other type is those who utilize the resources provided by the family to improve their cultivation. It works like a loan. To become better than everyone else, you'll ask for the resources you need. It does give you a head start, but in return, you have to pay the price by having impressive achievements in the future. Otherwise, they will take control of everything, making you do all kinds of things for them. Most of them are barely acceptable, but the most common, yet worse thing, is arranged marriage. It's common for the renowned families to work together sometimes, yet they won't trust each other, so they will use marriage to tie the bonds. Pretty much the arranged marriage you've seen a lot in movies and novels. Mu Nujiao did drink quite a lot today. She would not normally have described the renowned families like she did today. Mo Fan paid full attention when he listened, as it was true that he had not looked at the disciples of the renowned families from a different view. He initially thought they were just proud and arrogant people to the commoners. So you mean those disciples are forced into an arranged marriage because of their own fault, said Mo Fan. It applies to most of them, yet there's still exception, like Re Tutu, said Mu Nujiao with a hint of envy. Mo Fan was always curious why a girl like Mu Nujiao would be close friends with that lunatic Re Tutu. It turned out that there were other reasons behind it. Re Tutu was always jealous of Mu Nujiao's appearance and physique, as she had the temperament of a goddess. All men would lose their minds when they saw her. And clearly, Mu Ningxue is in the same situation as me. Mu Nujiao suddenly locked her gaze onto Mo Fan, as if she could read his mind. Mo Fan never thought Mu Nujiao would suddenly mention his wife. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Why are you talking about her now?" "Weren't you concerned about her?" asked Mu Nujiao. "About what?" asked Mo Fan, confused. "She won the nomination of the Imperial College. The news only came out today," said Mu Nujiao. Mo Fan opened his mouth wide in bewilderment. "Seriously, that Mu Ningxue?" The nomination preliminaries at the capital was assumed to be more intense than here, but she managed to secure the nomination despite being a new student. It seemed like her strength had vastly improved over the days since he last saw her. Oh. No wonder Mu Nujiao was feeling down today, and looked in need of some comfort. It was because she had learned that Mu Ningxue, who was in the same batch as her, had secured the nomination. They were both proud women with glamorous looks, from renowned families, and treated as goddesses in their schools. However, Mu Ningxue had secured the nomination, while Mu Nujiao was facing elimination. Mo Fan was planning to comfort her by saying that she was only a new student this year, but the word stuck in his throat. Mu Nujiao was comparing herself to a maniac like Mu Ningxue. "I can still ask for more resources from the family, so I can improve my strength during the preliminaries, but I'm a bit scared." Mu Nujiao went back to the topic, revealing her biggest worry. "You're afraid that if you ask again and fail to reach their expectations, you'll lose your freedom, too," said Mo Fan. Mu Nujiao bit her lips and nodded. She would not admit defeat. If Mu Ningxue was able to do it, she felt like she could do it too, yet she was afraid. If she asked again, she would become a puppet to the family. She would normally not mind obeying their orders, but what if they told her to marry someone she didn't even like? Since Mu Nujiao was seriously asking for his opinion, Mo Fan would try his best to help her. He replied after a slight pause, "If you're scared, just give up." "Why?" Mu Nujiao was stunned, wanting to hear his answer. "You don't have to try so hard," said Mo Fan with a blossoming smile. "I can afford to take care of you." Mu Nujiao rose to her feet and left angrily. That scum, that piece of shit, she should have known that it was stupid to ask that guy hoping he would give her some guidance. What a waste of her anticipation. Mu Nujiao stomped up the stairs as she headed up, trying to vent her anger. She soon heard Mo Fan's voice coming from behind her. "I'm being serious, Jiao Jiao." Chapter 544. Opponent, Dongfang Lai. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was enjoying his time fighting duels, stirring up trouble, cultivating, and teasing the goddesses in his school every day. Mo Fan had already given Mu Nujiao the best option he could come up with, yet it was up to her to decide if she would listen to him. It was the manliest suggestion he could ever give to her. However, as her housemate, Mo Fan was familiar with Mu Nujiao's personality. She would not give up so easily. Hopefully, she would not simply try to achieve some quick success and end up handing herself to the family, as it would be difficult to redeem herself later. Mu Nujiao did remind Mo Fan of his conversation with Mu Ningxue close to the rundown church at the abandoned city. It was obvious that Mu Nujiao had also borrowed hugely from the family, otherwise her cultivation would not have improved at such a terrifying pace. Hopefully the loan she took wasn't too great, or else he would have to pay a great price to redeem her. At least Xinxia was behaving well, he only needed to pay her school fees and living costs, which she did not even use a lot of. The truth was, she was able to earn her own pocket money with her healing element at a crazy rate. The debit card he gave to cover her living expenses probably had more money than it used to have. When she came visiting the month ago, she even bought lots of imported milk powder for little flame Belle. She was already helping to feed the family. Speaking of money, Mo Fan felt his heart clenching. He did not have much of his savings left after spending it on the flame Belle. The only thing Mo Fan had left was the pseudomorphing demon beast seed. He was originally going to keep it until later, yet he had no choice but to sell it now. He bought a shadow element soul seed, and used the rest on soul seed pieces. After calculating his savings and considering that he would need more money than ever since he now had more wives than ever, he no longer dared to waste his time at home. He immediately gave Lingling a call. "Little girl, got any work to do? We'll have to leave the city, you up for it?" "How many days?" "Around 3. "That's fine, my next match is in 5 days. "How much money?" "Not much, but there's a lot of demon beasts." "Cool, I'm in need of soul essences, too." Speaking of soul essences, Mo Fan had already leveled up 29 of the stars in his fire nebula. He was halfway to getting his 4th tier fiery fist. Therefore, he was fairly eager when there was a quest to kill lots of demon beasts. The magic city was covered in white fog, which made the tall buildings look like they were floating above the clouds in heaven. The same fog loomed over the Pearl Institute, one could hardly see their fingers after reaching their hands out. Mo Fan had no sense of direction to begin with. When all the landmarks in the spacious school ground disappeared from his vision, he was completely lost in the middle of nowhere. F***K, my phone was smashed during the quest. "Perfect timing, I can't even look for help," complained Mo Fan as he roamed aimlessly around the school ground. It took him some time to find the dueling ground. His teammates had broken into a sweat before he barely made it in time. They thought he was going to bail on them. Lots of people this time. Mo Fan scanned his surroundings and discovered that the place was bigger than usual. Even the seats were filled, with a higher number of referees than the previous matches. "Our opponents are strong," Bai Yulang said to Mo Fan. The teams were reshuffled after 3 matches. Mo Fan was in luck this time, as he was on the same team as Bai Yulang. This Bai Yulang was Jiu Zhen's opponent during their second match, and his strength was quite impressive. Mo Fan's luck was not so bad that he was grouped up with only lower-ranked students. Mo Fan had already fought 2 matches with his new team, and won both of them by totally crushing their opponents. The team had a great time working together. Today was the 3rd match, and it seemed like they were fighting against a strong team. "Who's in their team?" asked Mo Fan. Instead of saying all the names, Bai Yulang only said one, Dongfang Lai. The fog finally cleared slightly, allowing Mo Fan to see a man with a scornful grin sitting on the other side. The man was not tall, and if it weren't for his reputation, those who saw him the first time would assume him was a hedonistic son from a renowned family. He was none other than Dongfang Lai. Mo Fan already knew who Dongfang Lai was. When he first came to the fire school, even Wei Rong purposely called his name out in the hall. The rankings of the fire school kept on changing, yet the guy named Dongfang Lai was able to secure his spot in the first rank for a very long time, a clear indication that he was worthy of the rank. Luckily, Mo Fan's teammates were fairly strong, thus they still had a chance to win the match. No wonder there are so many people here, guess they think the match is going to be exciting. Mo Fan scanned the surrounding area and saw lots of students ranked highly in their element schools. The match was highly anticipated. Everyone was basically ranked in the top 5 of their respective element schools on both Mo Fan's team and Dongfang Lai's team, a true battle between the top elites. A match like this would easily attract those who were interested in researching their potential opponents, while the others were here to enjoy the spectacular duels between the students. Take a rest, we'll start soon, Bai Yulang reminded the team as the commander. The other two seemed fairly serious about the match. Mo Fan was indifferent as usual. He took out his phone to accept a call from Lingling. Mo Fan, I've transferred the endpoint of your old phone to your new one, don't hang up yet, said Lingling. The match is starting soon, said Mo Fan. It won't take long, the data card in your old phone was completely smashed, we have to do it now. Besides, your phone also records the points you've accumulated as a hunter, it will affect your hunter rank if it were lost. I took a look at your points, you will be a hunter master if you continue to work at your current pace, allowing you to accept quests that are more difficult, Lingling said. All right, Mo Fan nodded. Once the match started, he would have to leave his phone in his bag. However, for the sake of his data, he had no choice but to hold it in his hand. He could simply put it back when the referees told him to. By the way, it looks like your phone has received some important message, you should take a look at it, said Lingling. What's it about? Asked Mo Fan. I didn't take a clear look, it looks like it's something about Zhong Xiaohu, you should check it once it's transferred to your new phone, said Lingling. All right. After Lingling mentioned it, Mo Fan just realized that it had been a while since the monkey last gave him a call. That guy would usually call him once in a while, to catch up with one another. He wondered how his brother was doing with his mission? Hadn't it been a month? Chapter 545. News of Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. As the data was being transferred into Mo Fan's new phone, the referee asked the participants to take their positions. Bai Yulang led the way with the other two teammates into the barrier. Mo Fan slowly followed them, watching the progress bar on his phone. It was already at 90% and would be done within a minute. Mo Fan had lots of important messages in his phone. For example, the NSFW text and voice messages with Xinxia, it contained all his precious collections. On the other hand, Dongfang Lai and his teammates were already on the stage. Dongfang Lai's expression showed a slight change. Even though he still looked indifferent, he would occasionally glance in Mo Fan's direction. He and Zhu Shuming had been observing Mo Fan for quite some time. The guy had given them quite some surprises. He initially assumed the new student would only be able to rank around 20 to 30, yet it seemed like he had begun to pose a threat to the top people on the leaderboard. It was rare to see a new student with such strength. You somehow are matched against him this time. I haven't forgotten that you said you would defeat him in 1 or 2 rounds, Zhu Shuming said mockingly. Even though the teams were assigned through drawings, the system was still prone to cheating. Zhu Shuming would only need to pull some tricks behind the scene to be teamed up with whoever he wanted. With both of them on the same team, and 2 other strong students, they were basically unbeatable. Don't worry, if no one is in the way, my fiery fist will instantly knock him out, said Dongfang Lai with a confident smile. True that, since your innate talent is a rank higher than his double innate elements, agreed Zhu Shuming. Dongfang Lai, his innate talent, mutated fire stars, is ranked 4th on the leaderboard. It makes his fire spells a tier higher, Bai Yulang said softly to his teammates. As one of the top students in the school, Bai Yulang was all too familiar with Dongfang Lai's strength. The guy was not only terrifying because of his cultivation, but his shocking innate talent. Any fire spell he cast would be a tier higher than its actual grade. In other words, if Dongfang Lai's current cultivation was at the 3rd intermediate level, his fiery fist would be level 4 instead. Even Mo Fan was surprised by Lai's innate talent. He had strengthened 29 of his fire stars, only 20 were left for him to cast the 4th tier fiery fist, but Dongfang Lai did not even need any soul essence to strengthen his stars. As long as his cultivation was at the 3rd level, his innate talent would simply improve the spell to the 4th level. The third-tier Fiery Fist was already strong enough to crush any other spells from the same level, let alone the fourth tier. It was likely that no defensive equipment would be able to resist it. His wind element is quite normal, but don't let him cast Fiery Fist at all costs, or else we will simply lose the match, emphasized by Yu Lang. I'll keep an eye on him. Mo Fan, the combination of your lightning and fire won't be any weaker than Dongfang Lai's spell, but he only needs to complete a star pattern to destroy our team, so, hey, what's that thing on your shoulder? Bai Yu Lang was just about to go over his plan when he discovered a sudden flame rising on Mo Fan's shoulder. It looked like a burning ball at first, but as he took a closer look, he realized it was an adorable little fire creature. Oh, it's my contracted beast, Little Flame Belle, who gave you permission to come out here. Mo Fan speechlessly grabbed the Little Flame Belle off his shoulder, like he was going to smack her ass. The Little Flame Belle looked extremely wronged. She was obviously telling Mo Fan, "I want to help Daddy fight your strong opponents. Since it's your contract summoning, it's fine to let her out first, but is your contract summoning not grown yet?" said Bai Yu Lang. She's in the youth stage," said Mo Fan. Youth stage, is she here for show?" Bai Yu Lang asked speechlessly. Although none of them were summoners, they did learn about summoning element in their classes. What could a contracted beast in the youth stage possibly do? "I think you should summon your Swift Star Wolf instead." "It's fine, I can summon the Swift Star Wolf with a basic spell, but I need to draw a star pattern to summon this girl, so it's better to let her out first," said Mo Fan. Mo Fan immediately realized that he was talking nonsense. The Flame Belle could simply come out from her contracted space without relying on the star pattern. The rules only allowed summoners to have one summoned beast out before the match started. If they planned to summon more, they would have to find the time once the referee declared the start of the battle. That sounds right, but try to summon the wolf as soon as possible to pin down our opponents, since if we let Dongfang Lai attack us, we are screwed. Captain, you've mentioned it more than 10 times. Damn you, better safe than sorry. Mo Fan scanned the crowd. Now that the fog had cleared, he could see lots of familiar faces around him. Mu Nujiao, whom he was planning to keep as his mistress, was here, Ari Tutu sitting beside her. It seemed like her brother had gone back to the army. The good student Ding Yumian was here too, with the tomboy Huang Xingli beside her, while the guy who self-claimed to be handsome was nearby, too. He was still bothering Ding Yumian, like usual. Zhao Manyang was here too, sitting fairly close to the stage. The guy had been gone for quite some time. Mo Fan almost forgot what he looked like. More shockingly, he did not have a new girlfriend sitting beside him. The guy whose bow tie he threw away was here, too. Mo Fan completely forgot what his name was. He was obviously on the same side as Zhu Shuming and Dongfang Lai, looking forward to seeing Mo Fan lose with a cold grin. His old friend Shen Mingxiao and Fatty Luo Song were here, too. Those two had been fairly close with one another after coming to the main campus, not sure if something beyond friendship had happened between them when they were running away from the ruined city. Even though his first wife had put her life at stake and used the ice crystal bow to save their worthless asses, they were still quite hostile toward him. Unfortunately, his strength had greatly surpassed theirs, so they would seldom appear in front of him. Prepare for battle. The data transmission finished right as the referee spoke. Mo Fan glanced at the main referee and saw that he was still clearing his thoughts. He quickly glanced at his phone when the messages popped up. Mo Fan was only going to take a quick look and threw the phone to Ari Tutu. However, the first message that popped up on the screen happened to be related to Zhong Xiaohu. Did Hosey get promoted again, making it look so serious, mumbled Mo Fan to himself. As he opened the message, he heard the referee snapping at him, telling him to put the phone away. However, as he opened the message, the single line of words caused him to tremble as if he were struck by lightning. His eyes went totally blank, as if he had just lost his soul. Chapter 546. Possessed by the Flame Belle. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The undead are stirring up chaos around the ancient capital, the rescue team which Zhong Xiaohu was a part of has been lost. Lost? The word stabbed Mo Fan's heart like a cold sword, even his blood stopped flowing. The chill penetrated his soul, sending him falling into the world of great despair which he could not free himself from. Mo Fan stood blankly in place. The voice of the referee's countdown echoed around his ears, yet it felt like he could not hear anything. His mind was filled with the painful words. Zhong Xiaohu is dead? Is he really dead? Didn't that jerk tell me that with the wind element and earth element, even if everyone in the team was dead, he would still be alive? The place was covered in the same loud cheering. Even before the match started, their anticipation towards the spectacular showdown between the experts was enough for their blood to boil. Everyone had their own views of the possible outcome, and were trying to convince the others with facts. However, even as everyone was looking forward to seeing the epic battle between the top students in Pearl Institute, someone's mind had already gone blank. Bai Yulang soon discovered that something was not right. He quickly said to the main referee of the match, "Referee, wait." "What is it?" the referee asked sternly. "Humph, trying to run away?" "I've been waiting a long time for this day," said Dongfang with a cold grin. The truth was, anyone could tell that something was not right. The participants were supposed to be standing in their positions on the stage, yet Mo Fan was still at the edge staring at his phone, his grip on it loosening. "Since the countdown has already started, there's nothing else to be said." "Fight," said Zhu Shuming. Zhu Shuming had no personal grudge against Mo Fan, yet the girl he was fond of was living in the same apartment with him. Even though she was only his housemate, who would know what their relationship actually was, since they were spending lots of time together? It was not like Zhu Shuming had not tried to warn Mo Fan, yet the Demon King had never treated the school tyrant Zhu Shuming seriously. Meanwhile, Dongfang was not interested in fighting over girls. He was more troubled over why the others had to compete fiercely for just one vote when this guy already had 3 votes in his hand. How was he worthy? The referee had already declared the match was going to begin. If they were able to officially defeat this person, who was a provisional candidate, he, Dongfang, would also be worthy to represent the national team. Besides, against a guy like Mo Fan, he could simply crush him with a punch. Trying to put up an act? "Even if you're planning to forfeit the match, I won't let you go without eating my fist." Dongfang had long looked forward to this day. His fist instantly erupted in blazing flames. The overwhelming heat spread a meter away into his surroundings. Unreasonable! Dongfang did not care if his opponents were not ready. Since they were already on the stage, and the referee had declared the start, he was simply going to vent all his accumulated anger during this match. He was going to let everyone know that the so-called provisional candidate was no match for him. The star pattern turned into a burning formation under Dongfang feet. Raging flames rose from the ground, making him look unstoppable. "Damn it, didn't I tell you to wait?" snapped Bai Yulang furiously. "Don't stand in the way, it's between him and me." Dongfang completely ignored Bai Yulang's existence. His eyes were fixed on Mo Fan. "Asshole, what are you doing?" yelled Bai Yulang furiously. Dongfang was completely out of his mind. Mo Fan was obviously not in the mood to fight because something had happened, yet this ass was still trying to attack him. If Mo Fan did not put on his armor in time, it was likely that he would be burned to ashes before he recovered from the shock. This Dongfang was not simply holding a grudge against him. He was trying to kill the guy. Even Zhu Shuming was shocked by the sight. He did throw oil onto the flames to provoke Dongfang, yet he had no idea the guy's hatred toward Mo Fan was so strong. Could it be that one of the votes that Mo Fan had was supposed to be his? Zhu Shuming's speculation was on point. Councilman Zhu Meng used to be in charge of the enforcement union, hence the Dongfang family, which was mainly active in Hangzhou, was fairly close to Zhu Meng. Initially, his vote was supposed to go to Dongfang. Zhu Shuming's thoughts were fairly simple. He had been trying to provoke Dongfang to teach Mo Fan a lesson on his behalf. Little did he know that, even without his provocation, Dongfang would not forgive Mo Fan either. Dongfang flames rolled fiercely. His innate talent made his fiery fist much stronger than an ordinary fiery fist. As soon as his punch was thrown, everyone could immediately see the 9 fiery dragons coiling around the 9 pillars rising from the ground. The 9 dragons separated from the pillars and flew across the stage, intertwining with one another. The raging flames unleashed from them were so powerful that the stage, which was larger than a football field, was shaking vigorously. 4th tier fiery fist. Normally, the 9 fiery pillars would appear in fixed locations, but the 4th tier fiery fist turned the pillars into flame dragons, which swept forward like a shockwave. It easily devoured half of the dueling ground, raging in Mo Fan's direction. Mo Fan! Mo Fan! Dodge it! Re Tutu, Mu Nujiao and Zhao Manyang rose to their feet and yelled out in shock. What was Mo Fan doing? The flames were about to crush him. The little flame Belle was still on Mo Fan's shoulder. She cried out in panic in Mo Fan's ears as the danger approached. Mo Fan's gaze was blank, yet it did not mean that he was completely unaware of what was happening around him. He knew that the referee had started the match. He heard Bai Yulang calling for a timeout. He also sensed the hatred in Dongfang Lai's attack, and the feeling of death approaching him. He seemed lost in his thoughts because he could not accept the truth, but more importantly, he was no longer in the mood to conceal his strength against his opponents. Piss off, Will Ya! Blue veins surfaced on his face as he uttered a thunderous roar, venting the anger from the bad news. The little flame Belle immediately acknowledged Mo Fan's intentions, flowing into Mo Fan's body to possess him. The flames spread wildly, as if countless fiery demons were resting on his body. The power of the rose flame was on full display in Mo Fan's flames, bearing a stronger presence than Dongfang Lai's fires. Chapter 547. Mo Fan's True Strength. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fiery Fist. Same move, same magic. Mo Fan was trying to return the shameless Dongfang Lai's favor with the same attack. His decision seemed rather idiotic to everyone. Dongfang Lai's innate talent basically guaranteed he would dominate others of the same level. No one would dare try to overwhelm his spell head-on. His fiery fist was pretty much the strongest in the entire Pearl Institute, an unstoppable move. Even a whole team would be crushed by it, let alone a single person. If Mo Fan was seriously fighting back with fiery fist, even if he managed to survive it, he would still be turned into a cripple from the blast. After all, Dongfang Lai had attacked first. The fiery dragons had already surrounded Mo Fan from different directions. The crowd could only see the tails of the dragons as they rolled over his position. There was no chance they could see the minuscule Mo Fan within. Fire clouds rose into the air. Even Bai Yulang and the others not far away were forced to set up their defenses to protect themselves from the leaking energy of the fiery fist. Despite the distance, they could feel the overwhelming heat from the spell, let alone Mo Fan, who was in the middle of the fiery dragons. The crowd's eyes widened as the spell landed on its target. They did not see Mo Fan set up his defense right before he was devoured by the flames. Even though fire was his primary element, his resistance alone was not enough to make any difference. The burning ground left the crowd in bewilderment, but a few seconds later, another imperious presence of fire erupted within Dongfang Lai's flames. It was blazing red. It looked similar to the rose flame which Mo Fan always used, yet its color was brighter, like the color of blood. The crowd could vaguely see a figure seemingly fresh out of the furnace within the flames. The bloody flames began to lunge at the grey-red flames nearby. The shadow of the fist burst forward like an arrow firing through the fog and swept them away, returning a clear view to the place. There were neither fiery pillars nor fire dragons. The blood-colored flames accumulated on the tip of the punch and burst forward. Despite the large area of the grey-red flames, the bright red hue remained the same, penetrating everything in the way. It was like a meteor sweeping across the sky, a meteorite that had broken into the atmosphere. Perhaps the attack could no longer be called Fiery Fist, but Meteorite Fist instead. Mo Fan's roar slowly overtook the howling of the flames. The bright red flames engulfing his body had completely evaporated Dongfang Lai's fire. Yes, evaporated. When a different source of fire was so strong, it would simply crush the weaker flames. As Dongfang Lai's ash flame was evaporated by the rose flame, the entire dueling ground turned as red as blood. Mo Fan, who was standing right in the center, was still engulfed in flames. The color of his skin was inhuman. The strength of the Demon King was truly unstoppable. Zhao Manyang, who had been worried about Mo Fan, immediately recalled the scene where Mo Fan was possessed by the fiery sorceress. Mo Fan looked exactly the same now. If the fiery sorceress had the ability to possess him, did that mean the little flame Belle could do the same thing, too? It's the little flame Belle, it must be her. Being possessed by the little flame Belle had boosted the power of his fire element. Dongfang Lai thought his fourth-tier fiery fist was able to dominate the scene, but little did he know, Mo Fan, who had earned the favor of the creature born from the fire calamity, was the real dominer of fire. Dongfang Ming had messed with the wrong person. The meteorite fist was extremely fast. The sequence had only lasted for a few seconds, including Mo Fan being devoured by the fire, his rose flame evaporating the fires, and him throwing the meteorite fist at Dongfang Lai. Dongfang Lai simply stood there, completely dumbstruck. His eyes were filled with astonishment, fear, and disbelief. He had always been proud of his strength, but his fiery fist was simply quenched, his fiery dragons were punctured. Most terrifyingly, the person's meteorite fist was flying right at him, trailing a spectacular fire tail. The meteorite fist landed on Dongfang Lai's shield and armor. The two pieces of defensive equipment were completely destroyed by the overwhelming force. They broke into pieces, scattering on the ground. Dongfang Lai's body stiffened. The next second, he was blasted away by the force, as if a missile had just hit his abdomen, spitting out mouthfuls of blood in the air. A red arc was drawn in the sky as Dongfang Lai was sent flying, leaving the crowd speechless. In the end, Dongfang Lai was caught by the soft barrier, and slid down it like a boneless puppet. His hair was disheveled as he landed on the ground. He struggled to his feet and raised his head. His gaze toward the man on fire was filled with pain, humiliation, astonishment, and disbelief. 1 or 2 rounds, Zhu Shuming was stunned, and totally forgot to help his friend up. He clearly remembered Dongfang Lai's arrogant words. Wasn't this Mo Fan's innate talent just double innate elements? Why did he have such terrifying strength? Was this the true strength of a provisional candidate? The place went silent for a long time. No one could believe what they had just seen. They even doubted if the person lying on the ground and spitting blood out was actually the first rank in the fire school, Dongfang Lai. In the end, they all stared at Mo Fan with wide eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. The flames engulfing Mo Fan's body died away slowly. The crowd could not remember the force he was using, but it basically surpassed their understanding. A provisional candidate. That's the strength of a provisional candidate. If there was anyone among the crowd who doubted Mo Fan's capabilities, they no longer had the same thoughts. Mo Fan, Mu Nujiao, Zhao Manyang, and Ari Tutu, who were supposed to be the closest to Mo Fan, suddenly felt unfamiliar with the guy standing on the stage, or perhaps this was his true strength, which he had been hiding for months. Then, what was the reason that stopped him from hiding it any further? What was the sorrow showing in his eyes when the flames disappeared? Mo Fan slowly released his clutched fists. His new phone had been crushed into dust, and it slowly fell to the ground between the gaps of his fingers. Mo Fan took a deep breath, yet he never looked in Dongfang Lai's direction. Mo Fan, where are you going? The match is still on. While the crowd was lost in their astonishment, Mo Fan had already left the stage. Everyone was clueless what the guy was up to, as all they had toward him was respect and fear. Mo Fan ignored his teammates' calls, yet he finally collected his thoughts when Mu Nujiao and Zhao Manyang stopped him. What's going on? Asked Zhao Manyang. I'm going to the ancient capital, said Mo Fan firmly, after calming his thoughts. The restless undead. I know. What about the World College tournament? I'll deal with it after I come back. We'll go with you. Mo Fan shook his head. He understood Mu Nujiao and Zhao Manyang's willingness to help, yet it was his personal matter. He did not want to hold up their future because of it. Chapter 548. The vampires are considered undead, too. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. All of Pearl Institute was in an uproar. The news about the match that took place in the morning was spread in different versions around the school. Mo Fan, who was already a famous figure in the school, suddenly became a legendary figure. Many people were looking forward to seeing the outcome of the nomination preliminaries. However, those who were close with Mo Fan, including Mo Fan's teammates, knew that he would not show up in any of the upcoming matches, as he would soon be leaving Magic City for the scary ancient capital. Many people had moved away from the ancient capital, as countless lives had been lost to the undead due to the recent chaos. Some had described it as the worst calamity in 1,000 years, while some assumed that people were just being exaggerating. However, even the talented hunters who had returned from their investigations were not willing to mention anything. Even the proposer of the threat elimination strategy, Zhu Meng, had come to take command of the situation, a clear indication that the invasion of the undead was not just mere rumors. No one could actually explain what was happening at the ancient capital. Mo Fan was not going there to solve the scary mystery, but to look for a person, the friend that he grew up with, the buddy that came all the way to Dongfang Lake just to look for him when he had turned into a demon. The 2 soul essences which the guy had bought after spending all his savings. Mo Fan still had them with him. It was true that the message on his phone was a notice of death. Yet, when his friend was involved, Mo Fan's principle was, he would not give up until he saw his friend in person, whether he was alive or dead. The sentence alone was not enough to declare his closest friend dead, nor was it enough to imply that his friend had disappeared forever from this world. They were both survivors of Bo City's calamity, hence they knew how precious lives were after the blood that was shed and the sacrifices that were made. Even if his friend was dead, even if his body no longer existed, he had to confirm the truth himself. If he was still alive in some unknown corner of the world, even if he was in the middle of the ocean of undead, he would clear the path and bring him back alive. It was a promise between them, and Zhong Xiaohu had already fulfilled it once. It was his turn now. The fog of darkness was looming over the modern city. Mo Fan suddenly recalled Ari Jiangtu's words as he was walking down the street. Battle mages always had their lives at risk when they fought against demon beasts. Zhong Xiaohu also shared the same risk, yet Mo Fan had never thought about it. He tried to convince Zhong Xiaohu to leave ever since the guy had decided to join the army, yet when he recalled the sight of Zhong Xiaohu bursting into tears with He Yu in his arms, as his elder brother, he knew that he would never be able to change Zhong Xiaohu's mind. Zhong Xiaohu had grown a lot over the past few years. He was calm at handling matters and able to stay collected when fighting against demon beasts. He was a brilliant battle mage, but he would always retain his kid-like behavior when Mo Fan was around, wanting to show off his achievements and completely obeying Mo Fan's words. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan knew that the guy only wanted to be acknowledged by him. The streetlight shone down upon Mo Fan, dragging his shadow across the ground. It was late at night, and only a few lights were on. The streets were quiet enough to hear the footsteps of the pedestrians walking by. The yellow streetlight was shining down upon quite a few things, the cars that were parked illegally on the streets, the clean roads, the lonely figures on the streets, and in the darkness where the light could not reach, a glamorous woman with a slender figure was standing on top of the streetlight. She was staring at the lonely man walking under the lights. Suddenly, the lonely figure stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around and glanced at the darkness above the streetlight. "Don't forget, I too have the shadow element," Mo Fan called out to the strange woman with a smile. The woman began to panic, quickly turning around to flee into the dark. "Don't go," Mo Fan stopped her. The woman standing on the pole shuddered, yet she did not show herself. She was simply staring at Mo Fan with her glistening eyes. "I need your help," said Mo Fan. "Me?" answered a cautious, crisp voice. Mo Fan nodded. The woman in the dark seemed almost overjoyed, almost falling from the pole. "What do you need my help for?" Her voice was fairly clear in the silent night. "I'm going to the ancient capital." It's the territory of the undead. From what I know, Mo Fan did not continue his sentence. Vampires are considered a type of undead, finished the woman. So I hope you'll come with me, said Mo Fan sternly. You're my senior, you can just ask me to do anything. The woman seemed to be very happy. Her eyes were already glittering in excitement. All right, Mo Fan felt strange when she called him a senior. Liu Yu slowly floated down to the ground. She was already a beauty before turning into a vampire. It was likely that the boys living on the same street had a crush on her. However, after turning into a vampire, her temperament underwent an obvious change. Her physique was no longer as skinny as before. She was currently in between the stages of youth and maturity, innocent, yet seductive. Her pleasant scent would simply hook a man's soul away without noticing, wisping up from her youthful skin. The expected lifelessness of a vampire was missing. Instead, it added a hint of nobility to Liu Yu, who had once been an ordinary girl. She was charming. Mo Fan had to admit that she was a lot more attractive than before. When the thought of the woman occasionally sneaking into his room, lying beside him and pressing her red lips to his neck, crossed his mind, he could sense his blood vessels pulsing. What's happened to you? Liu Yu asked softly as she stepped closer. Nothing. By the way, are there any vampires bullying you around here? If so, just let me know. Mo Fan quickly switched the topic to hide his embarrassment. There used to be some, but they do not dare to come into this area lately. Why is that? Is a strong vampire controlling this area? Asked Mo Fan, his eyebrows raised. Liu Yu glanced at Mo Fan and blinked innocently. It's you? Asked Mo Fan in astonishment, as he collected his thoughts. Liu Yu let out an embarrassed grin. Normally, rookie vampires would be bullied by their seniors, especially someone like Liu Yu, who looked like the kind girl next door. Liu Yu did get harassed quite often at the start, and the gentle girl had tried her best to forbear, yet she realized that it just spurred them on to do more. Left with no choice, she was forced to use violence. Since then, she had discovered that her strength was fairly remarkable among the vampires. Chapter 549. Ancient Capital. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The stormy clouds were dense as black silk, covering the sunlight. There was no rain, yet the sky was dark. The grey and wilting plants from the current season made the place look dead. As the final flight slowly descended from the stormy clouds, the passengers on board mostly consisted of the last batch of tourists who dared to come to the ancient capital in the middle of the chaos stirred up by the undead. Even the flights have stopped. Luckily we made it on the last one, Liu Yu sighed as they came out from the plane. Her attractive eyes looked around Xianyang Airport. Strictly speaking, it was her first time traveling to somewhere far away, and her destination was the ancient capital, a city with a whole different reputation than the magic city, Shanghai. A man in a uniform stopped the two at the entrance and said sternly, "Sorry, every passenger is required to prove their identity to us and explain their purpose of coming here." Am I out of the country now? Mo Fan frowned. He never knew the check existed. Emergency period, please cooperate, said the man. We're here for travel, she's my young lover, so I don't want anyone to know who she is, rejected Mo Fan. Liu Yu's face blushed when he heard his response. Can't he think of a better lie? Why young lover? The man's face stiffened. He had never seen anyone act so righteously when he was traveling with a lover. Liu Yu did not have any way to prove her identity. Officially, she was already declared dead, all thanks to forensic Dr. Nai Dong. After that, she was turned into a vampire, forcing her to leave her old life. They had yet to make her a new identity. As for boarding the plane, Liu Yu had used her old identification card. The funny thing was, there seemed to be some loopholes in the airline, as a dead person was able to board the plane with their identity card. Although vampires were considered a kind of undead, from Mo Fan's observation over the time he had spent with her recently, her presence felt exactly like a human, the only difference being that she could only digest blood. She even retained the youthful spirit and energy of a teenage girl. It was still daytime, and the undead was sleeping in their tombs. Xianyang was a certain distance away from the ancient capital. Mo Fan and Liu Yu were too lazy to hail a taxi. They simply summoned the swift star wolf and rode him to the ancient capital 11 and along the side of the highway. They could easily tell that the ancient capital was on alert, as even the outer city walls were being patrolled and work was being done on them. The ancient capital of 11 had the old city walls. Inside the old city walls was the city center, and outside of them were other districts, like Yantar, Beilin, etc. The places inside the old city walls were mostly attractions for tourists. Currently, a bigger outer wall was being constructed outside of the old city walls. The coverage of the outer wall was 5 times bigger than the inner wall, as most people living in the outskirts had moved here instead. This is my first time seeing such a giant-sized safe zone. Liu Yu looked up, glancing at the mountain-like wall. Not sure how many earth magicians are needed to build it, it's indeed spectacular. It also implies how grim the situation is. It's likely that the territory outside of the walls is off-limits to the residents, said Mo Fan. The outer wall was an enormous project. From where Mo Fan was standing, he could not even see the end of the wall in either direction. He remembered that the perimeter of the inner wall was only around 14 kilometers, but he was clueless about the perimeter of the outer wall, which would completely surround the entire city. The entrance was guarded by the people of the Magic Association, while the battle mages were in charge of the checkpoints. During the day, the inspection was not too strict, but as evening approached, the military would not allow anyone to leave the city, as commoners who were outside of the wall were basically food for the undead. After crossing the heavily guarded outer wall, the situation inside the wall looked fairly normal. It was no different than any other city. However, the streets were fairly lively and crowded as people from the outskirts had moved here. With the new outer wall protecting the civilians like an enormous dragon, the people were not so worried about the chaos happening outside of the wall. Perhaps they had gotten used to similar situations, hence they just focused on their lives. Mo Fan did not stay too long in the districts. He headed straight for the Clock Tower Magic Association. The Clock Tower Magic Association and the Belle Tower Hunter Union were basically right at the center of the city, standing firmly even in stormy rains. Mo Fan was initially planning to learn more about the situation from Zhong Xiao's headquarters, but he decided to ask the person who had sent the death news to him instead. The guy told Mo Fan that Zhong Xiao had gone missing in action during a rescue operation. They had yet to locate his corpse, since they decided not to send anyone else out there. However, he was sure that the incident took place between Sunny Goat Village and Hua Village. The miracle villages were the only ones left outside of the walls. The villages were still unharmed even today, but as they did not use any modern technology, communication between the villages and the ancient capital would take a very long time. The news about the squad being wiped out was delivered to the army by a villager. The army was not able to validate it. Mo Fan talked to Zhong Xiao's instructor Fei Jiao for a fairly long time. The instructor basically told Mo Fan everything. It was obvious that the instructor was very concerned about Zhong Xiao too, yet because of the important mission on hand, he did not have the chance to go and seek the truth. "Where do we go now?" asked Liu Yu. "We'll find a few experienced hunters to go to Sunny Goat Village with us," said Mo Fan. Mo Fan was unfamiliar with the place, and most of the time the undead were scarier to deal with than demon beasts. Whether he was trying to investigate the truth or rescue someone, he would need a reliable team. Mo Fan was hoping to find some experts from the Magic Association, yet none of them seemed interested in going outside of the walls. In the end, Mo Fan had no choice but to look for members in the Belle Tower Hunter Union. He could easily find a handful of fearless hunters. The lobby was crowded. You could always find hunters at dangerous places, as the more dangerous a place was, the more treasure it would contain. The Hunter Union at Ancient Capital was fairly active. Mo Fan glanced at the rolling screen filled with quests, and discovered that lots of them were listed as a rescue. Since the chaos started, many people were still in danger outside of the walls. Therefore, those who were safe inside the walls would submit quests to rescue them. "It's basically all rescues, looks like many people are in danger," said Liu Yu. "I won't call them rescues, it's more like corpse retrieval. corrected a hoarse voice. Liu Yu turned around and saw an adventurous-looking shorty standing nearby. Even with her height, she had to lower her gaze to see his face. The shorty cleared his throat and said sternly, "Those who submitted the quests are only hoping that their close ones won't turn into those filthy things outside of the walls. Therefore, our hunter union of the ancient capital will soon turn into the corpse retrieval union." Chapter 550. The Black-Hearted Guide. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Well, where do I start? I have a friend missing out there," asked Mofan, glancing at the shorty. "I can tell that it's your first time here at the ancient capital. Do you know the rules among the hunters here?" said the shorty disdainfully, proud because he was experienced here. "Not at all," Mofan humbly asked for advice. "The hunters who are alive here have all abandoned their teammates before. The most common saying around here is, 'Don't look back, retrieve their corpses during the day,'" said the shorty. "Aren't you supposed to help your teammate when they are in trouble?" asked Liu Yu confusingly. Even though she was not a hunter herself, even she knew that there was a code of conduct maintained among the hunters. "No betraying, no deserting." "I'm sorry, it doesn't apply here," the shorty smiled. "Then what do you mean by Corpse Retrieval Alliance?" asked Liu Yu further. "Those who are left outside the wall overnight are surely dead. Sending someone to rescue them can sound heroic, but their job is pretty much to retrieve their bodies, so they won't end up as the undead. So you should give up on trying to save someone. It's impressive enough if you manage to find 1 or 2 parts of your friend's remains," explained the shorty as he fondled his mustache. "How could that be? I'm not here to scare you, it's been the same for a long time, let alone now." The shorty glanced at Liu Yu. His height was just right to stare at her breasts, not too big, but firm and elegant in shape. "If you came and talked to us, does that mean you have an idea?" said Mofan. "Hee, brother, you're smart," the shorty smiled. His curling mustache implied that he was fairly pleased with himself. That might be the case, Mofan wore a smile too. "I know there are lots of smart people around, and not many would believe someone like me. Go ahead and browse around. If anyone is willing to go with you, feel free. I would remind you though, even if you offer them money, they won't necessarily go with you." The shorty burst into laughter and walked away. Mofan and Liu Yu did not believe the shorty, as he looked just like a typical mountebank. The two proceeded to walk around the place, yet even when Mofan showed his strength or his hunter badge, or offered a huge reward to the people, everyone's face sank as soon as they heard the name Sunny Goat Village. None of them dared to accept the offer, no matter how much money was offered. Mofan then found out that a dark abyss had appeared close to Sunny Goat Village. Even though he had no clue what it was obvious that everyone was scared of it. Left with no choice, the two went back to the shorty, who had already expected their return. He was sitting cross-legged smoking a cigar while his eyes raked over the attractive Liu Yu. "So how was it?" asked the shorty. "As you mentioned," replied Mofan with a wry smile. "Let's talk about the price then." The shorty cut straight to the topic. "My friend is important to me, just give me a price." "I don't care about money." Mofan did not waste any time. Anyone who was willing to be their guide would surely ask for a reward in return. Mofan had prepared himself mentally. The shorty raised a finger. 1 million, deal, agreed Mofan pleasantly. "Do you think I'm a beggar?" 10 million, the shorty sat down again. Mofan was stunned. He glanced at Liu Yu and said calmly, "We should go on our own." Liu Yu was left speechless. Didn't some guy just say his friend is important and he doesn't care about money just a few seconds ago? If we go ourselves, we won't know how to get there. We might even end up right in the middle of the undead's tombs. It sounds expensive, yet he's the only one willing to go there. I do have some money with me. I was going to give it to you, since I can't spend them. Liu Yu pulled Mofan aside and handed him a debit card. "Oh Liu Yu, that's not how you should spend your money, Where did you get so much money?" asked Mofan. "Those little vampires gave it to me. They were quite rich," explained Liu Yu softly. Oh, some ill-gotten gains, I'll take it. Liu Yu giggled when she saw Mo Fan taking the money so sternly. She thought Mo Fan would righteously reject it, yet it turned out that the guy was a money lover, a bad guy. There was no way Mo Fan was able to pay 10 million RMB. He had no money at all. Little Flame Belle was the most expensive child to raise in the world, and he had pretty much spent all his savings. That being said, the benefits he got in return were shocking too. Without the Flame Belle, Mo Fan would never have been able to defeat Dongfang Lai, who had the 4th-tier Fiery Fist. Liu Yu's money had resolved Mo Fan's emergency at the perfect time. The shorty gave Mo Fan a disdainful look when he took the card. The shorty thought Mo Fan was more impressive when such a beauty was following him around, yet it appeared that he was living off the woman instead. Speaking of which, the gorgeous girl was fairly rich. She did not even blink twice when giving the 10 million away. Even the old hunters who had worked at the ancient capital for many years would not be able to save so much. 20% discount, bargained Mo Fan. No way. The shorty remained firm. Only he and his brother knew the trick, and he believed that there was someone who wanted to go to the Sunny Goat village, hence no discount. Does it include protection? Asked Mo Fan. No, my brother and I are only average hunters, so you must know how to protect yourself. I can prevent you from being surrounded by the undead at night, but I can't guarantee they won't attack you, said the shorty. We can protect ourselves, declared Liu Yu. One more condition, you won't be the only client, there will be other people with us, said the shorty. There's still a condition? F***K, cursed Mo Fan. He had never seen such a black-hearted guide, definitely the most expensive in the world. Friend, we're risking our lives for this, with a hunter master vouching for us. The price is only like this because we're planning to escort more people. It's fine if you want to book the whole service, 20 million, said the shorty. Piss off, go get your customers. Mo Fan had no intention to waste his time with the shorty. Mo Fan had already confirmed the shorty's identity before finding him. He was an advanced hunter with no bad records. The hunter master vouching for the shorty was clean, too. The quests could only be submitted with signatures. It was unlikely that someone would try to scam someone with all the intermediate and advanced hunters around, unless they were trying to destroy their income. Mo Fan was well aware of this. On top of that, the 10 million would be paid to the hunter union first, and would only be handed to the hunters after the quest was completed. There was no such thing as reviews for the hunters, as people need merely look at their completion rate.